section at the Safety Policy Division of the CPUC. And I'm hosting the event on behalf of San Diego and SoCalGas. But this is today primarily a show for the Sempra companies to present their ramp to all of us. And so I'm going to take a back seat and just keep an eye on the schedule. I just want to point out a few little guidance items. The plan is that there will be time for questions and answers at the end of each presenter's section. So I'd ask that you reserve your questions until each person has finished their presentation, and that during your questions, I'm sure there will be people that want to criticize some of the things, and we certainly welcome all the input. But if your criticism is going to be of a very extensive nature, I'd request that you try to summarize your points, just in the interest of moving along with our full agenda. If you're unable to summarize, then please go ahead, but just try to be considerate of everyone's time in the meeting today. And there are opportunities in the proceeding to file your formal comments as well. So just keep that in mind, please. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Joe from the Sempra companies, who will be our primary moderator of the day.
Thanks, Fred. Appreciate the introduction. I am Joe McCauley, and for those of you who may not know, I am the lead case manager for both SDG&E and SoCalGas in our 2021 ramp proceeding. Before we get into today's specific workshop, just a reminder and with regards to the ramp application and the reports themselves. They provide information on how we are planning and identifying activities to address and mitigate top safety risk activities. They are not a request for funding in and of itself. They identify forecasts of cost ranges, a low and a high range for mitigating activities that we will then be updating and fine-tuning within the GRC application itself. So it's, as I said, it's within the GRC that we will actually be requesting for cost recovery. Part of my focus today is to provide a guide of where certain information is within the ramp itself, and then also within the application that we submitted. So if we can go to the agenda.
And excuse me one moment, Jorge, if you have not begun recording, please do start recording our workshop.
Yes, sir. It has started.
Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot. And okay, thanks. It's a little blurry. So as we look at the agenda, you'll see opening remarks. Fred was nice and succinct with his opening remarks. I am now, as part of the intro overview, lessons learned. We'll be going over a topic with regards to risk quantification framework and RSC methodology. I think that's 45 minutes. And then we will also be overviewing cross-functional factors. We have a half hour allocated for that. We have a full hour for lunch. After lunch, we will be providing a specific example on the quantitative analyses for the employee risk. I believe this is the one we'll be doing today is the SDG&E employee risk. We'll also then be providing a specific example, quantitative example within the SoCalGas medium pressure system risk chapter, and then we'll be going into wildfire, two parts with wildfire with the break in the afternoon. We do request, and we were talking with and coordinating with Fred beforehand, with regards to lunch and the afternoon 15-minute break, while we anticipate there being flexibility in the duration, start and time with some of the topics. When it comes to the lunch break and the 15-minute break, we do respect everyone's acknowledgement that an hour is really needed for us to have a lunch, and then a full 15 minutes for a mid-afternoon break. So we do appreciate that understanding. And then with regards to specifically the wildfire chapter, similar to in one of the earlier pre-filing workshops, the availability of some of the personnel that will be involved with the presentation is pretty tight. And so the wildfire chapters will be starting right around 2 o'clock. So I did want to put that out there as well. So if we are running a little bit long, or I should say a little bit quick, with some of the other presentations, we'll have to wait till around 2 o'clock to get started with the wildfire. And then 4 to 4:30, we've allocated a half hour for closing remarks and next steps. All right, so let's move on to the next slide, please. I think I already gave my agenda. When I provided these last night up front, I was thinking, oh, I should update them and swap them around a bit, but I just didn't. So I covered my intro. And again, the intro was that what the ramp is and sort of what the ramp is not with regards to requesting funds. So now let's go to the next slide, please. We filed the application that we filed is in part procedural. It's a way to open up the proceeding itself. And while it's not specifically identified as an attachment, the ramp report is sort of an attachment to the application. And I wanted to point out some of the elements of the application. Within the application, I've got some notes here I just wanted to be looking at. We propose that the rate setting that the proceeding be classified as rate setting. Within the application, we also we provide our belief that evidentiary hearings are not required. We also request that the commission consolidate the company's 2 applications. Again, SDG&E and SoCalGas each submitted their applications as individual companies. We requested, because of the similarity, that the proceedings be consolidated, and I think it was last week, the ALJs issued I believe it was a joint ruling, in fact, consolidating the 2 proceedings, so we appreciate that. The application also includes a proposed schedule, and the application includes an overview and roadmap of the company's ramp reports, and I will be going over additional information on those.
Joe, this is Marty Kurtovich. Can you specify that all the information in this presentation and the submittals is public information and there's no confidential information in those?
Yes.
Okay,
I will.
thank you.
Yes, if during the presentations themselves, if something arises, and then who are you with, Marty? Martin?
Safety Policy Division. I've worked on a fiscal security and cybersecurity in the past, so it's just important at the commission to be clear on the information.
Sure, I definitely appreciate the question, and if my understanding that is the case, if as we're going through it, if we see something and we need to get up the black marker real quick, but otherwise that is my understanding.
For the clarification.
Okay. So the next slide, please. With the proposed schedule, you'll see that some of the dates are bolded. What we did was we went and we reviewed some of the procedural commission decisions and procedural rules and policies with regards to timelines and milestones. And the schedule, the bolded dates reflect milestones that are, if you will, set per decisions and procedural policy. Filed the application on the 17th, which was a Monday, which was allowed because the 15th occurred on the weekend. Protests are due 30 days from when we filed the application. Replies are then due, I think it's 10 days after the last day for protests. The one decision that the commission adopted, I think it was January of last year, that established the 4-year GRC cycle. That established the SPD staff report being issued September 1, comments on the staff report and the ramp report being submitted by stakeholders November 15th, and then reply comments due on December 1st. And so we tried to fit within those procedurally established dates, today's workshop, and then the anticipated pre-hearing conference and the scoping memo from that would then result from the pre-hearing conference. So again, just wanted to provide some background as to the basis for the proposed schedule. And then we identified a workshop, SPD's workshop on their proposal being about 2 weeks after they issued the staff report.
Joe, can I ask you a question about this slide?
Sure.
This is Tom Long from Turn. Have you had an opportunity to review the protest that we have the benefit of seeing from Mossy Grade because they submitted it early?
We did, yes.
Okay. Are you opposed to the idea of having building time into the schedule for sensitivity analysis as was done with the PG&E ramp?
What we'd like to do, Tom, is questions on the schedule, would really like to wait until, if you will, the end of the workshop to discuss that. We are not, would like to have a discussion on what people are proposing with regards to sensitivity analysis, the data that's needed, who would be performing them, what is anticipated to, how the results are anticipated to be incorporated. I know we had some earlier discussions, a discussion on one of the earlier workshops with regards to if stakeholders comments on sensitivities, if or how they would be part of SPD's evaluation report. I think all of that type of discussion all lends towards the if or how or when the schedule is modified.
Okay, I'm happy to have a conversation, a further conversation about that later today. I think that would be a good use of our workshop time. Just more generally, do you oppose the Mossy Grade schedule?
I don't recall it right now, and we'll be providing comments on their protest. I think by the proposed date, and we'll be identifying any concerns we have within those comments.
All right, so you don't want to have a conversation about that today, then?
Do not, correct. Well, I'm not going to say that's not a hard no, but we feel that today is, as Fred mentioned up front, today's workshop is focused on what we include in the report and the proposals that we've made. To get into, we did not want to use today's workshop as a, for lack of other words, a forum for a debate on different positions.
Oh, debate would be terrible. Yeah, good point. Okay, thank you.
I appreciate it. Okay, next slide, please. This is, again, within the application and a review. We identify the 7 risk chapters for SoCalGas. We can go over that. Don't really need to identify them. We've gone over that with each of our pre-filing workshops. So 7 risks for SoCalGas. You'll notice that cybersecurity is in fact shared, if that's the right word, between SoCalGas and SDG&E. It is the same chapter. And then the next slide identifies that SDG&E has 9 risks. Again, it just so happens to be number 6 is still cybersecurity. The numbering of the chapters is based on a ranking of the risk scores. And so on this slide, wildfire would have had, relative to those 8 risks, wildfire would have had the highest risk score, and incidents related to the medium pressure system, excluding Diggins, would have had the lowest risk score relative to those 9 risks. Next slide, please. Within the application, we also provide a overview and roadmap of the reports, and within the report itself are what we refer to as introductory chapters. There are 5 of them. We refer to them as ramp A, B, C, D, and E. I'll be providing some additional information today on what is on the information contained in ramp A, which is an overview and approach. Ramp C, Mason will be providing some additional information on the information in ramp C. And then ramp E, which is lessons learned. I'll be providing some additional information on that, as well as going over some additional information that folks will find in the safety culture aspect of ramp D. What is important to note is as people are reviewing SoCalGas's and SDG&E's ramp reports and the applications, you'll notice that ramp chapters A, C, and E are what we refer to as joint chapters. The information is the same for SDG&E and SoCalGas. The utilities names will have changed within the write-up, but it is the same information. We had the same quant framework and RSE approach for both companies. Lessons learned are the same for both companies. With regards to enterprise risk management framework, each company has their own enterprise risk management framework, so that write-up will be unique to each company. Similarly, the safety culture, organizational structure, executive utility board, those are each unique to each company. And so as you are reading the reports, ramp D chapter is unique to each of the two companies. Next
Joe,
slide.
this is Eric Wojcik. Just a quick question. Hi, how are you doing? Good. The lessons learned part I thought was that I saw, and I didn't read all of it yet, but it looked to me like it's really a response to other people's concerns or issues. It looks like it's issue response, not lessons learned. Is there going to be any amendment of that, or is it, there's no actual lessons learned piece in there? Is that right?
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that, because if you were to see my notes for today's discussion, you'd see me, I have, it's actually written in my notes that when I started to put together my slides and presentation for today, I anticipated having a distinct difference between feedback, changes to the 21 versus 19, excuse me, and lessons learned. And what I found out was, and in reading the report, there really is a lot of overlap in that we have lessons learned based upon feedback. We have lessons learned based upon some of our lessons learned are incorporated in changes in this year versus last year. And we have lessons learned in, hey, here's a topic that we think it's holistic to all utilities, and it's something that should be addressed with all stakeholders. And here are some lessons learned and some topics on feedback that we just don't think is appropriate. And so, no, we are not planning on having any supplemental. And from a lessons learned standpoint, lessons learned from our perspective do include, we learn from feedback. And part of that learning is we've incorporated it. And part of that learning is, hey, these are ideas and topics that we feel should be discussed more holistically with additional stakeholders, and then incorporated as applicable on a going forward basis.
Oh, okay. Thanks so much for explaining that. That makes it more clear for me. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, next slide, please. All right, a sec. Within ramp A, again, within the ramp report itself, we then have the 5 introductory chapters. Within the ramp A chapter has a ramp overview, summary of the approaches to meet the ramp requirements, and the topics, the text that you see highlighted blue there are topics that will be on subsequent slides, just to let you know why that's highlighted blue. We contain information as to how and why, or not why, but how, what is our approach to complying with the adopted 10 major components of the ramp filing. It identifies ramp workshop requirements. It identifies 7 changes from the 2019 ramp. It identifies 3 changes and responses subsequent to pre-filing workshops. It includes our guiding principles in preparing the ramp reports, and it includes an overview, an organizational overview of the risk chapters themselves. Next slide. So you'll see here there are 10 identified major components that within one of the decisions or one of the settlement agreement, somewhere along the line, it was identified. These are components that should be identified and addressed within your ramp report itself. Identify top risks, which we have done. We utilize aspects of the enterprise risk registry as the foundation for those risks. We describe controls and mitigations that are currently in place. And I know on one of our other slides, I'll go over how we are defining a control, an activity, if you will, that we give a control ID, and an activity that we give a mitigation ID to. I know there seems to be some ongoing confusion and different approaches towards the words controls and mitigations. I'll provide a little bit more detail on that on one of the other slides. We have alternatives, and we performed RSEs on those. Again, I'm just sort of moving along. As I mentioned up front, the idea, one of the main reasons for today's presentation is to inform stakeholders where information can be found within the ramp report itself. As I just discussed with Eric, we identified lessons learned in the current round, and if and when they may apply to future rounds. We are using more probabilistic calculations, and we continue to evaluate and strive to expand on those types of calculations. Improve data collection. We believe that in talking with our subject matter experts and the sources of data that we use, we have improved on those the mechanisms to gather and collect data. Our safety culture, I will have another additional slide on that. Extremely important to both companies. I think it was starting since 2019, just a couple years ago, at least both companies now have a safety management system established, and safety culture is extremely important. And so I know I do have some additional slides on that. And then when it comes to respond to immediate or short-term crisis outside of ramp, while ramp contains our top identified safety risks, we do need and we have the flexibility to address other short and long-term crises. An example certainly is with COVID. As of March of last year, certainly something that none of us were anticipating. The amount of resources that we had to allocate in some instances short term. If people want to say over a year, that could be a short term. Other people may equate the last year pandemic related activity as long term. But we were required, and we believe successfully allocated, reprioritized some of our resources to address the safety and health concerns associated with the pandemic. So we feel that we addressed each of those 10 major components when we were preparing the ramp report.
Joe, may I ask you a question about this?
Yeah.
This is Chris. Chris Parks, Child Advocates. Is there an area in the application where the utilities addressed the effectiveness of their ramp mitigations based upon their experience from prior mitigation programs in use of these programs previously?
There is not, and I think if I understand when you make reference to effectiveness, within the lessons learned slide, I think we identified that as a topic for ongoing discussions. I know there was again, if I'm interpreting it correctly, there was a previous decision with regards to a risk spend accountability report and a risk mitigation accountability report. I think the risk mitigation accountability report somewhat aligns with your question on measuring and reporting on effectiveness. That's something that's still in discussions with, I believe, the commission and stakeholders. We're not yet doing it from a accountability report standpoint. I think we will be in the future. And then as all stakeholders get together and discuss the timeline and requirements for that, I think that's then when we will start providing that information.
So separate from that, did the utilities, did they conduct this level of analysis? I mean, I understand what you're saying, that this is a discussion topic perhaps in other areas, but did the utility as part of its approach, the utilities as part of their approach, did they conduct an analysis of mitigation effectiveness, whether it was submitted elsewhere or not?
So when you say conduct the, are you, what, I'm not quite sure what that means other than performing the risk and efficiency calculations that we've included in this ramp.
I would say a lot of the information may be forward-looking in terms of looking at risk spend efficiency and reduction in risk numbers, but also curious if there was any analysis performed to see, okay, this was what we expected this mitigation to accomplish, and then have some sort of metric to determine whether it achieved what was anticipated in implementing the mitigations.
I don't believe we did. To the extent we have, yeah, I don't believe we did. Mason, are you on the line? Are you able to just give a quick confirmation on that?
I am on the line. Hi, Chris. Good morning. We did that for wildfire in particular, and in the wildfire section later today, we have the members of the wildfire team to come in and walk through that analysis. But generally, we haven't provided that kind of review in this proceeding, or for all risks have we done that. But specific to wildfire, we have. I think we're, as Joe said, we're sort of awaiting the risk mitigation accountability reporting to structure that. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Okay, next slide, please. Changes from the 2019 ramp, and I know this sort of gets again into, I think it was Eric asked the question. We've changed our risk spend efficiency approach. In the last ramp, the position we took was if a mitigation was compliance related, we typically said we did not pursue calculating an RC value. And then also when we did calculate an RC value, we provided a range associated with the low and high range of forecast. This year, when we did provide an RC value, it was a succinct value based on the forecasted dollars, not on the range. And we did pursue calculating RC values for all mitigations, those that are compliant to meet compliance requirements mandated, and then also those that we are doing on a proactive safety basis. You will notice, and we mentioned during the pre-workshops, that there are some mitigations for which we do not include an RC value. We did pursue calculating one, but we felt the meaningful value was not possible. And then in those instances, we do provide an explanation. I think it's in section 5 of each chapter. We provide an explanation, we provide the RC values, and then to the extent we do not provide one, we give the explanation as to why we are not providing an RC value. We've incorporated additional attributes. And again, yes, it's a change. Yes, it's based upon feedback from the 2019 ramp. We added a 4th attribute, and then we also added an additional sub attribute. Modeling public safety shut off the energizations. Sorry about that one. We did expand upon how we model those. I'd really have to read, in all honesty, I'd have to read my cheat sheet to go into more detail as to what exactly we did on those. I think during Mason's discussion, he'll probably give some additional information on that. Number of tranches. We believe, based upon our understanding of tranches, that we provided additional tranches in this year's report relative to last year's. For the dig-in chapter, we consolidated high and medium pressure into just one chapter. We've included additional internal labor dollars, and then again, based on feedback, we've created a cross-functional factors chapters. I'm going to say, in some regards, similar to what PG&E did. I think our starting point was similar, but then as you read our cross-functional chapters and how we treated the data within those cross-functional factors, you'll see that we did not treat it the same as PG&E. And so this is a subsequent topic on today's workshop. And during that time slot, we'll go into how we define cross-functional factors, how we do not define cross-functional factors, and how we did, and in some instances, how we did not treat some of the information.
Joe, could I ask a question? Are you finished with this slide?
I am.
Okay, good. Item 4 is tranches. I wanted to talk at some point today about your approach to tranches. Would this be a good place to do that, or is there some better place in your presentation?
Let's hold off. I know I mentioned it further. Again, it might be within one of the lessons learned slide. Again, there is a lot of overlap, as I mentioned. So let's hold off on that right now. But we'll definitely within my discussions, I think I have 18 slides total. And so if it's not specifically identified on one of the other slides, we'll pick it up.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. All right, next slide, please. All right, within again Ramp A chapter, we mentioned that not only did we do some changes proactive based upon feedback from the 2019 ramp, but we also then made changes, if you will, midstream based upon feedback during the pre-filing workshops in October and in January, and I think there was one also in November. The fourth attribute, those of you that were on the pre-filing workshop calls, we introduced that we're planning on using an additional fourth attribute. There was some feedback we heard, or we received some feedback. We then came back in-house, we made some changes, and during the January workshop, we presented those changes. There was some additional feedback, and we then subsequently made some additional changes. Those additional changes and what our current naming convention is and how we are modeling it will be discussed by Mason when he's going over the MAVF overview. But again, feedback that we received, if you will, more real time to this ramp, we incorporated MAVF weights hand in hand with adding the fourth attribute, and hand in hand with the modifications we made to that fourth attribute. We changed the weighing. Again, I don't have it right at my fingertips, but I think it was reliability had been initially 20%, and we increased it to 23%. And the fourth attribute initially had been 5%, and we decreased it to 2%. Again, reflecting the feedback, incorporating the feedback that we had heard from stakeholders. And the granularity of tranching, we had a workshop on November 17th specific to tranching, and based upon discussions within that workshop, and I think had to do with delineating, or if you will, tranching high concentration areas versus non-high concentration areas. We did initiate some additional tranching because of that. And so again, we wanted to highlight that. Tom.
Excuse me, Joe, is this the place to talk about tranching now?
Yeah.
Let's go ahead.
Okay, good. You're undoubtedly familiar with SPD's report on the PG&E ramp?
I am.
And do you recall that SPD was critical of the granularity of PG&E's tranches? And I know they focused on the wildfire risk, but I don't think it was exclusive to the wildfire risk. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. And their concern, and I'm summarizing it, but I think it's a fair summary, is that the wildfire tranches did not reflect homogeneous. They were not sufficiently granular, and they did not reflect homogeneous risk profiles. Do the Semper utilities view homogeneous risk profiles as something that should be what's achieved with the tranching?
Mason, are you able to help out with this one?
Sure. Hey, Tom, good morning. Good to see you again.
Hi, Mason. Same here.
Hey. Just for the audience, I speak later. My name is Mason Withers. I'm on the quantitative risk side for enterprise risk management, reporting to SDG&E. When we started all this ramp stuff, we were shared service with SoCalGas and SDG&E. So I'm going to talk for both companies. Tom, I think we interpret the settlement agreement to say that the assumption is that everything in the tranche has a similar risk profile, and that within that tranche, we try to consider each asset with equal. We know that there's always more granularity that could be added. Individual assets have a crazy amount of characteristics and situations that could always be refined at a further detail. We think the level that we're doing it for the purposes of identifying appropriate risk mitigations is the right level. And we also use a bit of a dynamic approach, like the wildfire, which is a larger risk. We believe we tranche much more than we might another risk, which is a little softer, like say something like employee safety. So the exact definition of homogeneous, I would say in my heart, I know every piece of equipment in a tranche is not exactly the same, but is it functionally close enough for risk purposes and discussion of general concepts of mitigations? We believe that it is.
To follow up, Mason, thank you. I know the discussion, which I've read carefully in RAMP-E, so you don't need to repeat that. And I'm not saying you did just now. Your response a moment ago was useful. But my follow up is in your discussion, you talk a lot about how the language of the settlement about I'm just finding the right language. How the give me a moment here. The determination of tranches will be based on how the risks and assets are managed by each utility. So I just want to use an example. So if SDG&E is, and I know you are doing this, you have a program for undergrounding as a mitigation for wildfire risk. I think when it comes time to decide which tranches which miles of the system to underground, you don't look at just tier 3, tier 2, and HF and non-HFTD. I think within tier 3 and tier 2, you're looking for the miles that have the highest risk characteristics and other characteristics that make undergrounding appropriate. Do I have that wrong? I mean, I feel like there are gradations that are in the way that the utility manages its system and deploys its mitigations that are just not reflected in the very, very broad tranches that you're using.
Okay, so for underground specifically, Sarah Al-Mujahid and Jonathan Wilton-Marion will be coming later to talk about those, but I can address that. When we are considering where to underground and do system hardening in the backcountry for purposes of wildfire risk, we do break down the system much more than just tier 2, tier 3. We do it at what we call the segment level, which is essentially an isolatable group of segments that are logically connected through PSPS activations. So if there's a switch and you can turn it off for PSPS, everything downstream of that switch is a segment. Sometimes it's the whole circuit, sometimes it's a part of it. And so when we do analysis in the WINGS model, we have about 500 segments. And we say, what is the wildfire risk on this segment? What is the PSPS consequence on this segment? And we try to discover, okay, if we were to underground it, how would the risk change? What's the cost of doing so? And we do that kind of analysis to look at undergrounding, cover conductors, and some traditional hardening. And we're going to go through that in more detail. So as I said in my sort of intro to your question earlier, Tom, is that for wildfire, we do add a lot more sophistication and granularity to the conversation. Yes, even within a segment, there is slightly different assets. It's not always the exact same pole or characteristic all the way through, but that is our current effort to summarize it at the segment level and then make decisions at that segment level. And just for everybody in the audience, we have about 3,000 miles of overhead in the backcountry, and each segment is about 5 miles long. So we look at give or take, that's the average. Some of them are very short, some of them are a little bit longer. We look at the analysis at that granularity for purposes of undergrounding and cover conductor.
So then I'm just reading the words of the settlement. So the determination of tranches, these are not the whole words, but just the ones that you focused on, you, Sempra. The determination of tranches will be based on how the risks and assets are managed by each utility. So what you just described sounds to me like how Sempra manages the risks and assets that you do when you're making decisions about what mitigation is needed with respect to those assets. You look at it, I think you use the term at a segment level, and certainly not at the very aggregated tier 3, tier 2, and non-HFTD level. Is that fair?
That's correct. Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
To add some more color to that, Tom, when we're doing PSPS activations, we do it at the segment level, right? So there's a weather station associated to a segment. When the wind speeds with all the other fire weather components are in place, when the wind speeds gets to a certain level, we do a deactivation at that segment level. We don't do it at tier 3, tier 2. We do it at those 5-mile segments, very granular. We customize the communication with the customers and all that specific to the segment. And because we operate PSPS in that fashion, we wanted to tie a system hardening to it, because what we learned was if we were going to harden a piece of a segment, which might have a little bit more risk to it than the rest of the segment, if we harden that specific piece, but we still have to turn it off because of PSPS, we've lost some of the mitigation and effectiveness from that. So we operationalize and we do the hardening at the same degree of level, which is the segment. I hope that's clear, and I think Sarah will go more into that at 2 or 3 o'clock today.
I know that's helpful, Mason. Just so now, that's not how the ramp analysis is done. You're talking about how you're doing it when you're deploying and actually managing these assets.
So I don't mean to interrupt you, because the ramp analysis for the system hardening pieces is done at that level.
Is done at the segment level.
Yes.
Okay. For the
for undergrounding and cover conductor.
For undergrounding, you're saying that the ramp analysis. So you have then a separate RSE for each segment?
Correct.
Where is that?
That's in our internal documents.
I'm sorry. Is it in the ramp submission?
I don't recall what granularity we provided in the ramp submission.
Okay, so I'm talking about the ramp submission. The ramp submission, I only see RSEs at the level, at the very aggregated level of tier 3. This is for wildfire. Tier 3, tier 2, and non-HFTD. Did I miss something?
So I think the difference of that point of view that we're seeing is that the internal analysis was done at the segment level. It may have been presented rolled up into tier 3 and tier 2, but it was done at the segment level.
Okay, so you may be getting to my question. If we want more granular information, we want more granular RSEs. Will we be able to get those in the process of discovery or back and forth with SCE so that we can see the RSEs at the more granular level that we think the settlement requires?
That's fully our intent, and I think Joe is going to go into a little bit about the work papers in a little bit. Joe, can you nod your head to make sure I'm not? Yes, we're going to go into papers a little bit, but that's certainly our intent, is to get you the information that you need to be able to understand where we came, or how and where we came to.
Yeah. What I mean is specifically, will we be able to see RSEs at this more granular level that you say you have, but I don't think is in the ramp submission?
I'm going to let others answer that. There's in certain circumstances, there's a little bit of confidentiality and sensitivity to exactly where our risks are, but it's from the quant side that's available. So Joe will talk about that later.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
think it's probably a good spot now. Tom, we've had various discussions, and really ever since we filed the ramp, questions in-house on when and how we provide what we are referring to as supplemental work paper discussions. We have additional, as Mason said, we have additional data and information in our supplemental workshops that we'd like to be able to provide to the public. And we know yourself and other stakeholders are looking forward and anticipating its availability. However, we've determined that some of that data is confidential and or sensitive. And so we are pursuing the steps within the commission's policies and procedures to address confidentiality and sensitivity issues with data. And we anticipate providing the data as soon as possible under the appropriate conditions, which to those who ask for it. I hope that is helpful to your question.
Um, it's your view of things, but I do appreciate Mason's responses, and I certainly will express my hope and optimism that you indeed have the information and can share it, the information at more granular tranche level, so that we can see RSEs at that level, and then you're able to share it promptly. That's our hope, and we'll remain optimistic on that score.
All right, thank you.
So,
And
Joe,
this
this
is
is Eric Wojcik. Can I ask a quick question?
Sure, go ahead, Eric.
Thank you. So I'm trying to understand how your tranche differentiation and your segmentation of that works, because you say you connect it to assets that you think are of roughly equivalent value, but I'm trying to understand, you're talking about utility assets, or are you talking about customer assets? And the reason I'm concerned about that is because when we get to basically risk-based investment, the modeling, I think, is about looking at combined assets, or the utility and customer assets, or I hope it is in that granular form, because otherwise we got a serious potential mismatch where, let's say in fire, as I think I mentioned before, in any Lake County anyway, the firefighters were so good at being able to protect customer assets, and that didn't always include utility assets. So the sort of combination of how these tranches work, how they're segmented, and then how they're modeled, I don't see how we square up the asset value of the customer and the asset value of the utility in the modeling or in the tranche differentiation.
Yeah, I could take that,
So,
Eric.
yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Go.
Okay. Yeah, so for each risk and each asset, there's a slightly different way you could, I mean, the philosophy of tranching is, I think Tom and I would agree, we're trying to get granularity down to a level where we can discuss the individual or the grouping of assets that have similar risk profiles. So if there's 10 transformers that all like pretty much have the same likelihood of failure and the same consequence if they fail, you can call those 10 a group. With wildfire, it's much more complicated to model the customer's side, the risk, the likelihood that their home will burn during a fire is very difficult to do. We work with wildfire modeling to groups, TechnoSylva, you may have heard their name, to try to get that risk concept in there. To start tranching at that level to say this community has more fire risk because the defensibility of the space is different than a nearby community, that's very difficult to do. And I'm on calls with those guys just about every week to try to figure out these types of situations. So I would say that for the most part, we don't do too much tranching or any tranching on the defensibility of customers' premises because there's just too much data to consider. Our focus is more on things like what's the likelihood of our equipment failing, and we try to tranche those down to poles and wires and specific kinds of wires that have failure rates that we understand. We try to include the wind speeds, say this is a high wind area or a low wind area. And then we have fire behavior modeling that says if the fire started here, here's how bad it would be. But to get to the customer level, and I hope I was interpreting your question right, Eric, it's very complicated. The age of the house, the type of the roof structure, whether it's surrounded by plants or trees, the clearances available, that's just a lot of work that none of the, I know for a fact, none of the three utilities have that ability to dive that far down with much certainty. So I hope I interpreted your question properly.
Joe, that was exactly what I was interested to understand. So the combined utility and/or customer asset base is not really modeled and or differentiated in the tranche or segmentation. So thank you.
Yeah, I will add to that though, because I don't want to make it sound like I'm just giving you the minimum. When we do our fire behavior modeling, the models say if a fire were to start, here, given a particular set of circumstances, that it would burn a certain area, and then in that area there are potentially structures and other things going on, and we try to characterize the severity of the financial or the number of structures that are in there. But to say like 50% of those homes are going to burn versus 20%, very difficult to be able to do that. I think maybe you've seen studies that like when CAL FIRE publishes a shape of where the fire is, you might find out later that it's not 100% of the homes inside there didn't burn because they were able to protect some and some had their own protection. And
Yeah.
sometimes it ranges as much as only 10% burned all the way up to like 70% burned. And we just don't have that much sophistication. So I hope that helps, Eric.
Yeah, the firefighters just focus on that, and I've been just saying I don't think you can capture that in your fire modeling, and it's so critical to really define any kind of metric or result from the risk analysis. So I'm going to pardon me to just say once again, because you can't put that into your modeling, it's a big hole. There's a big gap there between what the real risks are and what's actually you're able to represent in modeling.
Yeah, it's kind of like one of those known unknowns, if you've heard that expression. We know it's a hole and we're trying to fill it, but it's going to take a long time before we're able to get to that level of sophistication.
Thank you.
Tom, before you ask, I wanted to give other folks an opportunity specific to tranching, since that's the topic. I just wanted to give other folks an opportunity to ask a question. I thought I saw some blue frames light up. I wasn't sure if people out there had some questions, but again, specific to tranching, and then Tom, we'll get back to you. Appreciate it. Anyone else? A question specific to tranching?
This is Marty Kurtovich. I had a question related to your risk modeling. Do you submit risk models to PHMSA or FERC for your federal rate cases?
As far as I know, we do not submit models for risk modeling. Obviously, for some of the FERC, there's transmission planning scenario analysis that I think is shared. But as far as the risk analysis, I don't know of any models that have been shared with PHMSA or FERC.
Does Sempra own interstate transmission pipelines? That's a requirement for PHMSA.
Certainly do.
What's a requirement for PHMSA?
Pipeline risk assessment.
Oh, well, okay. I thought you said share the model. I think you're talking about an application of an assessment. Yeah, those are different things. A model can mean different. Sorry, I may have interpreted what you meant by a model. Yeah, Chris or Jeff, anybody else on the call want to talk about pipeline assessments?
Martin, if there's no one on the call, we will, let me follow up with you afterwards to make sure we fully understand your question so we can reply to it.
Okay, it's just because we've been involved recently in PG&E FERC proceedings, and we're noticing that the utilities don't always tell FERC the same thing they tell us.
Yeah, I think we'd be happy to look more into your question to make sure we understand the right way. I'm sorry if I jumped the gun on the word modeling. Yeah, I don't. Maybe if we got that question in writing, we could understand it a little bit more. I right now I don't even know about the rules of interstate pipelines. I can't speak to that.
Hey, this is Elliot. Can folks hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we're a Hinshaw pipeline. We don't have interstate pipes, and we're not generally FERC regulated. So I'm not. I think that probably answers your question, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else, or we go back to Tom? Tom?
Thanks, Joe. Just to follow up on what you were saying about more work papers coming. So You are preparing more detailed work papers. Is that what you said?
Yes, we have what we refer to as supplemental. We have additional work papers. We are reviewing the data. We are reviewing the data relative to confidentiality and sensitivity in those work papers.
Okay. And what's the timing on your planning to make those available to us?
We were hoping we would have had them certainly by now. Unfortunately, that's just not the case. We're working through the procedural steps to meet those requirements. And our discussions this morning on this topic, it's as soon as possible.
Okay. And just could you just help me understand what the nature of those work papers will be? And what's the volume we're talking about?
I could chime in, Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Tom, it's essentially a collection of the thoughts of how we got to the notions of risk reduction per mitigation. So if you take an example of, fuse replacements, it's the analysis of like, well, how many outages were caused by fuses gone bad? How many are we expecting to replace? How much do they cost specifically? So there's a whole line. You can imagine like what feeds into the RSE calculation.
Yes.
But in some of those cases, there's a lot of information, and some of the information is, potentially sensitive or has been non-public up to this point, I guess is another way of saying it. So volume-wise, I don't think it's significant. It's probably a couple. I think of in terms of Excel tabs, it's like one tab per RSE. So I think we would probably have a few hundred Excel tabs, and each one could have anywhere from 5 to 50 data points, depending on the nature of the analysis.
Okay. And understand, I'm not complaining about voluminous. That's the nature of what we're dealing with here. I just wanted to have a sense of that. And Joe, it sounded like, and Mason, it sounded like this is also where we can hope to see more granular RSEs, for example, for wildfire.
I would, to go with your optimism you talked about, I would say yes. I think that's definitely available. I would also say that if you don't get what you want from that level, we can talk more about the granularity that you need. I will make a general comment to everyone that, and I've said this a million times internally, work papers kind of like never have an end. And so this data is here. Where'd you get that data? We got it from there. How'd you use it? How'd you think about it? Who came up with the filtering or the thought process? There's literally like no end to some work papers. So we're trying to figure out what's the most sophisticated way to, give you the right set of data. And if there was a specific need for having maybe that next step beyond what we provide, that's a possibility to have that discussion as well. I don't think those are going to be too much. I think we're going to resolve most of those in the, what Joe, would you call it, supplemental? But there might be a few more questions that interested parties might have on specific topics.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks, Tom. I know, I think my slot was ended at 10:30. We're almost there. The questions were great. I really appreciate them. Next slide, please. This slide just overviews what you'll find in the organization of the risk chapters. We tried to have each of the risk chapters have the same format. Intro, risk assessment, controls and mitigation plan, cost units, qualitative summary tables, and then alternatives. Again, don't need to spend a lot of time on this, but that's just the outline. When you look at a risk chapter, that's where you'll find the different information. Again, cross-functional factors, that'll be a topic, I think, 2 topics after my discussion. If we go to the next slide. The purpose of this is to show when you look at our control and mitigation plan, you're going to see X's and no's. Sometimes people put a dash instead of a no. I want to provide some clarity. We gave mitigations a control ID number if that activity / mitigation was active as of December 30th, 2020. So if we were actively doing something as of the end of December of last year, we gave it a control ID. If something was not active as of the end of last year and we plan on doing it on a going forward basis, we gave it a mitigation ID. All right, so that's how we are distinguishing controls versus mitigation. Control, we gave it a control ID. It's something we were doing as of the end of 2020. And mitigation is something that we were not doing as of the end of 2020, but we are planning on doing it on a going forward basis. When you look at the control plan, so C1, we were doing it. We plan on continuing to do it. We plan on requesting cost recovery of it. The next in both columns. Pipeline safety, PSEP, we were doing it. We're going to continue doing it, but cost recovery, we're referring to this as refundable. Cost recovery is outside of the GRC. That's why it's not in our plan. You will not find RSEs because it's not part of the plan. We only prepared RSE values for activities that are part of the control and mitigation plan. Blythe compressor station modernization, we are currently doing it. We were doing it. We're currently doing it. It has a planned in-service date of 2021, which is not within the GRC's 22 through 24 forecast period. So it is not in the plan. Ventura, we were doing it. We plan on continuing to do it. We plan on requesting cost recovery. Honor Rancho storage field compressor station modernization, we were not doing it. We plan on doing it. We plan on doing it during the forecast planning years, but its in-service date is planned for 2025, outside of the GRC's forecast years. So again, we talk about it. We want to talk about many safety activities. We want to talk about safety activities that are not necessarily within the pure definition of ramp. This is one of those examples. We were not doing it. We'll be doing it during the GRC time period, but we will not be requesting cost recovery because it will not yet be in service. Gas transmission safety rule, we're not currently doing anything. We plan on implementing activities within the GRC forecast period, and we plan on requesting cost recovery for those. So again, I just wanted to give a real high level of when you look at the mitigation plan, while you'll see some X's and while you'll see some no's. Next.
So this is Marty Kurtovich. Could I ask you a question?
Yes. Yes.
Do you include last December's PSPS events in your calculations and data?
To the extent we are requesting cost recovery in the GRC, we would have evaluated them for RSE analytics. To the extent those activities have cost recovery outside of the GRC, we would not have performed RSEs on those. To the extent those activities are continuing in the GRC forecast years and we are requesting cost recovery. So it's sort of that analysis that we look at, those criteria.
Okay, thank you.
Appendix, yes?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I ask you?
Yeah.
Okay, this is Tom from Turn. First, PSEP. I'm sorry, I haven't followed the intricacies of PSEP for a while. Norman Peterson, I'm sure, is on top of that. But why is the phase 1A is and refundable? I'm just not understanding that reference and why it's not part of the 2022 to 2024 plan.
Sure. Certain activities we do, we request cost recovery through an application mechanism.
Yeah.
And requesting cost recovery through an application is different than requesting cost recovery as part of the GRC.
Okay, so that's part of a separate application process. Okay, so now I have a question about the C23T3. Not the particulars of it, but I want to understand what this. Sure. The point you're making with respect to this one, because I think you're trying to talk about sort of different case studies here, right? There's different cases of why certain things are reflected in the ramp and why not. Is that fair?
Yes, and can we go back one slide, please?
One slide, okay.
Because we want to go back to the slide. Okay. Admittedly, this one might create a little confusion, and definitely sorry. You'll see 3 compressor station modernization projects on that slide. Because we are currently doing compressor station modernization projects, we gave it a control ID number. Happens to be number 23. Blythe, we're currently doing, as I said, the in-service date is 2021. The next GRC time period, we request cost recovery for years 22, 23, and 24. And so that is not within the Blythe station. We want to discuss, there are various safety mitigating activities that we are doing, this being one of them. But if it was pure ramp definition of dollars that you're going to be requesting your next GRC, we would not have included this. But we wanted to include it to inform all stakeholders of some of the additional activities we're doing with regards to safety mitigation. And this is one of those examples. So we talk about it, we give it a control ID, we say we've been doing it, but we want to be clear as this is not part of our 22 to 24 mitigation plan. So that's why there is a no for Blythe. Honor Rancho Storage is a compressor station modernization. I gave it a control ID to be consistent with all the other compressor station modernization projects we did. Somebody could argue, well, you haven't yet started it. It should be a mitigation ID. We were going back and forth. I gave it a control ID because it's consistent with the other compressor station modernization projects. We did not start it in 2020, so it's a no. So I wanted to reflect that. It's not in the plan because we will not be requesting dollars for it because it has an in-service date outside of the GRC time period.
Okay, so I wanted to follow up on that.
Yes.
First, Joe, help me. The GRC cycle that's going to be covered by the next by your GRC filing next year is going to be. Is it going to be a 4-year or a 3-year cycle?
It'll be forecast years 22, 23, 24, and post-test years 5, 6, and 7.
Okay, so the rates that will be determined in that proceeding, or at least the revenue requirement, will be for 2024, 2025, 2026, and 2027, right?
My understanding is they will approve, I think what I refer to as direct dollars for 24, and then there'll be a different discussion and approval of a, if you will, an escalation, and then we'll determine rev rec numbers for 2024, and then there's a different discussion on how to, what escalation might not be the right word.
It's the word. The word is attrition. Sorry to interrupt, Joe. It's attrition. So it's the test year plus 3 attrition years, right?
Right, but then you have a rev rec, an authorized rev rec for your test year, and then that rev rec revenue requirement value is then escalated at a approved escalation factor for your attrition years.
It's an attrition determination, and it's an attrition formula that's used, and it's so that the decision is going to determine revenue requirement for 4 years, right?
Well, you phrased it the way you phrased it. I phrased it the way I phrased it.
Okay. So anyway, here's what I'm trying to understand about this. I don't know the specifics of the Honor Rancho. It may be a wonderful project. It may be exactly what's needed. I don't know. But where is going to be the well, let's say that somebody thinks it's not a good project. And so you're mentioning it in your ramp. Let's say we think that the cost effectiveness of that is just minimal, but you're saying you're not going to present it in your 2024 test year GRC filing. You're not going to seek rate recovery for it, but you're going to go ahead and do it. And your plan is to go ahead and do it in 2025. Did I understand you correctly?
The current plan is to initiate that project. We may be initiating it in 22 or 23, and then it has a planned in service of right now, I believe in 2025. Yes.
So you're not going. You're going to. Your plan is to do it, but you're not going to ask the commission whether it's a good project to do. You're just going to do it.
We are not requesting cost recovery within the test year, within the forecast period of the next GRC. To say a carte blanche statement, we are not going to be requesting cost recovery for it from the commission. Right now, we are planning on not requesting cost recovery as part of the test year 24 GRC.
Yeah. So as far as you're concerned, it's not going to be an issue in the next GRC filing, even though you're planning to do it within the the period when the GRC rates, the new GRC rates are going to apply, right? And that's because you're not asking for rate recovery. I'm just trying to illustrate the issue here, that there are things that you're planning to do that you're going to go ahead and do, and you're not going to ask for permission to do them. You're just going to do them. And then the rate recovery is going to come in. I presume the rate recovery issue is going to be in the next GRC, the one that's going to be for the test year 2028.
Tom, you're asking questions that are a little bit beyond the focus that we wanted within this ramp, and we similarly had it with previous ramps, is we identified safety projects, safety-related projects that we were not going to, that did not meet the pure ramp definition. And that's what I'm calling out on this slide, is within the ramp, we identified a project that did not meet the pure definition of being included in ramp, but we wanted to include it in the ramp as an FYI of safety-related activities. When we come to the GRC, again, I cannot answer your question specific to, how we would or would not capture it in the GRC. I'm trying to just reflect how and why we captured it within ramp.
Oh, okay, because this all seemed very central to what you guys spent a lot of time on in trying to rebut turn on the baseline issue. And so I'm trying to understand where you're coming from on this. So anyway, it's interesting you don't really have
I'm not sure that I understand what your question is and what you're getting at, but if you could, I think that if you could put your question down in writing and give us a discovery request, that would be helpful.
Well, this is supposed to be an opportunity for us to discuss things, so I'm doing that, and I want to bring up the baseline issue later, so we'll come back to this.
Right, but I just think, if we're going to get into discussions that are sort of beyond the scope of the presentation, I think it would be really helpful to put those questions in writing and send us a discovery request.
Well,
this is
look, Laura, I'm happy to do that, but let's make sure we don't truncate discussion points by just saying put it in writing if you don't like my question. My question is based on the slide. I'm asking a question, why it's not being included, why it's not considered.
I think it would be easier to understand your question if it were in writing. That's what I'm saying.
Well, here's my question. Why is this Honor Rancho storage not going to be given an RSC for this ramp?
It's not given an RSC because we gave RSC. We pursued RSC calculations for projects that we will be requesting. We plan to request cost recovery for in the next GRC.
Okay, and so you don't plan to request.
This is not one of them.
And you don't plan to request rate recovery, even though you plan to go ahead and do the project. In fact, you're going to be doing the work for the project before, even during this 2022 to 2024 period. It's just you're not planning to have it go in service until 2025. Is that right?
Specific time, and we're going around in circles at this point. Specific to the ramp report, why I explained why we are reflecting it in the ramp report.
I just think my questions are quite clear, and Laura is acting like she doesn't understand them, and I'm just trying to show that they're not very complicated questions.
Well, Tom, your question was, why didn't we calculate an RSC? And I answered it, and then you asked a subsequent question, and that's beyond the focus of the ramp discussion.
This is Melinda Dickinson from Protect Our Communities. I just have to back Tom up here. I think he's asking a very simple and fundamental question, and I think that if it's not given an RSC and it's not addressed in this ramp, well, then the shareholders should be responsible for it. If it's not involved in this GRC cycle, then the shareholders should be paying for it and not ratepayers, because ratepayers have not had a chance to assess its fairness at all under the analysis you're presenting on this slide. I think Tom's question goes right to the heart of what we're supposed to be doing in this proceeding.
So this is Mason. Tom, I understand your question about why is it not have an RC, and the answer is we're not requesting funding between 22 and 24. to expect Joe or me to know exactly when, how, and when we are requesting funding for a specific project is beyond the scope of this. If you'd like to follow up with a question to get the answer to that, we'd be happy to provide it. But this showing is about what we're doing for this ramp in the time frame that we're given. If you have questions that go beyond that, feel free to happy to ask them.
I appreciate that you're not able to answer the question now. Thank you.
Joe, this is Chris. I had a question. It's more of a generic question about this because about these programs, and I assume potentially there could be on the electric side some kind of similar type of situation. I'm not sure, but generically, if I understand it correctly, the items that don't show up in the right-hand column are ones that do not have an RSC computed. Is that correct?
No, that is incorrect.
Okay.
The ones that do not show up in the ones that do show up in the right-hand column, let me phrase it that way. The ones that do have an X in the right-hand column, those are the ones that we, if specific to RSCs, that we did pursue calculating, that we did evaluate to calculate an RSC value for.
Got it. Okay, that's okay. I think that's what I was getting at. So, and I understand that some of these you did not do an RSC for, but if these other programs were, if an RSC were computed for them and they were evaluated like the other programs, then it would seem like then everyone would understand. Perhaps are they not included because on being delayed to a future rate case because the RSC value is lower, therefore it doesn't need to get done now. You know, it seems to me like an RSC that this is a stage in the ramp to identify all of the large risks, determine the RSC for them, then decide which is going to be done first, which is going to be done later, and then it's kind of transparent for everyone that we understand, oh, well, this RSC is lower, it's going to be pushed off to another one, and then based upon that, it's going to be used in another proceeding or down the road. But you know, it would make sense to me that all that information be provided so that we can all see, oh, okay, well, this doesn't need to be done now. This is going to be done later, and that was because of this analysis that was done as part of the ramp. Is there?
Yeah. Chris, I'll respond to that. I totally understand your question. I think it's a great one. However, there are a lot of reasons that projects don't get done in the timing that they were initially thought of. When an idea comes about and there's some early analysis, and then there might be some early like execution risk, like can we do this in the right timing or whatever else. So a lot of projects we say no to them long before we even think about doing an RSE. So I don't want to give you the impression that we do RSEs like on every idea that we have at the company, and then we filter whether to do projects only on RSEs. That's far from the case. So it could be that some of the timing was like we're not even planning. This is in the queue to think about. Maybe we need to do something at Honor Rancho eventually, but we don't necessarily do all the full analysis until we know that other ducks are in a row. If you follow what I mean. We're working towards internally having more RSCs and more availability of analysis so we can do more what you're asking for, but it's a little premature to expect RSCs on every idea or even every thought out idea that comes at the company.
I think I understand what you're saying, Mason. I guess I'm still kind of curious though if the ramp was intended to kind of determine that, and then I understand there are factors, well, maybe because of timing or permitting or something like that, this risk is not going to be addressed or going to be mitigated in this next GRC. But I didn't understand. It seems like it's almost like a bit of a flip. I always thought of the ramp is what's going to drive what's going to go into the GRC. It's not what's going in the GRC that's going to drive the ramp analysis. And so if there were an opportunity to have even an initial or preliminary RSC on the things that could come up, and then an explanation as to why it's not going to be included in the GRC, then I think that would give context for why some programs are in here in the next GRC and some are not. But it seemed to me me like the ramp is where that kind of gets its analysis performed to then decide where it's going to go later. But that's just my response to kind of learning about or understanding this. So, but thanks.
Yeah, Chris, I totally understand exactly what you said, and I think that what you just kind of outlined a path forward that we all want to get to. So thank you very much. We're taking notes on that.
Well, just, Joe, this is Norman Peterson. I do have a quick question. And it goes back to what Tom was talking about. Tom was asking about your SoCalGas chapter SCG risk 1. Now, for example, are you getting a feedback from me by the way? Uh-oh.
Yes.
What do I do about this?
It might be somebody else who's not on mute. It might not be you, Norm.
That might be the case. If anybody doesn't have themselves on mute and they're not talking, if they could put themselves on mute. But in the chapter SCG risk 1, whoops, that one. See it? Directly address Blythe. And just start out with that one. And you say the project is going to be completed in 2021, this year. This year is the base year for your test year 2024 GRC. When I read that Blythe was going to be completed, I thought to myself, well, it will be subject to reasonableness review in the test year 2024 GRC after it's filed on May 15, 2022. But you won't be proposing dollars for it. It will be part of your base year dollars, recorded dollars. Now, Ventura in the risk chapter, and I'm raising the risk chapter now because I didn't see it anywhere in your agenda for today, okay? But on Ventura, you do discuss that at page SCG 1-29, and you just describe the Ventura project without indicating that it will be part of the GRC, which to me meant that the company is proposing not to undertake the Ventura compressor station problem, even though it is pretty commonly known within our circle of people who follow SoCalGas infrastructure that Ventura Station has a problem and it's a bottleneck. Now, as far as Honor Rancho is concerned, I think Tom is right. It's very opaque. You gave it a control number, C23T3, but when you take a look at C23T3, we don't end up with much of a description. And then lastly, when you get to Pipeline Safety Enhancement Plan 2B, Phase 2B, even though SoCalGas was directed to file its plan to the extent to which it has one for Phase 2B to submit its plan in this ramp, SoCalGas directly addresses that and says, we're not going to do that. We're going to do it in our May 15, 2022 filing for the GRC. And actually, certainly as far as SCGC is concerned, I know we saw the protest date coming up, but at this point, we do not plan to say, oh, gee, SoCalGas fell through and didn't present your proposal in this ramp application and submittal that's attached to the application. You are going to submit it in the GRC, and if you need more time to refine your proposal for what now appears to be 770 miles of PSEP work that could cost billions of dollars, we would like you to take more time because we would like something more complete. But at any rate, that kind of goes to how some of these items on your slide number, whatever slide it is here, I don't see the number on my screen. That goes to some of the items that you have here on the screen. You don't have Phase 2, PSEP Phase 2B because you say overtly that you're not going to be addressing that at all in this ramp. And so I am a bit left in a quandary as to what we do about the items that you have included in this chapter, SCGC risk one, SCG, excuse me, risk one. Now, if maybe you could just tell us when we are going to get to a fuller discussion of SCG risk one, if we're going to be spending most of the day on other topics.
No, I appreciate it. Today's discussion was not to go in depth in any one particular chapter, specific to the chapter you mentioned. And this slide is to give folks background information so that when you are looking at the control and mitigation plan in that chapter, SDG&E, SoCalGas Risk 1, when you're looking at the control and mitigation plan within that chapter, you will understand what the X's and what the no's mean relative to if you are expecting an RC value, whether you could expect to see it a cost recovery within the GRC proceeding. Specific to the attachment that you made reference, you're correct that we were directed to include that as an attachment to our 2019 ramp, because the 2019 ramp was completed. Or wherever we were supposed to attach it, because of the transition to a 4-year GRC, we requested authority to attach it as part of our next GRC, not as part of our next ramp, but as part of the next GRC. And so we will be, that's why we mentioned we'll be including it as an attachment to our next GRC.
Well, I understood you to be including it as an attachment to your next GRC. I got that certainly, but I don't recall any order from the commission. The way I saw it was when the commission decided that we were going to have a 2022 GRC application for test year 2024 with the ramp submittal coming this year, that meant that what was ordered to be in the 2019 submittal would roll over to this submittal. So you're saying that there was a decision somewhere? I never got that.
Hey, this is Elliot. This is Elliot Henry. I'm one of the attorneys on the ramp for SoCalGas. On PSEP, I believe I'd have to go back and check. I believe there was an advice letter filing that explained this, Norm. I'll see if I can dig it up and send it over to you, but I believe that this was addressed there.
Okay, thank you, Elliot. End of conversation. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, and if we can just quickly, let me wrap up my discussions. I know I already discussed some of my remaining slides. Can we go to the next slide, please? Again, Appendix B is new this time. It's one location where we identified the sources of data that we used in the quantitative analysis. Specific to the discussion we had earlier, if someone were to ask, okay, I see where you are saying you got data, what was the specific data? It's some of that specific data that we mentioned earlier, that it's some of it's considered confidential and sensitive, and we are working as quickly as we can to be able to make it available to those, as I mentioned, to those who ask for it under the appropriate conditions. Next slide, please. I wanted to go over the safety culture that we highlight in Ramp D chapter for SoCalGas. I'll just, for now, for lack of time, just say, please review it. It's very good. It has a lot of good information with regards to the SoCalGas's, and SDG&E has one as well in their Ramp D, their safety organization. If we can go to the next slide. That, again, I was just going to highlight some of the safety organizational structure and culture specific to SoCalGas. Next slide. Lessons learned. Next slide. As I had mentioned earlier, there is a lot of overlap with feedback, incorporating feedback requesting feedback, comments be addressed on a different nature, or straight up saying we disagree with someone's interpretation and we do not have any consolidation or incorporation of feedback. These are 3 examples that are in Ramp E, the lessons learned chapter. I think there's over 20 such examples. But again, just wanted to point out that within Ramp E is where we identify and discuss lessons learned, if, when, and how we consider third-party input. And then the next slide is also within the lessons learned Ramp E chapter. We identify 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it's at least these 5 activities, feedback that we received, and we feel that it's either currently scoped or it's a project issue that can be scoped within the Commission's current SMAP proceeding or in another applicable proceeding. So there can be discussions on a total stakeholder standpoint. Tom, one final question before we move over to Mason for his next topic.
Yes, I wanted to look at the baseline item there on that slide. Turn disagrees with your interpretation of the settlement. In fact, we think you just are flat out wrong in how you're interpreting this settlement and what the GRC period is. The GRC period is 2024 through 2027. And that's the period that we should be thinking about for this ramp. That's the period that revenue requirements are going to be determined for in the upcoming GRC. But let me ask this question. You've used it instead of the end of 2023 baseline that TURN believes that the settlement requires you to use for assessing these the pre-mitigation risk score. You use 2020. Am I right that you use the 2020 as the baseline as for determining the pre-mitigation risk score?
I see Mason nodding his head, yes.
Okay, so that means the work that's being done in 2020 and that you plan to do, that you're doing now in 2021 and that you will do in 2022 and 2023 is not being reflected in the pre-mitigation risk scores for any of the risks. Is that right?
That's correct. That's correct, with the exception of wildfire, which we added up to 2021 to the best of our ability.
Okay, so if TURN wants to ask you to run alternative analyses, or scenarios is the term that we were using in the PG&E ramp, where you use 2023 as the baseline for certain risks, can you and will you do that?
I think we need to see your request in writing and then make sure we understand what you are requesting and what would be involved for us to be able to make those scenarios.
Well, you've spent some time thinking about whether you want to use 2023 as, we've had long discussions about this, and TURN put a fairly extensive and I would say thoughtful explanation of our position in our pre-ramp submission. So it's not like you haven't had a chance to think about doing a 2023 baseline, using a 2023 baseline, but you're not able to answer the question of whether you're able to, let's say for wildfire, let's just focus on the wildfire risk. And are you able to use 2023 as the, if TURN asked you to do an alternative scenario using 2023 for the pre-mitigation risk score, can you and will you do that?
As I mentioned, we would appreciate you asking that question now that we filed the ramp report and you've seen what we've done. If you would submit that question in writing, so then we can be sure we know what you're asking, and to the extent we have questions on how to implement what you're asking, we'll go from there.
I see Jamie's popped up. Did you have anything to add here, Jamie?
Tom, I echo what Joe said. I think that we need some, we're confused and we haven't heard from TURN how we would actually go about doing a 2023 baseline. But I think we can work on this if you submit something in writing.
See, I have a protest that's due on Monday, and I'm trying to figure out. I was hoping that this workshop would actually be a give and take opportunity, which is what workshops are supposed to be. Right? It's not just supposed to be you give and we just listen as meek passive listeners. So I'm trying to get a little information here, and to help inform one of the opportunities to file a pleading with the commission and not speculate. So you're not able to answer my question about whether you can or will provide a scenario that uses 2023, end of 2023 as the baseline for the wildfire risk for the pre-mitigation risk scores.
Correct, Tom. We're not able to answer that question on this call. We were focusing this call on overviewing what is in the ramp and how we prepared it.
And Tom, just to add on to that, I think what you're hearing Joe say is we're not trying to be defensive. It's not a no, we're not going to run the scenario. It's just we don't know at this point.
Okay, thank you.
All right, then that wraps up my slide. I think if you hit the next slide, it will be Mason's first slide. Next slide, please. All right, thank you all. And again, to the extent people have questions on any of the aspects of my presentation, please do submit them. And Mason.
So Joe, before I get going, I want to do a time check and I want to make sure everybody's on the same page. My section was supposed to end at 11:15. So can we put a little bit of thought around how long I should go for?
I think after your section is, Jamie, are you doing cross-functional after Jamie? I'm sorry, after Mason?
Yeah, Mason, I can try to help with the catching up if that works for you.
Okay,
So
how about
go ahead.
How about we shoot for me finishing at 11:30-ish? Give me 20 minutes to give Jamie 15, and then we'll go from there. Okay, is that generally okay with that, Joe and Jamie?
Let's go for it.
Okay, all right, thank you. Let's move to the next slide. I kind of have 3 different sections, and rather than waiting to ask questions at the end of every section, at the end of everything, I think we can ask questions at the end of each of these 3 sections. So feel free to, at the end of each, I'll pause and we can take questions. In the interest of time, let's move to the next slide, please. So good morning, my name is Mason Withers. I'm on the quant side for enterprise risk management. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay. Thank you. Let's move to the next one after that. We're not going to spend much time here. This is the risk quantification framework that both companies are using. The SoCalGas and SDG&E are shown on this slide. As we've talked about, we have 4 attributes, and you can see the weightings and the ranges. At the top, there's a health and safety sub-attribute, which contains fatalities and serious injuries, and now acres burned, which applies to wildfire only. And then at the bottom, there's a reliability index, which has 4 different potential reliability sub-indices. SoCalGas has the top 2, and SDG&E has all 4. On the next slide, we're going to talk about stakeholder satisfaction, but just want to real briefly say, as Joe mentioned, the stakeholder satisfaction is 2% weighting, and that's new to this ramp. So that's the 4th attribute that people have been talking about. Okay, so let's move to the next slide, please. We wanted to focus a little bit on the change to stakeholder satisfaction. We realized we are the first utility to bring in this 4th attribute. We spent a lot of work on trying to figure out how to have the right attributes to demonstrate how the companies think about risk and risk assessment. And we're not done. I mean, this is what we have for this ramp, but this is still a work in progress. I wouldn't be surprised if the next ramp there was either other attributes or tweaks to the current ones. So the stakeholder satisfaction is, the way we're looking at it is there's different stakeholders. there's employee. It's on the previous slide if you can see it, but there's employee, there's customer, there's regulators, there's the public. So we're looking at satisfaction specifically. So if a risk event happens, how dissatisfied does that make the stakeholder? In this example here, we're showing as a customer. I'll be very honest that this attribute is more subjective than the other attributes, which we point to hard data to reference as best as we can. This index, this attribute is more subjective in that we do not have direct access to dissatisfaction numbers for all stakeholders in all situations. So for example, we might have an idea of where we are now at a satisfaction level, but to estimate how much it changes when a risk event occurs, that would be kind of impossible to know because there's so many different situations, and we're not about to take surveys to say, hey, employees, if this particular risk happened, how would it change your employee satisfaction? We're just not going to do that. So what we're doing is sort of proxies and subjective measurements, and you can get an idea. The total stakeholder satisfaction has a range from 0 to 100. There's 5 stakeholder groups, and they each max out at 20 per, and you can get an idea of what kind of subjective reasoning we're using for the proxy. So here the proxy would be like, what is the customer satisfaction if there were a survey? So if a risk event were to happen, do we think it would affect a few customers for a short amount of time, or would it affect a whole bunch of customers with sustained dissatisfaction, really dissatisfied? So we're in the purposes of transparency, we show in our work papers that are soon to be coming what values we put in here, and we can do sensitivity around that if it comes to that. So for example, if there's a particular risk event and we put in a 4 for that score based upon our internal thought process, and somebody thought it should be a 7, the data will be there for parties to look to see how that changes the value. So that's the big change from the last, is the 4th attribute. I hope that's a quick enough explanation. No hard data, proxies around it, 5 different stakeholder groups, 2% weighting. And in fact, after we started using it, I see the value in it, and I think this is going to be here to stay. There's a lot to say about risk events outside of the safety, financial, and reliability space. There's a lot of other factors involved. So next slide, please.
So Mason, this is Marty Kurtovich. Do you do
Marty.
this for every risk, like for cybersecurity?
Yes, sir. Every risk and every mitigation to that risk, we try to discover how we thought it would change those values. So we did.
Okay, so like for PSPS, your risk modeling, you included specific stakeholder views on PSPS?
Yes, we did. And again, it's kind of internally subjective, but we put our best take on it.
Okay.
PSPS was certainly included, yes. And that actually, that was one of the reasons we thought that it was important, because it's kind of hard to show the impact of PSPS without that satisfaction.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Mason. Fred Haynes here. So the assigning of these scores into your stakeholder satisfaction, is that kind of done by sort of a committee of yourself and your associates, or who comes up with the numbers?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's a combination of my team and the business units that are, we have I don't know if we've gone through this. Oops, there's some feedback. We have a structure to the way we do our ramps. We have a ramp risk manager, and they oversee that particular ramp chapter. And we're kind of more of a shared service across all of it to help with the framework. So we work with those ramp managers to propose or to modify what we think those satisfaction numbers would be. It's very similar to how we meet with those teams and we say, what kind of data do we need to support the case? It's very similar to that.
Mason.
Yes.
Mason, you mentioned you see a lot of value in this. You expect to continue to use it going forward. And I think you were just mentioning PSPS. I was just going to ask you, do you have a couple of examples that you would highlight where you think that it's really showing its value to you?
I would say right now it probably doesn't move the needle so much in terms of making big changes to the RSE, but I think it's a very important factor to include because the goal of our company, and I don't want to speak for the other IUs, is I think we're trying to use these more enterprise wide and not just specifically to say electric operations or gas operations. So as we expand out to different parts of the company, satisfaction would probably play more of a bigger role. And since we started talking about doing that, I can see different applications of where satisfaction might be the main driver for doing it. I know this is far afield, and so don't like hold me to this, but even internal decisions about where we should put resources for employees, you know, if you think about it, most of those don't affect reliability or financial directly. It's the satisfaction. So that's kind of in the future, but I think it is here to stay, and I think there could be tweaks to it, but I think it's important in the sense of an enterprise way of looking at how we spend our money.
So just so I understand it correctly, the previous slide, I think it said impact on total customer satisfaction from a risk event. And does that mean that you're looking at this satisfaction index tied to specific risk events, or is it tied to certain, you know, organizations?
It's to risk events at the moment, Chris. Yes.
Okay, and the risk events that you're thinking where you think it's showing that it has value are PSPS and others. Are there any other, I mean, are there particular risk events where you're seeing that it has its greatest value?
Yeah, actually, you put me on the spot. I thought I did, but I don't. Let me think about that. But it certainly has a role in many risks. Whether I think it's like a major one or significant, maybe we can argue about that. But let me put that in the back of my mind, and I'll be speaking later as well. So I'll try to answer your question, Chris, in more detail.
Sure, thanks.
Sure. I thought I thought something. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's Tom from Turn. Hey, slide 24 shows stakeholder satisfaction has a range of 0 to 100. So you can get up to 100 on that?
Yes.
Okay, but the next slide, and I know it's just focusing on the customer as one of the stakeholders, and that goes up to 20. So the worst impact would be a 20 for that. How do we get?
Yeah, there's five stakeholder groups, and right now they're all equally weighted, and I am fully aware that that might not be the right weighting between the 5 groups, but each group can go up to 20. So if there was an event, and I don't want to like speculate or take a guess at one, but imagine an event that affected employees and customers and the public in general, then they could each have high scores, you know, and then we would add them together and potentially go up to 100. I don't think any of them get to 100. I'll have to review. Maybe Christine on my team can remind me what a serious wildfire would be, because it does affect many different stakeholder groups. But that's the idea, Tom.
Okay, and so I see on that slide there's an asterisk that identifies the 5 groups. The last 2 that are named are government and regulators. Did you explain somewhere, and did I just miss it, what government is and how that's different from regulators?
Yeah, we thought the regulatory process, the regulators was this regulatory process, the PUC and other groups that are affiliated, maybe the ISO, maybe the FERC. The government is more like the local municipalities in particular, as well as the state, but potentially the local munis and the county organizations.
Okay.
Again, because there's a lot of subjectivity to it, we're not about to say, you know, 3 points came from Del Mar and 2 came from San Diego. We're not to that level. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
This is Melinda Dickinson from Protect Our Communities. I just this whole concept, I hope that you realize it's not for the companies to determine if it's here to stay, but this is a decision that the interveners should have an opportunity to continue to participate on, and that ultimately should be the commission's call. And I just fail to see how this is anything other than a way to get more marketing money. I mean, it seems like it seems still focused. It says stakeholder, but it seems focused entirely on shareholders, and I really don't think it has any part to play going forward in the ramp.
Yeah, I'm sorry I wasn't able to communicate. There's absolutely no shareholder in this at all. It is the impact to society and different members of the society and how satisfied or dissatisfied a particular risk event would cause with that entity. There, uh, I guess if you say there's marketing involved, okay, but we're talking about the risk event and the negative sides of it. We're not talking about the mitigation of the risk event. We're talking about how severe risk events are on those 5 different stakeholder groups. So,
But that should inform the mitigation. So that's what we're talking about here, is how to mitigate risk.
yeah, by not letting a
And
fire
so you
occur
have
that
to
causes
figure out,
dissatisfaction.
but we're not talking about risks to that should be mitigated by PR or risks to. I mean, it seems like we need to keep in mind how this is going to be used as a practical matter. And I think that this one is just, it says stakeholder, but it means shareholder when you get down to the practical reality.
So if you go through our ramp, there is not a single mitigation in here that has to do with marketing or used in that fashion at all. So if you're worried about how it might go, that's a different matter. But for this ramp, and that's what we're here to talk about in this workshop, there's none of the mitigations refer to spending money for marketing to lower satisfaction. What we're talking, or to improve satisfaction, we're talking about preventing risk events that have multiple effects on individuals and society through safety, financial reliability, and other things like satisfaction, and trying to prevent those risk events from happening so that society is not affected as a whole. So it's pretty clear in our ramp that there is no shareholder or marketing used in any way. So I appreciate your feedback, though.
Mason, this is Eric Wojcik with UCAN. Just a real quick question, and I'm not sure, maybe you're going to cover it. Do you have a separate slide on acres burned or that criteria?
Actually, we do not. It might come up again in the wildfire section because we're using that as an example later in the afternoon. But if you have a question about it, I'll be happy to talk about it now.
Okay. Well, thanks. I guess we had a discussion there's been so many discussions we've had in this proceeding or around this proceeding. The acres burned idea, I think, again, doesn't seem to be very important. As we discussed previously, it's about the value and or the impact of the acres the burned, and that's really assets burned. So is it utility assets burned, or customer assets burned? And I just hope that you folks are going to get beyond that, because so far, like we said, I keep repeating, it doesn't matter that much how many acres burned in the bigger scheme of things. It matters how many assets get burned, and that's where the mitigation should focus. I mean, obviously, there's some benefit of acres burned when there's too much fuel and there's no other real impact. And in fact, it may benefit the environment, and there's an air quality issue, of course, in the short term. But I'm just hoping that there's going to be a greater focus on the idea that it's assets that are burned and or impacted by fire, not acres.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked, because I think we do exactly what you said we should be doing. That when we say we have safety, financial reliability, and stakeholder satisfaction, when we're talking about, like, if our assets get burned, or if a structure gets burned, that is contained in the financial piece, because there's a damage amount that a fire would cause that could come in and burn down homes or our own equipment that needs to be replaced. That's fully contained in the financial aspect of the risk consequence. And then the acres burned specifically was the reason we put it under the health attribute, is because we had heard from ad infinitum about how the impact of the air quality had on people. In fact, I was in the PUC. Tom may have been in the same room when there was a fire. The whole room was filled with smoke, and people could barely breathe. And we were talking about wildfire things. So there was the reason it's in the health factor is because we've reached out to academic and government sources that say this amount of acres burned puts this amount of pollutant in the air and has this impact on human health and safety. And we wanted to capture that from a human health and safety standpoint, not from some financial, like, structures burn. We think those two things are separate. And we wanted to include basically the reason you come up with an MAVF is that you're trying to figure out, like, why don't you want risks to happen? Because they have these types of impacts. They have safety, financial, other impacts. In this case, having polluted air filling people's lungs is definitely a health consequence, and we wanted to be able to capture that in a meaningful way. So the ratios that we use in the health and safety for acres burned are straight from academic work that show the impact to human health and safety.
Well, it seems to me like it should be somehow better defined because everybody else is going to be more confused or equally as confused as I've been about it. So that makes a lot of sense, but it seems somehow there's a connection to human health, and maybe it should say acres burned parentheses human health. I don't know. I'm sure there's some better way to do it. I'm just recommending that that you look at that and see what we might do to modify it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for your feedback. Okay, I think we're on slide 26 now, and this is a brief sort of a walkthrough of how we do risk scores. We've talked about this in previous workshops. You start on the left. The risk scope is defined by the company's enterprise risk register. As the settlement agreement says, we do things at the enterprise risk level. And then when you go to there, you kind of break it up into what's the likelihood of that event happening as defined in the enterprise risk register, and then what's the consequence if it were to occur. And so depending on what kind of data you have available to you, you can calculate the LOR, that's the likelihood of the risk event, and you can calculate the severity. So if you those four kind of yellowish boxes in the middle are the attributes measured by safety and reliability and those things we've just discussed. You take the risk event, in this case, the expected value. If the risk event were to occur, you put it through the MAVF and you get a value for what we call a core, consequence of risk event, which is calculated by using the MAVF math. And then you multiply the core by the LOR and you get the risk score. That's the general process. I'm not going to go into every single detail of it because we've walked through that quite a bit in the past. Tom, I saw you turn your camera on. I guess we can pause here.
Yes, thanks. It looks like you're about to leave the MAVF section. So I want to ask a question that pertains to that, which is for PG&E, we asked PG&E to run alternative scenarios using a different formula, different structure for the MAVF, with different weights and different different ranges.
Yeah.
If we ask for a scenario analysis from the Semper utilities for given risks that ask for differences in similar to that, can and will you do that?
I think we'd like to see that obviously in writing, as the others have said, but the way we presented the work papers is we think we put in a format where a lot of that you can do by yourself. So we're trying to put the attributes, the natural units, into a format that, put the natural units with the assumptions and the MAVF in a formulaic approach in the Excel spreadsheet. So if you said, I wonder what would happen if we changed, safety to go from, instead of 0 to 20 to go from 0 to 40, you could actually change the cell yourself to 40, and that would update the risk score, and you could do that as often as you like. So hopefully that's a way for you all, or not just Turn, but anybody who wants to do sensitivity around the structure of the MAVF could do that. If you want the utility to do that for us, I think that's something we would have to take back to the team, but I'm optimistic that you'll get the sensitivity research done that you're looking for.
And am I right that the work papers now do not have any of those, any Excel spreadsheets in them?
You're correct. That's part of that whole. We're just trying to make sure that the data that we're providing is not sensitive and confidential, and it should be coming, as Joe said. We'd like to be ASAP with it.
All right, I'll just comment that thus far we share MGRA's concerns about transparency and feel like you've fallen far short. Let's hope that gets remedied in this next wave of work papers. And I'll need to consult with our consultants about whether what you say is possible is indeed something we can do.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Did I hear another voice? Are we ready to move on? Okay, let's keep going. Actually, I don't even know who's writing the slides, but thank you, whoever it is. Let's go to the next slide, please. And we're not going to spend too much time here. This is just a rundown of the risks that are in the ramp. This is SoCalGas's risks. Again, lower is the likelihood of the risk event at an annual basis, and the core is the consequence, putting it through that MAVF process, which looks at safety, reliability, financial, and the risk score is just those two numbers multiplied together. After, if you see the numbers might be rounded, but so there's more decimal points elsewhere. That's SoCalGas, and then SDG&E's is on the next slide, please. Okay, same thing. I do want to call out, and oh yeah.
Mason, this is Steve Hain here.
Oh, hey, Steve.
I was just wondering why you are defining the lore in a different way from what the settlement agreement specifies. The settlement agreement defines lore as a relative likelihood between 0 and 100%. So I was wondering why you're defining as a frequency.
Yeah, that topic has come up, I think, at every workshop that we've had, and I think we've defended why we're using likelihood, because we're doing things at the risk level. As an example here, Steve, if you look at row number 9, there are 300 events that occur in the medium pressure gas SDG&E system. If you were to put that into a 0 to 1, they would be like a 0.9999 with 25 nines after it, and that doesn't give you useful information. We're talking about if we do a risk event, if we do a mitigation and that 300 changes to 290, you'll be much more clear to see what the improvement is. So frequency is a much more appropriate thing to use in the situation where risk events occur at this regularity. I know there's been a little bit of pushback on that, but the numbers don't support using a frequency, a likelihood when things happen 300 times a year.
I do understand that. I do understand that. I do understand the rationale behind it, but that be that as it may, there's that settlement agreement that dictates a certain way of calculating things.
The settlement agreement also uses the word frequency, and we've been through that with all the parties. If we want to talk about that more, I prefer not to do it in this setting. This is more what we did rather than the why we did it.
Okay, sure. Let's move on.
Thank you. And also, Steve, I will say that in the upcoming SMAP, I'd like to have more conversations about that, just so we're all on the same page and we get the wording right. So that just for everyone on the phone, the SMAP is that basically the procedure to figure out how we want to do future ramps. This is our ramp now. We know there's going to be plenty of changes to it. The SMAP is a great forum for us to circle the wagons on how to discuss terms like likelihood and frequency. So I'll probably see you on those calls. So any other, okay, so let's move to the next slide, please. And real briefly, is a ramp walkthrough. We have table 2 of every ramp chapter has the risk with the lower and the core and the risk score. So I just wanted to point that out where that is. It's table 2 of every ramp chapter. Next slide, please. Okay, so that ends like the overall view. Are there any questions for that? If not, let's go into the RSC methodology. Let's go to the next slide, please. Again, we've been through a lot of this in the past, so I'm just going to do a really quick flyby. The RSC is essentially the change in the risk score given the amount of time that you have divided by the cost. And the risk reduction in the numerator is basically the pre-lower and the pre-core, the pre-lower times the pre-core minus the post-lower and the post-core. And then the discounted time is this concept. The way we do it, I hope everybody's functionally aligned on this, but we're using a benefit discount rate of 3% in the numerator. So if a project, you can see in the blue box, if a project has a 30-year life, given a 3% benefit, a discount rate, the multiplier is actually only 19.6. If we didn't apply a benefit discount rate, we would multiply by 30. But because we have that 3% in there, we multiply it by 19.6 instead. So RSC, we've had these conversations. It's just the change in the risk score multiplied by the length of time divided by the cost of doing the project. And Steve, I saw your camera turn back on.
Yeah, right. Can you go a little bit into explaining the rationale behind choosing a 3%? So basically the 3% equates having a reduction at the present time versus a year later. So that's the equating discount rates. But can you explain how that 3% came about?
Yeah, the 3% we discovered in government documents that it seemed like they were using the same kind of methodology for discounting future benefits. 3% seemed to work. We talked to other IOUs about the topic, and that's where we're landing. It does make a difference. Obviously, if you change that to 20%, the multiplier would be dramatically lower for a 30-year. 3% seems to work based upon our notion. I guess how settlement agreement basically says a benefit in the future is worth a little bit less than it is right now. And what is that actual value? I don't think anybody has an exact value to use for that. Should it be based on financial? Should it be based on some other things? I don't know. 3%. We searched government papers and we found that they use 3% in some cases. So that's where it came from.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
So, Mason, this is Eric Wojcik, just real quick. Hi. So this is 3% nominal, which if you have 2% inflation is really 1% real. This is a pretty low discount rate. And what it does is it reduces it actually reduces the benefits, or is it actually increasing the benefits?
It reduces the benefits.
It's reducing the benefits significantly because of the 3%. If it was 5, 6, 8% more of a utility discount rate, it would be, the benefits would be much higher.
The benefits would be much lower if you had a higher discount rate.
So actually, he raised a good point. If the inflation is currently, it's probably running at 4.5%, maybe even more.
Yeah.
So if you're only discounting it by 3%, basically you're saying we would prefer not to risk mitigation today. We would rather see the benefit a year afterwards, which doesn't make any sense at all. I think it's a little too low.
Let's talk about human life here. If we could save a life, 1 year alive, 1 life per year for 30 years due to some mitigation. Some people would say, well, that's 30 years, 30 lives saved. At 3%, we're saying, no, it's only 19.6 lives saved. I don't really know what inflation has to do with saving somebody's life. I agree that maybe there's something to do with saving money in the future, but the settlement agreement calls for a discount rate applied to the MAVF outcome, not to specific attributes therein. And I haven't heard any arguments why would you even consider CPI or things like that when you're talking about human health and safety, or reliability for that matter.
Well, you're reducing the amount of money spent. You would increase the amount of money spent if you had a higher discount rate. So, and that means that value of life and value of risk is higher.
Yeah. I agree with what I think you guys are saying, that if you change numbers, it changes the outcome. The settlement agreement doesn't call for a specific amount. It calls for the utility to identify what that amount is. And that's where we're presented at 3%. If somebody wants a world where we're told what to do, which percentage to use, I think the SMAP is a perfect situation for that to occur. But we landed on 3% because we were not thinking about human lives in terms of dollars. We were thinking about just the benefit of saving human lives. So I'm really late on time. I was trying to finish my whole section in the next 3 minutes.
Hey, Mason, quick question. Hafiz here. In 3%, you mentioned about government document. Have you referenced the document somewhere in the ramp?
I think we did somewhere. We have before in the past because it's the same 3% we used in the past. But we can definitely submit that reference if somebody is curious.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Sure, no problem.
And sorry, just really quick, Eric Warden from Turn. What discount rate do you use for the costs?
The cost in the denominator are already adjusted because the way we put them in. So they're, I'll let the case management team talk about that more, but they're already adjusted for the, however we do our dollars, they're put into 2020 or 2021, as it were, dollars, already having the
I think they
discounting.
are discounted in some way, and so I read that portion, but it wasn't clear to me how it was happening. So anyway, thanks.
Yeah,
Hey,
was
Mason, you
made
want me
clear to
to-
me. Go ahead, Jamie.
So the way that we did the cost is we held them at constant dollars. So rather than using any inflation or escalation adjustment, we just kept them at $2020, which is consistent with how we present rate cases.
Well, this is Eric Wojcik. I had the same question that Eric, you had, and it looks asymmetrical to me by definition, the way it's been explained.
So it should be asymmetrical. The one is a benefit for a risk that you're trying to reduce, and the other one is a cost of doing so. They really don't have much to do. The WACC of a utility, for example, doesn't have anything to do with how much a life is worth next year. And if anybody thinks that it does, I think we're happy to talk about that at the next SSUP. We filed 3%. This is the way we're filing it, and people can put comments in about their impression of that, but this is what we filed.
Okay, well, thanks, Mason. I'm just saying, I think there's an asymmetry with the lack of a discount rate on costs. Thanks.
Oh, yeah, there is a discount rate on the cost. That's what we held them at the value, even though we know the expenses go up every year. So, maybe, Jamie, do you want to explain that a little bit more?
No, I understand what that means, but I don't think that's not a symmetrical comparison. Okay, let's go ahead.
Okay, all right. So let's go to the next slide. Yeah, real quick walkthrough. We even did color coding to try to, in the work papers that we provided, and we'll be providing more of, there's certain elements that one could reproduce how we came up with the RSE scores, and hopefully you can follow the color coding, but essentially what we're bringing into the equation is the pre-mitigated lower and the pre-mitigated core. For this example, the pre-mitigated and the post-mitigated core is the same, so we don't really need to do anything special there. But you can see in the first risk reduction calculation, it's pre-mitigated times pre-mitigated core minus post-mitigated lower and times post-mitigated core. You get the numbers that pulled from those colorful boxes from the appropriate columns, and you get 423.21 is the risk reduction. And if you look up in the work papers under risk reduction, there's 423.21. And then when you apply that to the RSE, you get the risk reduction times the discounted time. Bringing down the discounted time is 0.97 because it's a 1 year, divided by the cost, which is shown up above. You get an RSE of 34.42. And then that 34.42 is also the same 34.42, which shows up on the right side of the work papers. So we wanted to make it very clear that these were our inputs, and here's the formula, and you could check our math to make sure we applied the formulas the proper way. And then and there you go. So all RSEs that were provided have work papers that indicate the inputs, and so you can check the math. Okay, any questions on this? Next slide. So, and then again, here's kind of like a ramp walkthrough. Table 6 in the ramp shows the RSEs, the lower and the core, the post mitigation lower and core for each, if each mitigation was undertaken and the RSE associated with it. That's in table 6 of each ramp chapter. Okay, next slide. Let's go to the next slide. I'm not going to spend hardly any time on this. I've been working in this stuff for a few years, and I just want to say that the progress that we're making at our company is immense. I've been here for 15 years. I came from academia, and when I first came in, the rigor was not as strong as what it is now. We're way more rigorous in terms of the way we do our math, the way we do the data handling, the way we do modeling. I just wanted to express that in a slide or two. The culture that we have at the company is so widespread. Safety and risk is all over the place. We have risk framework conversations with all business units. There's safety councils, there's risk councils. We've been working with the other IOUs quite a bit, and they have awesome members of their team. You know, I think the collaboration that we've had with the other IOUs and the stakeholder groups has been very good. I meet with the other IOUs on a regular basis, if not multiple times a week. Next slide, please. Overall, from the quant perspective, there's a few things that need to go into quantitative risk analysis. You have to gather the data, you have to maintain it and clean it, and you have to have a platform to share it. We're getting better at all those things right now. It's like every week there's a new technology or new data way to share data, to clean data, to collect it in a way. We're getting better every day. And you know, there's a lot of utilities have a ton of data and a ton of platforms to store all that data. As an example of that, I was given a data science team. They now report to me. So that just kind of shows you the emphasis of how data is an important aspect of risk management and understanding where the company risks are and how to communicate those from a data standpoint. It's very complicated, all the data that we have, and getting to talk to each other. When I first started with the company, everything was like manual, and now it's very automated, and we have lots of tools to be able to decipher and decode and figure out correlations and trends with data. Next slide, please. I just want to make sure everybody understands that the ramp is a snapshot in time and we're continually evolving. We don't wait for ramp cycles to evolve. On an annual basis, we review our risk and our risk scoping. We have our enterprise risk registry process, which can change the scope a little bit of risks or add new ones to the mix. So when you think about the ramp filing, I don't, you know, 6 months have passed maybe at some point, and we might already look a little bit different. So just remember that there's a lot of things going on. Mitigations can change. We can alter mitigations because of lessons learned, or somebody got introduced to a new idea, or another utility. Brian Landry from Edison's telling us some great things that they're doing, and we're listening in, and maybe we'll learn something. And then of course, analytical approaches change as well. The way we do modeling changes on a regular basis. My team just is constantly changing their models to improve them. And so just remember, the ramp is a snapshot in time. It will look different from day to day. That's the fastest flyby as I want to go and give Jamie a little bit of time. So I thank you for your time, and you'll hear more from me after the lunch. Thank you.
Mason, you're not done yet, right?
Hey, Tom.
I appreciate that we're trying to move along, but I do have a question about slide 33, if we could go back. This is a question about how to read this table.
Is this 33? Sorry, I can't see the slide number. Okay, there it is. Yep.
Yep, that's the right one. Yep. All right, so the lower column is showing the difference between the pre and post lore.
No, sorry, Tom. This is the lore if that mitigation was in place. So I forget what the pre-mitigation lore is, but it's something higher than 545. And then if this mitigation was in place, it goes down to 470.
Okay, so if I see this table in a chapter, then what I'm seeing is for the lore, it's a post mitigation lore.
Yes.
And a post mitigation core.
Yes, although the cores rarely change because the consequence is rarely the thing that the mitigation addresses. It almost always addresses the likelihood of the event occurring in the first place.
Well, just in this table, but surely there are plenty of mitigations in various chapters that have to do with the core, not the lore, right?
No, there's only one or two. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, so the first three columns are about the post mitigation lore core and risk core.
Yeah.
The final column is the RSE, which is obviously dependent on the pre-mitigation lore core and risk score. Okay.
Yeah. Which is given in table 2 at the top of, like, you know, it would obviously be above here. And then the work papers would also show this 2006-48 and the initial risk score, and that's how you'd get the RSE. You know, there's so many different data points and so many different ways we could express the tables. This was more just to show you the RSEs, but we wanted to put the lore on the core here just so you kind of understood its impact. The work papers contain all this information and more, as you saw on the walkthrough.
And it's not like this is standardized. This is appearing somewhere. In some places, some chapters, it may be table 6. It may be a different table number in other chapters, right?
We tried to have table 6 always be the RSE table. Yes.
Well, that's not the case in chapter 1, for example. It's not that. For SDG&E. So anyway.
This is Joe. What we tried to do is have them located within the same chapter. you're correct that some of the chapters will have tables, maybe in section 2, section 3 may have a table that another chapter may not have, but that table within all risk chapters, I believe, is in the same overall Roman numeral, I think 6 or 5.
Okay, and if before you go, Mason, it's a question that goes to the presentation of information in the ramp chapters. The settlement row 14 says the rationale for the determination of tranches or for a utility's judgment that no tranches are appropriate for a given risk event will be presented in the utility's ramp submission. I don't see a standalone discussion of that in the chapters. I see occasionally a paragraph and it thrown into a different chapter. My question is, didn't the presentation choose to have, since it's called out as specifically something that's required by the settlement, why didn't the companies choose to have a standalone clear presentation in which you're explaining your rationale for the determination of tranches?
I think it's our interpretation that those sections that maybe you downplayed a little bit plays that role.
Okay. Plays that role, but it wasn't worth sort of calling out as a separate regular standard thing. The way you were just describing this table 6 is a standard thing. You didn't think it needed to be a standardized thing in each chapter to have an explanation of what the tranches are and why your rationale for how you got there.
I don't know if I want to go into exactly why we did or didn't do things like that at that level of thought process. But yeah, the outcome is that we've put the tranche conversations in where we thought was the appropriate section for each ramp chapter.
Okay, thank you.
I think that concludes mine. And of course, there's going to be roundtable or whatever we call it at the very end, so we can ask those questions. So thank you very much, Jamie or Elizabeth.
You guys hear me? No?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yep.
All right, well, hello, my name is Jamie York. I am one of the GRC case managers, and since Joe is our main case manager, I'm really just taking direction from Joe. But today I'm here to talk about something new in our ramp submission. We included this time around something called cross-functional factors. And Joe mentioned this a little bit, but PG&E first introduced this concept, and they called it cross-cutting factors in their 2020 ramp report. And we adopted a similar approach and then further built upon these to create these volumes of cross-functional factors, or CFFs, as we're lovingly calling it. So what are these? If you can move to the next slide, please. All right, so CFFs are basically additional information regarding safety-related initiatives that are associated with several ramp risks. And because these initiatives are obviously associated with more than one ramp risk, it was challenging to provide a holistic view of these initiatives. And so we created, for ease of presentation in our ramp report, this separate CFF volume to highlight and discuss each of these overarching safety issues. So we also established these CFFs largely due to feedback we received during our previous proceedings, including our 2019 ramp proceeding and our 2019 GRC final decision. So for example, in the last GRC, there was discussion about implementing a safety management system, or SMS. I think Joe talked about this a little bit too. And the final decision in our GRC found that issues regarding SMS are more appropriately raised in ramp proceedings. And so we're happy to discuss our plans for implementing SMS in ramp. However, as our next speaker will explain, SMS is a broad safety initiative that's not limited to one risk. So we struggled within our ramp chapter where to put this discussion, and therefore we found the need to establish these CFF chapters. So as the slide shows you here, our other CFFs are similar to SMS in that they are safety-related challenges. that impact multiple ramp risks as a driver, trigger, activities, or project or program. And they're generally foundational in nature, and they're not risks themselves. And so because they're not risks, these chapters look different than the risk chapters themselves. So for example, they don't have risk scores. If you could go to the next slide, please. So in this CFF chapter, SoCalGas is presenting 7 in its CFF initiatives in its volume, and SDG&E has 8. Here you see them listed here, and they're foundational in nature, as I mentioned. So it's things like, asset management, physical security, and of course, SMS, workforce planning, and the like. If you can go to the next slide, please. And these are SDG&E's, very similar. The only difference is that SDG&E broke out records management separate from asset management, where SoCalGas combined them. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the CFF chapters are structured differently than the risk chapters. And so here's what they look like. This is just an overview of what they look like. The introduction is largely just what is a CFF versus the overview is what this specific safety related initiative is, meaning like why is it in this report? And then, as I mentioned, these cross-functional factors are tied to multiple ramp risks and even potentially other cross-functional factors. And so section 3 of each chapter discusses which risks they're associated to and CFFs. And then the next 2 present projects and programs associated with the CFF. And then the last section is presenting any costs or cost estimates that may be provided. So to give you a little bit more color on what these are, we now have Elizabeth Peters from SDG&E's SMS department, who will discuss her example as a CFF chapter.
Thank you, Jamie. So if you could go to the next slide, please. So I'm Elizabeth Peters. I'm the manager of SDG&E Safety Management System. And I wanted to just take this opportunity to provide a high-level overview of SDG&E Safety Management System, or SMS, as an example of a cross-functional factor and describe how it's presented in our ramp submission. So as you can see here on this slide, SDG&E's SMS is a good example of a cross-functional factor as it spans all lines of business. Our SMS is in essence the umbrella framework that allows us to collectively manage our risk and safety programs. It closely integrates risk management, asset management, emergency preparedness, and safety with our gas and electric operations. And so this framework, illustrated by the graphic shown here, helps to better align our business, eliminate silos, increase communication, and also increase the use of data and analytics. And in doing so, strengthens the effectiveness of our current and future programs, each aim to identify and reduce risk and improve our safety culture and ultimately our overall safety performance. Our safety management system is based on the Plan, Do, Check, Act cycle for continuous safety improvement. And the SMS framework, processes, quality management plan, continuous improvement plan, all follow and apply this Plan, Do, Check, Act to all aspects of work and provide opportunity for continuous safety improvement. Can you go to the next slide, please? SDG&E's safety management system takes a process-based approach to risk and safety. We've developed a set of processes based on industry safety excellence standards and recommended best practices, illustrated here, that build safety into everything we do, and again, follow the Plan, Do, Check, Act cycle for continuous improvement. These processes include steps that apply the framework or most closely integrate risk and asset management with our operations and outline steps that can be consistently followed. Consistent application of these safety-centric processes, together with our identified controls and metrics to measure performance, enhances the overall effectiveness of our programs. So that gets to what Jamie was saying about it spanning all lines of business and not being specific to any certain risk. Can you go to the next slide, please? So given that I'm probably the last person between our lunch break. I won't go into too much detail here. As I've already mentioned, that our SMS applies the Plan, Do, Check, Act cycle for continuous safety improvement. But the primary takeaway here is that it can be applied to all aspects of work across all lines of business and is designed to identify areas for continuous improvement. So it's not enough for us to just implement safety programs. The SMS takes a standardized approach to assess, review, measure, and solicit feedback to gauge the effectiveness of these programs. And so the last slide, next please, is my last slide on this topic. So hopefully that brief overview helps set a foundation for how our SMS is presented, an example of our cross-functional chapter presentation within our RAMP report. Our chapter provides a narrative description of what I've just described and also includes proposals for additional resources, tools, and software to realize the full effectiveness of the SMS and analyze the data being collected with the goal to identify risk early and take proactive action to prevent safety incidents impacting our employees, our contractors, our public, and our gas and electric systems overall.
Hi, Elizabeth. This is Chris. May I ask you a question about this?
Absolutely.
I was just curious if we were to go back as part of this line item, you list a number of line items here, but if you were to go back 2 slides to the overall SMS process-based approach, it lists a number of standards like ISO 55000, ISO 31000. Is this cross-functional program for SMS, is it going to include, for example, I think ISO 55000, it has some standards for self-auditing or third-party audits. Is that something that you expect to come out of this program, that the Sempra utilities will put forth programs to do self-audit and also maybe third-party audits to look for improvements in their safety management systems?
Thanks, Chris. Absolutely. Generally speaking, that integration slide that I showed, we have, our asset management department has been, underway for several years now, working towards ISO 55000 compliance. We also have our emergency management standards, our OSHA, our ISS, all of that together is under the SMS framework. And so the SMS leverages and incorporates and builds upon the work already being done. And so for purposes of presentation in this RAMP report, asset management, for example, has a separate cross-functional factor chapter. And the work that they're doing to move forward with the ISO 55000 compliance is in there. And so I guess the short answer is SMS leverages that, integrates that into the overall framework, and builds upon that, and then also layers on top of that and other risk mitigation programs to apply these consistent processes for measurement, feedback, benchmarking, and overall continuous improvement.
Okay, I was just, well, two things on that. One is this ISO, there's an echo, I think, coming from, okay. Is it ISO 55000 and asset management, is that going to be applied to for both electric? Are the utilities working on that for both electric and gas certification?
My understanding for asset management is it's currently being applied to electric. The overarching goal is to apply it to the whole business, as this SMS similarly applies to the whole business.
Okay, and so I guess what I was curious is, do you expect these programs to drive auditing towards those standards by a third party or by the company itself? Do you expect auditing programs to come out of that in the GRC?
Absolutely. And so as one of the initial documents that we've prepared is an SMS guide, which will help benchmark our program that encompasses all of those standards that you've mentioned to help gauge effectiveness. I think that's one of the primary takeaways from a safety management system, is to not just say that we're being effective, but have true measurement and KPIs and metrics to gauge effectiveness against. You know, perfectly transparent, we're early on in our maturity of our SMS, and so we do have standardized processes to do an ongoing continual review, audit, and benchmarking. You know, we're still in the development and implementation stage, so we haven't quite got there, but that is absolutely the goal, is to make sure that everything has not only the internal review, but that third-party benchmarking and also external review as well.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I to some degree, maybe benchmarking overlaps to some extent with auditing, but I would be thinking of auditing as being maybe broader, you know, more of a quality assurance kind of a function of a safety management system. But one other thing I wanted to mention is, or ask about, was earlier on, Jamie had a slide that talked about, you know, so safety management system is just one of SDG&E's cross-functional factor chapters. And I was curious, did the utilities consider, I know safety culture is its own ramp, I mean, section, chapter, I guess, D on this presentation, but did the utilities consider safety culture as its own cross-functional factor? As you know, I was just curious, was that considered that, or is safety culture going to be part of safety management systems, or is it neither one of those two? It's going to be this other kind of a thing. I don't know if you have anything to that you can say about that.
I'll take the first pass at this, Jamie, and then you can add on. So yes, one of our upfront ramp chapters does focus on safety culture, and I believe that is, you know, part of the compliance requirements of ramp that talks about all the things that we're doing, because I think the takeaway there is, even in absence of a safety management system, SDG&E does still have a robust safety culture, and we have a lot of effective safety programs, committees, and everything in place that all feed into our safety culture. That being said, one of the primary objectives of a safety management system is to move the safety culture forward. It's to use increased, you know, employee feedback to solicit input, making sure our frontline employees, who are our eyes and ears on the ground and best suited to identify risk early, are heard, their voices are elevated, and things receive that cross-functional support. So from a separate cross-functional factor being safety culture, I would say that one is truly embedded within this safety management system objective.
Okay, thank you. I guess what we can do is we can look to see how that translates into programs, like you know, in the proposals that come out of the ramp, what that translates to in terms of surveying, monitoring, you know, geographically and functionally, what the different units of the utilities are doing in their safety culture assessments, and then what programs are coming out of that in terms of training or other programs that then we would expect to see in the general rate case. So, but thanks for kind of giving me that overview.
And you will see, Chris, you will see some cross references in the employee safety chapter that we do, you know, have our safety culture assessments. You know, we're undergoing a wildfire safety culture assessment as we speak. So there will be some cross references, even though safety management system is separately called out as a separate cross-functional chapter. You will see a lot of, especially in the employee safety chapter, you will see a lot of programs designed to enhance our safety culture and benchmark our safety culture.
How do SoCalGas and SDG&E plan on any of this showing up in the GRC? I've read primarily the SoCalGas CFF chapters, and like, for example, for 2, it just says SoCalGas is currently evaluating the potential costs of implementing its sustainability strategy and will provide these costs in a future GRC or other application. Is any of this CFF going to be showing up as programs in the GRC, or is this something for the future?
Yeah, Norm, thanks for your question. The short answer is yes, the programs put forth in the CFF volume the intent is for them to also be integrated into the general rate case. How exactly? You know, we're in the early stages of putting together our GRC, so we're not quite there yet. It's very fluid at this point, but the intent is for, this to be the preview of things that you potentially are going to see in our general rate case showing.
Okay, so no estimates of cost or anything like that, or even identification of what exactly will be showing up. It's just a study of what the CFFs are as opposed to a projection of what will be in the GRC.
Well, they do. We
Right.
did provide some costs to the extent they're known. And sometimes it just depends. I mean, generally, because these are very broad initiatives, they cover so many different risks. And that's really why we highlighted them in one section. So it was easy to kind of follow the trail in one section rather than dispersing it throughout. But to the extent that we know the costs, that we did provide cost estimates in the CFF chapters.
Okay, well, they didn't pop up very often. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Jamie, Tom here.
Hey, Tom.
So these are, hi, these are programs that the companies feel are important for safety. Is that right?
Yeah, yes, that's exactly right. As you could see with the SMS reference and example, we clearly feel that SMS is related to safety, but how it impacts each individual risk chapter was challenging, right? Because you would have to essentially proportion Elizabeth's SMS work as well as the SoCalGas SMS work to each individual risk, and we're just not there yet. And so we wanted to highlight the safety initiative separately.
Okay, so this is essentially a discussion of important programs that the companies feel are important for safety, but you are not providing a quantification of the benefits of these programs, and therefore no RSEs for these programs. Is that right?
That's exactly right.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So I think we're at lunch now. I know we're clearly over. So I guess we originally were going to take an hour for lunch. Joe, you want to help? We were originally supposed to come back from lunch at 12:45.
Yes, thanks, Jamie. As I mentioned up front, we really wanted to stick with the durations. We knew there was flexibility in when they would start and stop, but really wanted to stick with the duration for the 60-minute lunch break and then the 15-minute mid-afternoon break. And so with it being 12:15, we request lunch be until 1:15, and then we will, during that time period, we'll probably be doing some talking in-house to see where we may be able to trim some of the post-afternoon presentations to maybe pick up 5-10 minutes here or there along the way. But we do request lunch run until 1:15, and then we'll resume. And then I think it's a discussion on SDG&E's employee risk will be the first discussion after lunch, again, with a focus on the quantitative analyses.
Thank you, Joe. It certainly sounds reasonable to me. We will convene again at 1:15.
Thank you all. Hey, folks, this is Joe. Fred, you out there?
Oh, hi, Joe.
Yeah, hi, Joe, Fred here, just ready to let you get started.
Norman, did you have a question?
No.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Just indicating I'm here.
Okay, all right, ready to go. Appreciate
I
that.
would like to make sure Jorge is continuing our recording at this point.
Yes. Yeah, the recording is still going.
I hope you didn't record an hour of silence.
Oh, I may have. I apologize for that.
Okay, well, I guess folks can just fast forward through it.
All right,
Joe,
great. Yes.
Given the time, could you do a quick recap for what we are going to have as a schedule for this afternoon?
Yes, this afternoon, first up will be Mason talking about the incident involving an employee, providing an overview with the focus on the quantitative analysis, calculation of the risk score for the risk, and then a select mitigate RSC calculation for a select mitigation. After that will be a similar type discussion, quantitative based discussion for the SoCalGas medium pressure incident risk, and a RSC calculation for a select example. After that, we will then be having the discussion on the wildfire risk.
And what times do you have for those? Like, how long are we going to go with employee?
It was slated, I think, for a half hour. Mason's going to try to go quicker. We're about a half hour overrun at this time. We're going to try to, if we can knock off 5-10 minutes on each of 3 presentations, that'll get us only 15 minutes overrun by the end of the day of 30 minutes.
Okay, I thought you were going to, during the break, come up with some, I thought you might come up with a revised time schedule, but you haven't done that. So we'll just proceed the way you
Correct.
described.
Yes, no defined revised schedule, just a discussion with the presenters to review their thought process and see if they can knock 5 to 10 minutes off.
Perfect.
All right, great. Thank you, Norman. Appreciate it. Mason.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a nice lunch. I think we really do want to get onto the wildfire right at 2 because we've set aside some special speakers to accommodate that timing and their calendars short. So without further ado, I'll get right into incident involving employee overview. With me today is Ron Corella, who is the risk manager for the risk. He's one of our excellent directors at our company who oversees the safety department. He can introduce himself when he comes on, but he will be helping me with this section. Next slide, Jorge. Thank you. This is the SDG&E employee incident risk, and what we're going to do is just briefly walk through the risk score, talk about a mitigation, and demonstrate how an RSC would be calculated for that example. Again, it's just kind of an example so y'all understand the process that goes through that we go through for each of these mitigations. Let's move right along. Thank you. Next slide. So the scoping of the employee risk is the following. I'll just read it. I don't like reading slides, but here we go. The risk of an incident involving one or more on-duty employees that causes a fatality or a serious injury, as defined by OSHA, to a company employee. And so as mentioned in the earlier session, this scoping comes from the Enterprise Risk Register, and that's how we have it laid out. On the far left, you can see risk scope source, company's Enterprise Risk Register. This is how it is in our Enterprise Risk Register. So what we do, as explained earlier, is that we try to find out what is the likelihood of an event occurring in a given year, given that scope, and then what are the consequences if the event were to occur. So we use internal company data to go through historical serious, SIF stands for serious injury and fatality. We've looked at 2015 to 2020 to kind of set that those averages, and what we found is that we get 0.83 events per year. So the lower is 0.83. In reality, we take that 0.83 and we put it into some Poisson for some modeling, but in the end, the expected value is 0.83. Occasionally, we like to know things like what are the chances that more than one event will happen in a year, things like that. But for this effort, we just take the expected value. The core is a combination of the MAVF elements that we talked about earlier: fatalities, reliability, financial, stakeholder satisfaction. And each of those has some data to support it or subject matter expert to support it. And each one has a different data source depending on the precise attribute you're talking about. The fatalities, the number of events, the 0.83, not all of them led to a fatality. Some of them did, and some did not. So the way we do cores is we kind of take all the different outcomes that could happen and basically take the weighted average of those elements to get the expected value for each. So the fatalities, unfortunately, there have been employee events that had fatalities, some with serious injury, and you apply that through the MAVF. Just as a reminder, in the health and safety attribute, fatalities are weighted as 1 and serious injuries are weighted as 0.25. So if you see in the orange box there, essentially it's saying that per risk event that occurs, 1/5 of them would have a single fatality and 4/5 of them would have a serious injury. So if you multiply that by their weightings, you get 0.2 for each. Add those together and you get 0.4. And then for reliability, we've reckoned that there isn't any reliability impact to the typical employee incident. There's some financial, and then there's the stakeholder satisfaction you can see down there. So those are the values that go into the MAVF. They put through the math, turn the crank, and you get a value for the core to be 1274.8. And then as explained on the previous slides, you take the lower and the core together and you multiply them and you get the product. In this case, you get 1062.3 there in the upper right of the green. So that's the process that is undertaken for SDG&E employee risk. And then from each mitigation that you apply to the employee risk, you're sort of decrementing like how much less safety or reliability events would there be, not reliability, safety events would there be with these mitigations in place. So let's go to the next slide. And here is an activity. I'm going to have Ron help describe this activity. Thanks, Ron.
Yeah, you bet, Mason. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me okay, I hope?
Yes.
Okay, great. So one of the activities that I'm really excited to talk about is our serious injury and fatality initiative. We conducted in 2020 a serious injury and fatality, I'll continue to call that SIF assessment at SDG&E with our safety consultants that we use, DECRA. And we reviewed incidents from a 3 to 5 year historical period here at SDG&E. The SIF assessment project consisted of defining a SIF definition for SDG&E, which is actually very similar to the Cal OSHA definition for SIF. We developed a SIF decision tree. We developed steps that are necessary to effectively mitigate the SIF exposure. And then we determined which SIF metrics to track, both leading and lagging, and incorporated a precursor analysis tool to reduce the SIF exposure. We probably spent about 5 to 6 months going through this assessment. And then we presented our findings to our SDG&E Executive Safety Council team, and we received approval to move forward with that. So we began implementation in January of 2021. What we did is we trained a group of employees on how to apply the SIF concepts. For an incident evaluation, we have about 14 trained SIF SMEs now. That training was in the course of January and February, and actually we began implementing our SIF initiative in early March. What the training taught our SMEs is really how to identify and then place emphasis on incidents which have SIF potential. This is a direct approach to address incidents with SIF potential. And we focus on all incident types, including near misses that get submitted, first aids, OSHA recordables, all of our motor vehicle incidents. Some are controllable and some are not, but we really look at everything. And what we're really looking for is the potential for what could have occurred as opposed to what did occur. So this mitigation effort for SIF potential incidents really focuses on the strength of the corrective actions with an emphasis on the upper half of the hierarchy of controls. I'm sorry, is there a question? I thought I heard somebody. Okay, I'll continue. Those upper half of the controls, it's really what we try to do when we identify a strong corrective action is to either eliminate the risk, replace the risk with something else, or we re-engineer the job task. Ultimately, this will provide better preventable actions, which will improve the safety of the entire organization. The SIF analysis provides our organization with leading indicator statistics, specifically where...
Do you have pictures of them? Because I don't have pictures of them.
Hey, Andrew, you need to mute yourself.
Okay, I'll carry on. I'm almost finished here. I just wanted to mention that the types of metrics and statistics that we capture is we are looking now, and again, we're very early on, as I mentioned, we just started this in March, but we're identifying the percent potential SIF by incident categories, those different categories that I mentioned, the percent of potential SIF based on the total incidents that are occurring, and then the percent of the corrective actions that are identified in the upper half of the hierarchy. So again, I just wanted to mention that. We think that's a very effective program, and we're pretty new into it, and we're really excited about the benefits that that's going to provide us. And that's all I have.
Ron, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
So I realize that this slide is under the employee safety category, but I was curious, did this assessment on SIF, did this include contractors and for the public?
So we have a contractor safety program that are not specifically part of this SIF initiative. The contractor safety program that we have, though, they do review SIF incidents and SIF near misses. So they do have their own program that we work with our contractors on. But this is handled a little separately with our SDG&E workforce.
Okay, would there be any reason not to do this kind of a SIF assessment for contractors and also for the public?
Well, so maybe I should clarify. We do handle SIF assessment, and we do identify, mitigate the risk and identify corrective actions for our contractors. It's just a different work group that handles that specific to our contractor workers. We have a subject matter expert team that is part of this SIF initiative with SDG&E. Primarily, the two programs work almost identical, but we don't maintain a lot. We actually have a third-party administrator that we use to maintain all of our incident data for our contractors that perform work for SDG&E. So although we have a lot of the same information, we do categorize it and kind of record it separately. But I can say that we are performing the same type of initiative on the contractor side as well.
Okay, and I don't want to delay your presentation, but one quick question would be, so I would imagine that this may include OSHA reportable information in this SIF assessment that you have right here. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and so SEMPRA employees are required to, or need to report stuff into the SEMPRA utilities in terms of safety issues or safety events. With contractors, I would anticipate be required to report to their contractor those kind of events. Does SEMPRA get that information? Are they required to report that directly to SEMPRA emails?
Yeah, so I want to clarify, this is specifically for San Diego Gas and Electric, not necessarily SEMPRA. SEMPRA contains several other companies, so the utility is at SDG&E. Yes, our contractors do report. They report into our safety oversight advisors, and they also report it into the ISN incident management system, where we also have access and we track that. So it is their responsibility. We have access to all of that information, and we actually use that information for lack of a better way to put it, report cards for each of the contractors that work for us to assess their safety culture and their safety performance.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Ron. Stay tuned in case there's more questions that come up, but let's move to the next slide. And I'll just add that, some of this rigor that I was talking about, where we keep on getting better and better as a company, I think Ron is a perfect example of that, collecting the data, making the connections. We're just doing really well, I think, in that space. So this is taking that same mitigation that Ron just talked about. How much effectiveness do we think we're going to get from that? This is a good example of, there isn't any necessarily hard data to be able to say this data changed specifically because of this enhanced safety in action program. We can do that to some extent, but because it's new and because there's a lot of safety things going on at the same time, I don't think Ron feels very confident to say this specific event was stopped because of X, Y, or Z. It's a lot of times it's a combination of many things. So Ron and I and my team have looked at how employee safety risks have looked in the past and where we think they're going and the trends they're going. And we think, subject matter expertise, that this activity will reduce SIFs 4.5% in a given year. So the way we take that math is we say, all right, well, the risk score was 1274 point, I'm sorry, the core was 1274.8 and the lower is 0.83. We're going to reduce that by 4.5% if we do this activity. So the math is pretty simple here. When you look at the risk reduction, it's those three numbers multiplied together, which in this case is 47.81. So Ron's team wants to do the training and have all the data prepared and the methods in place every single year. So it's a 1 year. We're giving it a 1 year benefit, and we do that discounted time. And you get 0.97. And essentially, what we're doing is we're multiplying the 47.81 by the 0.97 for the 1 year benefit and dividing it by the costs, $155,000 a year to do what Ron just described. And if you carry the math out, you get an ROC of 299.4. Any questions? This is actually our last slide on employee. We've run through the risk score and a sample mitigation. Any questions?
More a comment, Mason. I appreciate that you pointed out that the subject matter experts don't know for sure what the benefit will be from this program, but they're the ones that design the program, and they have the best sense of what its benefits will be. And I think here you're showing why it's useful to have subject matter experts provide their best estimate of what the benefit of the program will be. You're coming before the commission, you're saying, we think this is a valuable program to do, and it's helpful for the rest of us and for the commission to hear your experts' assessment of what they think the benefits of the program will be. And so people sometimes criticize subject matter expertise as a useful indicia, and there's implicit in what you were just saying, Mason, is, oh, we don't know for sure. But you're the ones that are asking for the commission to approve the program, and we need to hear your best assessment of what you think will be the benefit of it. Do you disagree with that?
I think you just characterized what I just said.
Yeah.
Is this an example of that? I'm not really following your point.
My point is that subject matter expertise is a useful thing, and that you don't always need data in order for this methodology to provide useful information for the commission and the parties. Right?
In this, yes. I mean, this is an example. That's what we're demonstrating. So I don't want anybody to take this as subject matter experts can assess everything, but in many situations, of course they can. And that's what this example is. The 4.5 came from Ron's team and my team working together to come up with that. So yes.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Mason.
I would like, yes.
Well, if you wanted to finish off something, I was going to ask a separate question. So.
No, I was just going to say, in the interest of time, let's get going. But your question is important, so yeah.
I just wanted to check. So it sounds like this slide says that 155,000 was used to do this assessment. Do I understand that right?
155,000 to do the activity, the Enhanced Safety in Action Program. Yes.
Okay, and did that include? It mentioned. Let's see. Develop decision tree, determine SIF metrics, and incorporated precursor analysis tools to reduce SIF exposure. Is that also including like a root cause analysis to kind of like develop corrective actions to reduce SIFs, or is that something separate?
I'm going to bring in my buddy Ron to answer that one.
Yeah, how I would answer that one is it does not include the corrective actions. As you might imagine, there are many types of corrective actions. Some are pretty easy to put in place. Some may take a while. Some may be costly. Some may require re-engineering an entire, tool or piece of equipment. So it does not take into account how much it would cost for the various types of corrective actions. It's really more around implementing the program, training the employees, utilizing our professional services, and moving forward with this type of an assessment.
Got it. So then I'm not sure who would answer this question, but I would anticipate that to be a significant, activity to conduct root cause analysis, determine corrective actions, track those corrective actions. How does that program, that mitigation program for reducing risk, get captured in the ramp and then implemented in the general rate case?
Well, so let me, maybe I didn't answer the question appropriately. The actual performing of the root cause analysis, identifying what corrective actions are necessary and tracking all that information, that is embedded in this cost. It's once we identify what the corrective action is, there could be some other project that's needed to put that corrective action in place. It might be, and I'm just speaking out loud here, it might be developing a brand new tool to perform a task to eliminate the associated risk. And so we would probably look at that tool as a separate item, or some of those other corrective actions as a separate item, and we would probably file that separately.
So I'm just curious then, how does that get fed in as a ramp mitigation in the overall ramp application? It sounds like that doesn't go here, but that would go somewhere else. And I'm just curious, where would we see those corrective actions coming out of the ramp? Because it seems like those are integral to getting these kind of improvements.
Hey, Ron, I think I know where Chris is going. I think what we're talking about is like this program helps create a platform and a foundation to be able to discover some things that might be required in advance in the future. If Ron came up with, hey, what this program has taught us is that we need to do some other mitigation that maybe at this moment is not necessarily known because this work hasn't been completed, we would ask for funding in the GRC or the next opportunity for that newfound need or new tool, as Ron described it. So we don't really know what those are right now necessarily, but this foundation helps us establish what those might be. I hope that helps, Chris.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so I mean, we'll probably be interested in learning more about that later, because it does seem to me like this is like one step, but in actually to get those safety performance improvements, then the other has to be implemented as well. And so that's what I would probably be interested in learning more about that. So thanks. I don't want to hang up too much time on it, but thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Okay, without further ado, I think we can move on to the next section, please.
Next slide, please. And then Jeff, are you all set to go? Are you on mute?
Nobody hear me
now? We can hear you now. I can hear you. I can hear you now, Jeff, and see you.
Actually, Jeff, can you do a test on your mic? I can't hear you.
Hi, Jeff. This is George of IT Service Desk. So it looks like you're
Okay.
unmuted on the
I got
WebEx
it.
side, but yeah, there you go. Sorry.
Okay, sorry about that, everybody. I got 100 million different mute buttons. Okay. My name is Jeff Bunting. For those of you who don't know, I am a project manager in the Enterprise Risk Management Department with SoCalGas. Today, I'm going to be walking you through, just like we did with employee safety, the medium pressure incident risk. So next slide, please. So this is just kind of a little outline of what we're going to talk about. I think it'd be best to save questions after each section. So maybe after the risk scoring section, and then after the RSC, just because we're on that tight timeline to get to the wildfire presentation with those specific experts. But we're going to walk through the risk score, how we came up with the risk score, and an example of how we did that. And then we're also going to talk about a specific activity, a mitigation, and how we calculated the RSC on that. So next slide, please. So this is essentially a breakdown of our incident related to the medium pressure system, excluding dig-in. We have a separate risk for dig-ins, as you are all aware. Basically, it covers, the scope of the risk is over the 100,000 miles of distribution mains and services, and as well as the 5.9 million meters. Essentially, it's the risk to all of our assets under 60 pounds, including beyond the meter. And that's one of the big differences that from the 2019 ramp and the 2021 ramp, is we included the beyond the meter and beyond activities within the medium pressure chapter. On the left, you'll see, or on the right, you'll see an example of our bow tie. So yeah, that's the baseline of the risk. I'll pause here if there's any questions about the scoping, because it's kind of a good point about scoping before we get to the risk score. Any questions on the scope of the risk?
Yeah, hi, Fred Haynes from the risk section at CPUC.
Yes.
I find it very interesting that you chose to include consequences beyond the customer meter, but presumably these would be things that the company would be responsible for, that a failure of your equipment caused a consequence beyond the customer meter.
Yes, this could also include if one of our employees doesn't follow procedures properly in a customer home or something like that, and it was caused by our employee, that would also be covered in this risk.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Great. Next slide. So I know we've Mason gave us kind of the overview of the breakdown of the formula. This is just another way of looking at it. It's essentially it's your lower times your core and get your risk score. Now how we make up that lower and that core is what we're going to walk through. One of the things we did in particular for this risk is we looked at different sub-events. And I'll get into that in a second. What that means is for a medium pressure incident, we felt it necessary, prudent to be able to break that apart and say, well, what's the likelihood and the consequence of maybe a safety related event or something less? To Mason's point earlier, there are a lot of incidents. We have a lot of miles of pipeline. There's a lot of things that happen on our pipeline that aren't necessarily safety related. So what you're going to see is you're going to see basically sub events, and it's going to be broken down like that, which I'll define on the next page. And this is just the mathematical way of saying that, what I just said verbally. So let's go to the next slide and I'll show you what that means. So as I mentioned, there's sub events. So basically we're looking at a high consequence event and a low consequence event for medium pressure, and the amalgam of that is what makes up the risk score. In this particular case, how we're defining high consequence event is we're looking at anything PHMSA reportable resulting in an explosion or rupture that has safety impacts. We also call it hazardous incident internally, and that's what you'll see. For the low consequence event, you're looking at something non-safety related, likely reliability impacts only. So again, this is just another mathematical way of looking at it. This is the lower times the core. Next slide, please. So how do we determine the lower? One of the great things about the pipeline is we have PHMSA and a lot of data in PHMSA. So we leverage that heavily, as well as our own internal data. So as you can see right here, you can follow it right through how we get to the lower. From that definition in the previous slide, hazardous incident, out of SoCalGas and out of 10 years of data, we have a certain number of hazardous incidents, and that gives us our likelihood for a high consequence. And then we use internal data for the beyond the meter portion of that, and then ultimately internal data for the low consequence events. Again, no safety impacts. So you can just kind of see how it flows through, and then we get this amalgam of a lower at 545. Next slide, please. So following through with that, that kind of formula, this slide we're going to walk through. I didn't want to walk through how we got every single core component, but we're going to walk through how we get the safety core component for medium pressure. And that's essentially what this slide is showing. As you'll note on there, the core is basically the amalgam of all of the different cores for the sub-event. So on that, I'll pause there and say, at least for how we determine the cores for the different sub-event, it's essentially a weighted average from likelihoods. So it's you have your two sub-events, you get the weighted average, and then that becomes your core for safety. So let's go to the next slide and I'll show you what that looks like. So high consequence. So as I mentioned, there's two core safety components. There's for the high consequence and the low consequence. So looking at the high consequence, that would be something with a safety impact. We know from the PHMSA data that we have 6 hazardous incidents that I defined, or I'm sorry, 6 incidents that had a serious injury or fatality out of the 26 hazardous incidents. So that gives us the 23%. What we wanted to do was we wanted to really look at what data set we were using to determine these values. Now we could use that and say, okay, 23% of the time we're going to have a serious injury or fatality. but that data set's relatively small compared to what's available to us. So what we decided to do is we looked at the PHMSA data and of all the hazardous incidents that have happened over the last 10 years, and using a population density ratio, we're able to determine that based on where certain incidents happen, that 1.4, or the times that we have a incident with a serious injury or fatality, it's going to be 1.4 times the consequence. And that's just looking at PHMSA data. That's just looking at the population density of the average for the SoCalGas territory and looking at where the incident occurred and averaging all that up to get the 1.4. So we said, okay, so from our original data set of the 6 or the 26, 23, but let's say for the California landscape and the fact that we have more population density than most utilities, 1.4 on that consequence. So that's where that 1.4 comes from. If you go to the next slide, we'll see how this plays through. So essentially what we're saying is that in the SoCalGas territory, we can expect something 1.4 times greater in terms of if you have an incident that you will have a serious injury or fatality based on the national average. So taking that percentage that we derived in the last one, we can take the average fatalities based on the PHMSA data for nationally, and we're able to get out our expected values of injuries and expected value of fatalities that we can reasonably see for the SoCalGas territory. And that's what you're seeing on this slide. That's the 0.1140 and the 0.5678. Next slide, please. So going back to our original equation that we showed, we throw that all back into our core high consequence, and that's what you see here. Our expected values plus the indexing and the weighting, and that gives us a core safety high consequence of 767. Next slide, please. Looking now at the low consequence side of the things, because we said we had two different sub-events, we said that's something that doesn't have a safety impact. So it's relatively easy. It's all zero. Everything zeroes out, and really you're only left with the high consequence safety or contribution, which is that formula there. And we end up with 3.86 for the core total for medium pressure risk. Next slide, please. Now, if we do that same kind of logic for the rest of them, financial, reliability, stakeholder attribute, stakeholder satisfaction, I'm sorry, we can do the same kind of thinking, run it through that, and this is the formula for, for everything else put together, put it all together, and you get your risk score. So I know I went through that really fast. I appreciate everybody bearing with me as we skim through that. Any questions on that? And I hope with the slides that we're able to, you can follow the formulas rather easily and kind of just plug and chug. But
no questions on the slides you just presented,
yes, sir.
Jeff. But this is Norman Peterson, SCGC. I do have a question about your use of the language mitigation and control. That came up this morning. The discussion about the term mitigation versus the term control was deferred. Yes, and in this chapter on medium pressure in the SoCalGas system, we have a prime example of how the two terms tie in with each other. In section EE in the chapter on changes to 2020 controls, you say SoCalGas plans to continue each of the existing mitigations discussed above in section 3 through 2022-2024 without any significant changes. 2022 to 2024 mitigations, SoCalGas is currently not planning any new mitigations during 2022 and 2024. That was one of the few chapters where you had 0 new mitigations. The only difference between controls and mitigations that I understand is that mitigations are a control or mitigation that you haven't yet been doing, that you haven't yet been performing. It's a temporal concept. Is that right?
Hey, Norman, this is Joe. I'll provide some feedback on that. What's happened, or what we've noticed has happened, is that the different utilities have defined control and mitigations a little bit differently. And so for our ramp, you're correct. Everything is a mitigation. sometimes we use the word activity so we don't get confused. All activities are mitigating a safety risk. So they're all mitigating activities. We use the term control synonymous with a control ID to represent something that was happening as of 2020. We use the term, in previous discussions that you weren't on, I kept on saying capital C for control, capital M for mitigation. I'm trying not to do that anymore, just use the term mitigation ID to represent an activity or mitigation that we are beginning after 2020, and a control ID to represent an activity / mitigation that we are doing as of the end of 2020. Some of the other utilities may have slightly different definitions with regards to activities that are compliance related, activities that are mandated. That's not the way we are defining or assigning control IDs versus mitigation IDs, but they're all mitigations.
Thank you.
I'll just.
Right. They're all mitigations with a lowercase m. They're all mitigating risk. They're not all mitigations with an uppercase M.
This is Chris. I'm not sure if I don't know if this question, I understand, Jeff, that this presentation about an event on the medium pressure system. So I don't know if this is more of a generic question, I guess, but I'm curious. You know, I see, you know, early on, you know, SoCalGas has its risks 1 through 7, high pressure, dig in, medium pressure. I was wondering how does it work for risks, for example, you know, there's 2 risks that I'm thinking of. One is like, for example, Aliso Canyon. After that, then there was a concern about, and then combination with transmission line failures. There was a concern a couple years ago about having enough gas to heat customers during the winter season and also have enough gas to run electric generation during the winter season. I know the commission was heavily involved meeting with utilities on a frequent basis to get assessments on where things stood. And so I'm curious how that risk gets incorporated into the ramp. And kind of similar to that, well, I'll add 2 more things similar to that. I'm not sure who might be able to answer it, but up here in Northern California, there was a gas outage in Discovery Bay in the middle of the winter that was related, I believe, to a compressor, but I'm not sure about that. But a number of customers were out right in the middle of the winter during a cold snap, and so they were out for a period of time, and that was a risk to customers. And then SDG&E a few years ago with the Southwest blackout had a cascading outage that affected all kinds of people for a long period of, well, not days, but for a significant period of time. And that affected even, for example, I think, you know, sewage systems and everything else. There were spills. I'm just curious, this register is kind of oriented around events. And I'm curious how those kind of risks get analyzed in the ramp, where they might fit in. I don't know if anyone has any guidance to me on that.
So I'll take this. Thanks for the question, Chris. In the enterprise risk registers, we actually, on the gas side and the electric side, we have those types of risks that are present. You can think of them more as grid or supply type of risks. And those 2 risks on the gas and electric side, and actually the gas side might even have 2 that are similar, they didn't make it into the ramp for various reasons. So those types of considerations that you were just talking about are addressed in our enterprise risk registers, and there are mitigations in place for those as well. They're just not in the ramp. And I don't expect you to remember every detail, but in our first workshop, like way back in August, we kind of walked through the rationale of what got into the ramp or not. It was loosely based upon the need for safety, and the current assumptions around those was that those didn't make the cut to get into the ramp, although they are extremely important and they have lots of you know, mitigations around them to ensure that they don't happen.
Okay, and I recall bringing this up earlier in pre-ramp workshops, and so I'm curious, when you say it didn't make it into the ramp, is it because it wasn't scored, or it was scored and its score was low? I mean, on first cut, these seem to be significant events that have a large consequence and of high priority to customers and the public. And I'm just curious, did they get scored, but then they didn't make it up to, they were scored lower than some of these other events?
Yes, sir, that's exactly what happened. All risks in our register get scored, and it didn't get high enough to, we thought, warrant inclusion into the ramp, and there was internal reviews, and we shared that information publicly. Obviously, in the GRC, when we're talking about those risks, all of the concerns that you just mentioned are present in the GRC or the commensurate, like if it's a FERC filing or some gas filings. But in those forums, the risks are addressed, and the mitigations and the need for spend on those are also addressed.
Thank you.
Sure. Does anybody else for SoCalGas or SDG&E want to chime in on that?
I think you got it, Mason. Thank you.
Okay.
Great. Well, let's go ahead and go to our RSC example for the medium pressure risk. Next slide, please. Okay, so what we're going to walk through is we're going to look at reg stations. So one of our mitigations, and apologies for the whole, I know I'm saying mitigation and control, that's my own fault. I'll say activity or control. One of the controls we've identified is reg station replacements and or installs. So this just gives you just kind of a basic understanding of what a reg station is in case there are those that don't fully understand it. It's how we cut pressure and get gas to the customer. Essentially, it's a critical component of the system, and their critical control points. So this is just to kind of give you a little bit of what it is. Next slide, please. And just for the sake, this is what typical reg stations can look like. In the ramp report, we mentioned district reg stations, and you got that, below ground reg station and above ground reg station, just for illustrative purposes. Next slide, please. So what's an RSC? I don't want to spend too much time on this because obviously Mason has covered that significantly. But essentially, we're looking. We can actually go to the next slide while I talk on this one because it's similar to this one. We're looking for 4 key components to the RSC: the risk address, the mitigation scope, the effectiveness, the benefits, and the cost. And so for each mitigation, that's what we went to the business units and we worked with them and asked them, how do we determine this? Database, subject matter expertise, as we talked about, and what we're going to see is what we got for reg stations. Next slide, please. So this is just, again, more just for your viewing pleasure. It's the different ways to look at an RSC calculation. As Mason mentioned previously, that can be the change in the LOR, and that's represented here. It's change in the risk score or the total cost. But how that ultimately plays into what components or what information or data that we gathered, that is at the bottom formula, and plug all that in is how you get your RSC. So why don't we jump to the actual numbers, which is the next slide for reg stations. So this is pretty straightforward, even though it's nicely summed here. A lot of work went into these numbers and how we determined these numbers. For the risk addressed, again, we utilize heavily of the PHMSA data because it's a great data source. And so we looked at, and there's 23 incidents out of the total number of incidents that resulted, or that we could attribute to district regulator station or meter set failure. So that's what that 4.19, essentially it's 23 out of the 549 out of the PHMSA data over the 10 years. Now the scope, that's just how many reg stations are we going to replace out of the total. Currently we're sitting at about 1900 and change reg stations in the system. 27 are slated at this point, forecasted to be replaced or installed over the next cycle. Mitigation effectiveness. In general, we're using 100% here because it's a brand new asset. We think that makes sense because you're putting something brand new in, you're replacing anything that could go wrong with the other one, so 100% was used. And then as Mason talks about benefit lifetime, you'll see the benefit lifetime that's based on kind of our accounted average service life, but then discounted to the 25, and then ultimately the cost. So if we kick over to the next slide, you'll see all that put into the formula. And you will get your RSC, which is, next slide, please, 4.7. So any questions on how we do RSCs or this example in particular for reg stations?
Hi, Jeffrey, it's Tom from Turn.
Tom.
A few questions. First, I looked in your chapter. I did not see any explanation of tranches, how you and a rationale for an explanation of what the tranching is, and an explanation of the rationale for how you made that decision. Did I miss something?
No. So as we've mentioned in the past on how we do tranching, a lot of these are tranched at the mitigation level. So that's what you're seeing in our chapter.
All right. So, I mean, you talked about one mitigation, but some of the other mitigations are far more costly than the mitigation you were discussing. There's the vintage integrity plastic plan and the bare steel replacement program. Those are probably on a dollar basis the most expensive programs for SoCalGas. Just eyeballing it from the RSC chart. So when you decide, first of all, it's not clear from your chapter how many miles of plastic pipe is being replaced. I don't see that. Did I miss something under your VIPP?
In the chapter, no, but we use those numbers to determine, obviously, our scoping.
Okay, so where would I find that?
Work papers.
Work papers, okay. It would be helpful to have.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt. This is Joe. Without going back in and looking at the specific chapter, we did include a table with units, and I'm not sure what the units was for this mitigation. Again, it may not be the appropriate unit that you're looking for.
Okay.
I just want to put that out there.
Okay, I appreciate that. That could indeed be helpful, and it might be in the chapter without needing to go to the work paper. So I'll look for that. Thank you. So when you're doing a program like VIPP, and I don't know off the top how many miles you're thinking about replacing, but you don't do that based on. I think the way you divided it, as I just discussed, there's plastic and steel. That's your tranching, right? Plastic, steel.
Yes, sir.
That's the extent of it. But when you're doing the VIPP, which is a plastic-only program, you are making further determinations of which of that plastic pipe should be prioritized, and you're doing that based on characteristics of the pipe and the location, et cetera. Isn't that right?
Yes, I believe. Oh, go ahead, Joe. As Mason explained, kind of the wildfire, it's the same thing on the pipeline side. We have we look at things in a segment basis, but in the ramp showing, we're showing it at the activity level.
So that's the discussion that I'm saying is missing. A rationale for why you chose to do it only at the very aggregated level of plastic and steel, as opposed to disaggregating that somewhat to be more granular, which is what the settlement requires, and an explanation of how you settled on and the rationale for why you didn't break it down into more along the lines of actually how you manage that mitigation, how you're going to carry it out. And that's the explanation that's missing. Isn't that right?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yes.
Okay, thanks. That's all.
But this is Joe again. To be asking, I interpret what you're asking. Are we admitting that we are excluding something that we should be excluding? And I don't think that's the case.
Well, there's not a transcript here, Joe. But I mean, the point is that anyway. This is not like anyway. This is not an evidentiary hearing. It's just I'm not missing something when I say there's more you could do and then it wasn't done and so now I understand that it's not for lack of my looking or failing to see something. It's just not there.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Okay.
This is Arnold with SPD. Just a quick question for Jeff. When you go back to the depiction of the bow tie analysis, can I safely assume that the ranking of the drivers represents the frequency or the likelihood? of risk event?
If you're asking if I believe that driver number 1 is the most common occurring driver, no, that's not how we built the bow tie.
So numbering them one through whatever it may be is not connected to any sort of linking or hierarchy, right?
Just
is it in the working papers, are you going to include the frequency of risk events or drivers?
Frequency
in that bow tie analysis? And I guess on the same side, are the individual consequences that you laid out going to be ranked as well with an appropriate core?
I don't know if I fully understand your question, but I want.
Are you asking if the drivers, like we're going to break out what percentage of each driver contributes to the likelihood? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. I'm assuming that this is based on historical data, right? So just curious if you were going to make it transparent as to which drivers are most, the most.
I actually don't know specifics on the SoCal, this particular risk. Generally speaking, we didn't do that across the board. We have the data available where it's applicable. So for example, if we're talking about how many fuses we're going to go back to fuses, how many fuses we're going to replace, in the analysis we talk about what fraction of the outages came from fuses, that kind of thing. But mixing drivers and assets gets kind of complicated when you're talking about things at the risk level. So.
Yeah, hi, this is Fred from CPUC. Our most recent ramp experience was the PG&E ramp, and we were accustomed to seeing some pretty detailed information on the drivers and the consequences, where PG&E broke down what each individual risk driver's frequency was, which gives us a strong feeling for, which of these drivers is the leading driver, if there is one, or are all these drivers about equally likely to occur? That was really interesting information. It may not necessarily be strictly required to appear in the ramp, and we may end up making a data request to see that information after staff thinks about this a little more.
Thank you, Fred. I think we'd be happy to work with you to talk more on this subject.
Jeff, could I ask one more question?
Sure, Tom.
Back on tranches, when I was having a similar conversation with Mason earlier, he said that there had been efforts within the company to do that kind of more granular analysis, and I think you were maybe saying something similar. Mason held out the possibility that maybe that would be reflected in work papers. Do you, as the person in charge of this chapter, do you know whether there are going to be work papers that would be providing information at the more granular tranche level, at a more granular tranche level for, say, these plastic pipes and the steel pipes, and from which we could calculate, or which you have calculated RSEs?
So if you're asking if we will tranche further than what we're showing here in our work papers, no. What we will be able to provide you is everything, how basically what we walked through today, how you're able to calculate what we calculated.
So your upcoming work papers will not have any more granularity of tranches?
Correct.
That answers my question. It's not a happy answer, but it's an answer to my question.
This is Melinda Dickinson from Protect Our Communities. I have a question about slide 70. If you could go back to that. In particular, the mitigation effectiveness as 100% is a red flag for me, particularly on this example. For example, we are using, when you look at the reasoning for percentage of risk addressed, you see causes corrosion, natural force, outside force, equipment failure, incorrect operation. And then with the mitigation, are you really saying that it's going to be 100% effective at resolving all of those things, including incorrect operation? I mean, is there something about the replacement unit that cannot be operated incorrectly? I mean, that just sounds, it doesn't seem to make sense.
So I can't speak specifically to how an old reg station and a new reg station is going to operate. I think based on our conversations with business units, it made sense to have something high. Obviously, you're replacing the new asset. To answer your question specifically, are we saying that is it possible that nobody can, mess up operating a reg station? No, but there are other things, and again, this is where my limited knowledge on reg stations is, that you're putting a brand new asset in there that likely operates better too, and would ultimately likely be able to have greater fail safes in it. So I think that makes sense to have the effectiveness as high as it does, even in regards to incorrect operations.
No outside force, no chance of equipment failure. I mean, it doesn't seem like it's symmetrical. The analysis does not seem to be symmetrical with the risk addressed, and the mitigation effectiveness percentage seem to be apples and oranges.
Okay, noted. Thank you. Okay. Any more questions, or if not, I can kick it over to the wildfire team.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mason, I think we're ready to start the part one of the wildfire overview.
Awesome. I want to do a sound check to see if Sarah Almajahed is ready to talk as well.
Hi, Mason. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. So although Joe introduced me, hopefully Sarah's going to do most of the talking through these slides, and I will support her. Sarah has limited time, so let's use the time wisely if we can. Let's go to the next slide. And we call this part one because there is a 15-minute break. Joe, you'll have to remind me when when that's now scheduled for, but we want to take a break in the middle of wildfire. So Jorge, if you could go to the next slide, please. Here we go. So I'll do these slides here. So wildfire is very similar to all the other risks that we've talked about today. We look at the likelihood of a risk event along with the consequence of the risk event. While just like the last one that was discussed with medium pressure, there's kind of a high consequence and a low consequence version of risk events. That notion also comes up in wildfire as well, in that there are ignitions that are counted as risk events that have such small impact that they're a very different flavor than the wildfire kinds of consequences that we're probably mostly trying to protect against. So just as an example, we roughly have 20 to 25 reportable ignitions. There's a CPUC definition of a reportable ignition. We have about 20 to 25 a year, give or take. And I hope this doesn't sound like gloating, but it's been since 2007 that any of those have burned down a structure. We had one interesting fire which kind of damaged a structure, but it was kind of a fluke. But essentially the last 12 years times 25 ignitions a year, it's about 300 ignitions. None of them have been that really high consequence event that we're talking about. So in some situations, you'll see us talking about how many reportable ignitions you have in a year. In other situations, you're talking about specifically the significant fire damage that we expect. So spoiler alert, it's the modeling shows approximately a significant event about once every 15 years, as opposed to the frequency of 20 to 25 ignitions in our service territory. To point out, the 20 to 25 is not specifically in the HFTD, that's just all around the system. So let's go to the next slide here. The other interesting thing is that we're combining kind of 2 lores and 2 cores because we want to take into account the PSPS impact as well as the wildfire risk impact. And so we actually did analysis on generating the wildfire risk, the wildfire core, the wildfire lore, and the PSPS lore and the PSPS core. The other complicating thing, and I'll stop and I'll let Sarah chime in, is that the WMP had certain ways of wanting to see the data, and they wanted to see things broken out by tier 3, tier 2, and non. So a lot of our analysis also shows things like the expected lore per tier as well. So on this table, you can see this beautiful chart. It reminds me of a beehive for some reason, but on the left, you see that there's tier 3 and tier 2 impacts to PSPS, and on the right of that, on that blue, there's wildfire impacts that are in the non-HFTD and the HFTD, and then the 2 tiers. On the tables on the right, you can see those ignitions that we were talking about earlier. There's about 5 ignitions, reportable ignitions in tier 3 on an annual basis, and about 7 in tier 2. And you know, the balance of that 20 to 25 is in the non-HFTD. And then for our PSPS in the last few recent years, we've been doing about 4 PSPS events over the last few years. So from a likelihood perspective, what we mean by a PSPS event is the continuous amount of time that any customer was de-energized due to PSPS. Because unfortunately, we've had events that kind of string along over maybe 2 days, and there's like a 1-day break in between, and then we had to do it again. If there was a full break of all customers being restored, that would be considered 2 separate events. So that 4 value is essentially 4, distinct PSPS events. So that's the way we're generally looking at how to talk about lore and core. And Sarah, anything you want to add here? Or we want to move to the next slide.
I think we're good. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I jump in, please, to ask a question?
Of course, Steve.
Okay. Could you go back to slide 73, the previous slide? Okay. So since you're segregating out the consequence into its individual attributes, where do the weights come in then? How do you apply the weights since you have already segregated out the attributes, the consequences across attributes?
Yeah. Steve, all this is here is applying those weights to it. So if we have the core, there's 4 different attributes in the core, and we have the natural units for those. We're just trying to show here that we're applying those through the MAVF. In the end, the core is actually not necessarily a sum written like this. We pre-calculate the core using those natural units put through the attribute MAVF puzzle, and we get some value. So that's all we were trying to say here.
Okay. I have not gone through the work papers in detail. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So for example, the significant fires, the natural units around fatalities and injuries is a number from a model, and we just kind of plug it into the MAVF, and the financial is from a model. We plug it into the MAVF. Okay. If you have any more questions on that, we can go into it. In fact, I think we have the examples of how we walk through some of this further in as well.
Can I ask a question about the next slide on slide 74?
Of course. The beehive slide?
Yeah. So if I understand you right, it mentions tier 3 for expected values, tier 2 for expected values. I don't know if I quite understood. You were saying that depended upon whether or not you counted a gap in between what those numbers would look like between PSPS events. Did I get that right?
I'm sorry, Chris. I don't know if it's my speaker or your audio. You were kind of dropping out a little bit. Sarah, did you hear the question?
No, I'm having a hard time hearing you as well, Chris.
Okay. Is this any better?
Oh, that's like perfect.
Okay, I apologize. Okay, I changed one of the settings on this thing. So you were mentioning the expected value for PSPS impacts, and you mentioned on this slide there's 4. Now, just so I understand it, is that the impact or is that the frequency? I'm just want to be sure.
Oh, yeah, that's the frequency. There's 4 events per year, and because of the way we've done PSPS, just about every time we do one, tier 2 and tier 3 both go, but because the WMP wanted to see those broken out, so don't think of that as like 8 separate PSPS events. It's 4 in both, but they overlap.
And were you explaining that it depends upon whether or not you count a gap of maybe a period between PSPS events in terms of what value you actually get out of that?
Yeah, so all we did was we went back in time. We said, when were people out due to PSPS? And we said, whenever there was a full break between all customers being restored again and then having to go back out again, we call those discrete events. And we added them up throughout the last few years, and it averaged 4.
Okay, and in some cases, the time between events were you saying maybe only 1 day or less than a very short time?
I may have exaggerated, but there were some pretty short times in there. I don't know, Sarah or Jonathan, if you remember the shortest break in between, but don't think that this is 4 like spread out over the year. All 4 of these were kind of like in one, corner of the year for us between, I think, between most of the years, between September and November. So there's not too much room to have too long of a break. I think 1 year we did shut off a little bit earlier than September, but these are all compressed into the fall session.
Yeah, I guess maybe I'll try to get more information later, but it would seem to me like if you have back-to-back PSPS events, that the consequence might be different than if they were separated by months. So if folks are out and for a few days and then out for another few days, and it becomes like a week, that the consequence is a different, would be different from if they were out separated by months.
Chris, you're causing nightmares for me, because that's it. Sarah and I are really trying to dive into, and Jonathan on his team, we're really trying to dive into what the impact is to customers from PSPS. And you've pointed out there's a lot of nuances to that, and we've been working with the other utilities to try to figure out what that looks like. And yeah, there's a definite maturity in front of us. There's a lot of things like, what time of day did it start? What time of day did it end? There's a whole bunch of aspects to it. We're not at that level. But I think we have the thought that we want to get there. We're trying to collect data to understand the impact, but you're totally right. A customer who had to be PSPS'd, and then they had their power on for 2 hours and then to go off again, that would be pretty bad. We're not that developed in our impacts yet, but it's on the list. So thank you for bringing that up.
Hey, Mason, do you have to have the frequency value always the same for both tier 3 and tier 2, or it could be different?
No, I mean, that's just a function of our recent history. I don't see that changing too much in the near future, but you wouldn't have to. In fact, the other utilities, I wouldn't be surprised if they had different numbers for their PSPS events for tier 2, tier 3.
So if you have different number, how would you calculate tier 3 and tier 2?
Yeah, so I mean, generally speaking, we know which customers are being PSPS. That maybe it bears repeating, but we know who they are. We know all about the customers. We know when we shut them off. We know when they came back on. We know the type of customer that they are. And we just looked at history, and we looked at the last few years, and we said, okay, how many customers in tier 3 were PSPS'd? That's now a verb. And then how many customers in tier 2 were PSPS'd? We know the counts. We know the averages. And so both tiers have an average of 4 events a year. They have different customer impacts, and they have different types of customers. This is just the frequency side. So we have the ability to know who's in, who's out. I'll have to remind you that the tier 2, tier 3 thing is kind of a WMP to some degree, and there are circuits or segments that are shut off that straddle tier 2 and tier 3. So they're not, don't think of these as completely distinct. They're right next to each other geographically, and sometimes the circuits go through both.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mason, you mentioned that you know which customers when, and I was just curious, do you factor that in? So for example, there was a Wildfire Safety Advisory Board meeting where in a part, one of the CCAs said that there was a part of Santa Rosa where there was a community that would get, if there were a PS event, they would be part of it. They were just that lucky. They were always part of that. And they conducted their own analysis and determined that if the utility hardened 0.6 miles of line, those customers would no longer have to be part of that PSPS event. So it's not just the numbers or the frequency, but it's the number of counters, the number of customers. It's where it is. So if this is going to drive mitigation programs, how does SDG&E take into account the actual pocket of customers that's being impacted by PSPS?
So I'll let Sarah and Jonathan chime in. I'll start the answer. And Chris, I fully understand what you're talking about, and I think we try to tackle that in a few different ways. One is we know all about we do not want to shut off more customers than necessary for risk reduction. And so we've done extensive efforts to try to understand where the wind and the vegetation threats truly are. And if there are circuits that can be compartmentalized or broken up even more so, we want to add maybe more weather stations or more switches in there so that we don't have to turn off 3,000 customers if maybe all the risk was just where 200 of those customers are. And Jonathan might have notes on, we've made a pretty big effort and we reduced the customer footprint due to the ability to include those in. And to include more switches and weather stations into the mix. Secondly, we do include the customer impact into PSPS calculations in the WINGS model, and we look at what kind of customers that they are. So eventually we're going to start to be able to prioritize, hey, this circuit's got a lot of customers on it, and we use that information to think roughly about the impact. And that's all in the WINGS model that hopefully we will get to in just a minute. Jonathan or Sarah, anything to add to that?
I think you covered it, Mason. I was going to allude to the WINGS model as well, which we'll dive into in a little bit.
Yeah, you covered it, Mason. I just want to add that for, after each PSPS event and after each fire season, that we do go back and look at, the customers impacted and the segments, and we do analyze whether we need to add additional sectionalizing, right? Meaning to be able to reduce more the number of customers that were impacted, as well as the situational awareness, right? Do we need more cameras? Do we need more weather stations so that we understand by location, to your point, about the information that we need to reduce the impacts?
And I will add, it's not too big of an impact right at this moment, but we're looking into microgrids. There are certain situations where the source power is unfortunately where the highest risk is. So if you have to de-energize that source, then the people downstream who might be 5 miles away, they might have lower risk. So we're looking for opportunities to put isolating devices, I don't know if you can see my hands, isolating devices where the lower risk is, disconnect and have a microgrid fuel that area during PSPS events. Like I said, we haven't gotten too far, but we're definitely exploring that opportunity, and we've written some code to try to identify those certain areas, and we have a process in place to do that. So I think we're tackling your topic, Chris, in lots of different ways.
Okay, and just to follow up, Jonathan, I think you were saying that you don't look just at the classes of customers or the areas with certain wind conditions and stuff. You're looking at the very pockets of customers who are being repeatedly, I mean, not just the number, but the number of customers the exact customers who are repeatedly affected. Are you looking at that?
Correct, yes, and some of our mitigation programs, right, our PSPS mitigation programs are focused on those high frequency customers, right? Those customers that are experiencing a high number of PSPS events each year. So we have, customer generator programs associated around that analyzation. Just like Mason said, the microgrid programs are also trying to address that, where we have, power lines to traverse these high fire areas, risk areas, but the communities themselves might be out in an area where they're not in high risk. So then we have microgrids serving them while we shut off the power lines. And then we also have the various ways to take these circuit segments and put them on other circuits adjacent that may be at different elevation, right? or may have some undergrounding already that we can leverage and keep the lights on for those customers. So we're doing different mitigation measures and being able to reduce the number of customers impacted each year.
And I apologize. We should do some more formal introductions. I don't know if everybody knows Jonathan on the call. He's the risk manager for wildfire. Jonathan, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, thanks, Mason. Director of Wildfire Mitigation and Vegetation Management. So I just wanted to, provide that background.
And Sarah, you want to say hello?
Sure. I'm the strategy manager reporting to Jonathan in the wildfire mitigation department.
Okay. Let's keep going. Of course, if there's more questions, we can discuss.
Mason, I have a question for you.
Oh, okay.
This is Charles Feinstein. I am a consultant for TURN. On the previous slide, please. No, the one that had what you called, I think, the beehive.
Yeah, it's catching on. Jorge, I think one before this.
Yes, thank you. Can you please tell me the relationship between the likelihood of the PSPS impacts, which you said at 4, and the likelihoods of the wildfire impacts?
The relationship.
Let me help.
So,
what
yeah.
I'm wondering is what happens if the PSPS lure goes to 0? What happens if it goes to 8? How does that change the likelihood of the wildfire impacts?
Yeah, that's exactly the kind of work that we're undertaking. I would say there is a relationship. Obviously, if you were going to turn off the power at all times, you wouldn't have any wildfire from the power. It's pretty complicated in terms that a lot of these that you see in the wildfire impacts do not necessarily occur in PSPS weather. These are just all across the year. Like today, which is not a wildfire day necessarily for San Diego, you could have an ignition and nobody would even be considering a PSPX. Well, maybe not today. Yes, last week when it was less hot. So you wouldn't expect wildfire to ever go to 0 because we're not going to PSPS on days like last week. However, like you said, if you're going to PSPS quite a bit, you would expect the big fires to be reduced. So we're still working on exactly what that relationship is to say, if we turn the PSPS dial up some more, how much wildfire would it reduce? Or if we turn it down a little bit, how much would it reintroduce? I don't have any exact numbers on that. It's the data sizes are kind of small. We try to get information from that to when we do, as Jonathan was saying, after a PSPS event, we patrol all of our lines before we energize, and we try to find things like, does it look like an ignition may have occurred during the PSPS time when the power was off? And we use some, just general techniques about when we think the wildfire risk is. But we don't have a direct, I couldn't tell you right now, if we change the 4 to a 6, how much would it reduce the significant fire likelihood? That's what we're working towards. And I think when we accomplish that, Sarah and I are going to win Nobel Prizes, but that's not right now, but I don't know what category that would be in, but soon we will have those kind of relationships.
So then, thank you for that answer. Are we to assume then that the likelihoods that we see for wildfire are dependent on the fact that the likelihood for PSPS is set at 4?
I don't know if I would say it quite like that.
Let me explain the reason why I'm asking. What confuses me is in the work papers, it looked like the pre-mitigation likelihood for wildfire impacts and the post-mitigation likelihood for wildfire impacts remained the same before and after PSPS was applied. That's what confused me.
So you're suggesting that the pre-mitigation lore and the pre-mitigation core don't change with PSPS?
No, I'm suggesting the pre-mitigation lore and the post-mitigation lore don't change with PSPS.
Okay.
So that must mean that the lures that you're showing for wildfire impacts are dependent on the fact that PSPS is 4, or it means that if PSPS goes from 0 to 4, those wildfire impact likelihoods
Yeah.
don't change? I don't know what the right answer is. That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, I think I know where you're going with that. And this data is from historical data, and they overlap. So from one perspective, the 2015 to 2019 ignition data that supports the upper right-hand corner of that table is while we were doing the PSPS impacts of about 4 a year. And so I guess the question would be, how much would those change if we changed our PSPS, policies or what it might be? So I don't think we have that analysis. I think I know where you're going with that. It sure would be nice to be able to say if PSPS got up to 5, would the wildfire risk go down? And here's how much. That's where we want to go with future versions of the WINGS model. That's exactly where we're trying to go. But this data, I think, because it's all baked into the cake, it's the same timeframes. That's why it might look like there's no change, because there is no change from. We're not changing our PSPS policy, so the amount of PSPS is pretty similar to how it's been the last few years. Does that hint at
I
your?
understand, yeah, I understand what you're saying. I wonder if this is a good place or a reasonable place to consult some experts and get some expert judgment.
How do you mean?
Well, it seems to me that you recognize that the likelihood of wildfire impacts is dependent on the number of PSPSs that are performed. And so an expert might be able to say, as that number of PSPSs changes, then the likelihood of the wildfire impacts changes also.
Oh,
Even
yeah,
if the data isn't there, but the expert might be able to say so.
Yeah, sorry if I wasn't clear. That's definitely on our roadmap to accomplish, and we believe that the WINGS model will assist us to be able to do that in the conjunction with the data science that we're bringing in at the asset level to be able to answer that question. So I think it's on our roadmap, and I think we'll be able to accomplish that in the near future.
I understand. Thank you.
Sure.
Mason, this is Tom. Just to follow up.
Hey, Tom.
Hi. Do you, when you in your chapter, I'm presuming that there is an estimate of an RSE for PSPS as a mitigation. Is that right?
I'm sorry. Can you ask that one more time?
So you're treating PSPS two ways. One is as essentially as a risk to be avoided, and whether the impacts of the PSPS when you call one. I appreciate that that's one thing you're doing, but PSPS, I think you're also viewing as a mitigation, as a way to prevent wildfires and therefore prevent bad things, right?
Definitely. I've kind of canned the expression that maybe not everybody likes, but it's like a mitigation with consequences. Yes.
Yeah. So when you're looking at it as a mitigation, what you're trying to do is estimate the benefit, the risk reduction benefit from deploying a PSPS, right?
Right.
So doesn't that in some sense answer Chuck's question? Isn't that the and you may need to resort to subject matter experts to figure out those benefits, but haven't you in fact done that?
Yeah, we've estimated what we think, how much the risk would go up. Yeah, so this is one of those fine points, Tom, where let's see if I can explain this. The likelihood here that you see is reportable ignitions. The consequence and the number of significant fires would definitely change if you changed your PSPS program. In fact, I believe the number that we used, if we stopped doing PSPS, is that the likelihood of significant fires would go up by 40%. I can't remember if it's go up by 40 or it went down by 40. So to go back up, it'd have to go up 66%. One of those two. But we basically said that if we weren't doing PSPS at all, there would be a significant amount of more likely significant fire. The data shown here is not necessarily, none of these 21 on here are significant fires. So there's kind of two different levels of analysis we're talking about. But yes, we do have thoughts on if we were to stop doing PSPS, the risk of significant fire would go up a big amount.
Right. So you helpfully characterize what Chuck was asking. Is there a dial to turn? If we turned a dial and we adjusted PSPS down, what would be how would that affect? How would that affect the wildfire impacts? And if we adjusted it up, how things. It sounds like that should be doable because that's in effect what you're doing when you're assessing the efficacy of PSPS as a mitigation.
Yeah, I think there's a difference, Tom, though, between a dial and a toggle. We're only at the toggle stage. I think by next year we'll have a dial.
I'm not sure I'm quite getting that, but I don't know, Chuck, if there's anything that you want to follow up on, otherwise I'll leave it.
No, Tom, that's, I think I've gotten an answer from Mason.
All right.
Thank you. Let's move on. Slides, I forget where we were. Yeah, this is plug and chug for our natural units get plugged into the MAVF. We've described it many times. The one small difference is this is tier 2 plus tier 3 with separate cores and lures. This is for wildfire impact. So when we could go through it, but I don't think it's the best use of our time right now. It's just an application of the formula. Yes.
I'm sorry, Mason, to interrupt. I know we do want to move along, but I'm just confused about the math here. I'm not understanding what this equation is trying to accomplish by putting lore in the denominator and then multiplying 1 over lore by the product of lore and core. I don't understand the point of this math.
We're demonstrating the per event consequence when a significant fire occurs.
Okay, per event. So okay, but you're in so doing you're aggregating it. You're even though we're disappointed about the level of aggregation of granularity, you're even taking that level of granularity out of the equation.
So no, this is the risk score for wildfire. This is the core component of the wildfire piece of risk score. Per the settlement agreement, we do all scoring at the risk level. This is what this is. To get to the core, we're showing here that there's a weighted average of different events with different consequences of significant fires. That's what this equation is here.
Yeah, when you're interested in an aggregate wildfire score, which is what we did in step whatever it was 1A, or that was what we were interested in. But now we're interested in RSCs broken down in as much granularity as possible.
Gotcha. This is not the RSC discussion though. This is the wildfire risk score discussion at this point.
Okay, thanks.
Sure. Next slide, please, Jorge. Okay, so this is kind of a summary of what you saw on the last slide, that we're looking at the safety of a significant event and focusing on significant fire events. These are the ones that we think are, again, the last 300 didn't do anything. That the one that does do something could be very big. Internally, we have a distribution of what we think very big could be, and it ranges from 6 digits all the way up to 9, not 6, but 8 digits all the way up to 9. And that significant event, we're saying, has a likelihood of happening 1 in 15 years approximately. But in some of those years, you might have multiple fires. Like in 2007, there was actually 3 associated fires all in the same year. So on average, about 1 every 11 years, 0.089 would have a significant fire if everything was in place that we're doing right now. If that significant fire occurred, our modeling says approximately 10.24 SIFs. I know that doesn't sound approximate, but that's from our modeling with the inputs that we had. And then we also have 100,000 acres for the type of fires that we're looking at. That's not to say we're only talking about fires that are 100,000 acres. That's like the expected value of a fire with a significant fire in the weather that we're talking about. Further down, we did some analysis and we broke out that about 37% of that risk, that core, comes from tier 2 and 63% is in tier 3. So another way of thinking about that is if a fire started in tier 3, it would be roughly twice as bad if it started in tier 2. And then we break out, per the WMP's request, we break out the specific lore and core at that level. As you pointed out, Tom, we don't do very much analysis necessarily at the tier 2, tier 3. We report it to the WMP, but the analysis for the system hardening is done at a much more granular level than that. And this isn't the endpoint, is what I'm saying, but this is how we got the core for safety. We did some modeling. We have the lore, we have the core, and these are the events that we've come up with. Again, this is a different likelihood number than the reportable ignitions. We chose to do it this way because if our lore was only based on the significant fire, it would conflict with our reportable ignitions, and we just didn't want that to happen. So this is on the significant piece. So roughly 1 in 200 something of our reportable fires has a chance to be significant. Okay, next slide, please. There we go. Sarah, I'm going to let you take this one, please.
All right, thanks, Mason. So we thought a good example to walk through is our grid hardening program, where we've done a little bit more of that granular risk analysis, mainly because it's a big program, it's a high cost program, and there's a lot really to prioritize and do better targeting with. So what you're looking at here is a little bit of context. So we've got our service territory map, 4,100 square miles, serving 3.6 million electric customers. About 64% of our service territory area is in the high fire threat district. I'm hearing some echo. Thank you. I think I still hear it. I don't know if somebody's off of mute, but so of the total overhead miles in the high fire threat district, we have about 3,500 miles of distribution overhead and 1,000 miles of transmission overhead. Over the years, we've been doing a lot of work to harden the overhead system in the HFTD. And what we're showing on the chart in the bottom of this slide is as of the first quarter of this year, we've hardened about 26% of our distribution system in the HFTD and about 77% of the transmission system in the HFTD. Next slide, please. All right, so obviously when you look at the numbers, there's a lot more exposure in the HFTD for us to consider and look at. What you're looking at here is the overall summary for our main grid hardening programs in the RAMP report for the years 2022 through 2024. We're proposing a total of 260 miles of covered conductor, a total of 355 miles of underground, and 5 miles of bare conductor hardening. The 5 miles is really carrying over from our prior hardening efforts that we had started many years ago with our firm and prime programs that you might be familiar with. But to continue our efforts in further reducing the risk of wildfires and considering PSPS impacts reduction, we're really pivoting to more of a cover conductor implementation and the underground, which is why you see the numbers shift a little bit. Now, with this time frame in mind, there's a little bit of a transition happening between how we looked at things in the past and how we're looking at things today. So what I mean by that is, for example, the 5 miles that remains there was really informed by our asset risk models, such as the WORM model that we implemented in 2014. But most of the miles you're looking at are really informed by the WINGS model that we developed in 2020. That transition doesn't happen overnight. It takes us 18 months to 24 months to really go through a project from scoping to design, construction, and putting it in service. And so stuff that we're looking at and analyzing today is really not going to be put in place until 2023. So there's a mix of models that kind of, and ways of analysis that really inform the numbers you're looking at. But for the most part, the majority of the scope is driven by the WINGS analysis, which is why we'll focus on it in the next couple slides. Next slide, please.
Sarah, can I ask you a question about that slide?
Sure.
In comparing this to the prior slide where the previous slide then, so this shows covered conductor total over this period, 260 miles, underground 355, a total of 620. How does that relate to, in the previous slide, is that all going to be distribution overhead and HFTD? And what would that do to the separation between the 26% and the 74%?
Yeah, that's a great question, Chris. So all of this is distribution overhead, and it would definitely increase that percentage of the overhead system, the distribution overhead system in the HFTD that would be hardened by the end of this.
Just to get a sense of scale, would that bring the 74% down to 50%, or do you have any kind of context to see how this, relates to the big picture?
I haven't done the numbers in my head yet. We can look at it, and sometimes the scoping can vary a little bit. So we haven't really done the full analysis to say by the end of 2024 we'll be at 50%. But I think for the most part you can add the numbers really, but there might be some variations.
So quick math says I think it'd be in the 40%, Chris.
Reduce the 74 to the 40, or
No, sorry, the 26 up to 40 something, 40 and some change.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Mason. Next slide, please.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. I'm sorry, I was trying to ask a question.
No worries.
Okay,
go back.
Thanks. Yeah, on slide 79. If we look at those 3 years that are shown there, in the first year, let's just pick a line underground, you're planning to do 80 miles. Can I assume that if you had an RSE just for that 80 miles, to identify the risk reduction benefit of doing those 80 miles, because that's likely to be the higher priority miles with the higher risk, the RSE of doing that would be higher than, say, the RSE for if you had an isolated RSE for the 125 miles in 2023. Is that a fair assumption on my part?
Can we go back to that slide just so I can see the numbers? The 125, in 2023. I think it depends. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're doing more miles so the RSE is lower. Generally speaking, yeah, you'll have lower costs, but you could still get a lot of risk reduction benefit if that was your question.
It's not about the number of miles. No, it's about the fact that I assume SDG&E is prioritizing the miles that are highest risk. So you do those before you do, and as each successive mile, so to speak, is somewhat lower risk. It may not hold true for each mile, like I say, but in the aggregate, that's the way it's going to be. So that's why I phrased the question. If you had an RSE separate for the 2022 80 miles in 2022, that RSE would be higher than the RSE for the 125 miles in 2023, or whatever the number of miles would be in 2023.
Right, yeah, I see what you mean. So generally speaking, yeah, if you plot all the projects, for example, all 355 miles from highest to lowest risk, you would obviously get more risk reduction benefit for the ones you're doing earlier than the ones you're doing later. The way we implement it is not always lining up with that, because there are other things we have to consider, such as feasibility. Permitting sometimes might take longer, and we'll have to switch things around and do things in a different order. But the general concept is that we have to hit these miles in this 3-year time frame. So at the end of the day, you kind of get that risk reduction benefit. But I just want to make it clear, the order is not always what comes out of the model based on highest to lowest risk spend efficiency.
Yeah, but as a rule of thumb, you get diminishing marginal benefit, risk reduction benefit as you extend this program deeper into the system, right?
Correct.
The spirit of what you're saying, Tom, is definitely in place. Yes.
Yep.
Which is a key part of why we are advocating for granular tranches, because we want the commission to understand that the RSE for what you're proposing to do in 2024 could be significantly lower than what you did in 2023, and what you did, and even lower yet than what you did in 2022.
Right. Yeah. And we'll talk a little bit about that, Tom. And this is why we really wanted to put all our best effort into doing this in grid hardening in recognition of how big of a program it is. So that's exactly the kind of analysis that went into identifying these numbers.
Okay, thanks.
Next slide, please. So I thought it might be helpful to talk a little bit about wings and what we mean by segment level risk analysis. What you're looking at this slide is a depiction of level of granularity at which you can do risk assessments. And what drives the need for a certain level of granularity is really the use case. What do you need to use it for? And so, for example, if you're looking at the far left, we've got models that we've developed to look at particular assets, replace those assets based on their risk level. On the far right, we've got system level strategies and assessments that allow us to really compare across the enterprise different risks, look at different risk split efficiencies across different programs, different organizations. And the middle part is really came from the need of looking at PSPS and wildfire risk and really trying to better target our mitigations so that we can hit both objectives of reducing the fire risk and reducing the PSPS impacts. So what does a segment mean? A segment is multiple spans and structures, so overhead poles and wires aggregated between two isolation points or SCADA sectionalizing devices. The reason we did it at that level of granularity is because that's how we think about operating PSPS. So we've got over 600 segments in the HFTD. Each segment is tied to a weather station, and we've got the history about PSPS for those segments, and we've run the numbers to be able to understand the fire risk at those segments. And so it allows us to kind of look at the different risk profiles across the segments in the HFTD to do this analysis and identify the best areas to target for grid hardening in the future. If we go to the next slide.
Excuse me, Sarah, is that definition of segment, is that in your chapter, wildfire chapter?
I can't remember. I can double check.
It was helpful. I'd like to have it in writing.
Sure.
Is this discussion generally in the chapter?
I honestly can't remember. I know we wrote a lot about it in the WMP and carried over some of that language, but I can't explicitly say which page it might be on. If it's not there, we'll be happy to include it in the work papers.
Okay.
Next slide, please. So a little more about WINGS and how it works. So as I mentioned, it's a model that helps us understand on a segment by segment basis what the fire risk is and what the PSPS risk is. So we've analyzed over 600 circuit segments. From a fire risk standpoint, this is really oversimplifying the analysis just for purposes of explaining it. There's really a lot more that goes into it. It's hundreds and hundreds of a massive spreadsheet that we look at. But for the wildfire risk, we're looking at historical ignitions. We're looking at overhead miles to understand the exposure of that specific segment. We're looking at the level of hardening because that offsets the inherent fire risk level. We have data from LIDAR that allows us to understand tree strike potential on every segment. And as I mentioned, the segments are tied to weather stations, so we can understand the types of winds that segment experiences. And we have an assessment of the general health of the assets on that segment, looking at their age and their condition. And then from a consequence standpoint, we use the fire propagation model from TechnoSilva that many of the California utilities use. And that helps us understand on a per segment basis, if a fire were to start under certain conditions, what the consequences of that fire could look like at that particular location. On the PSPS risk side, we're looking at PSPS probability at every segment, given the history of shutoffs, but also the general criteria, the types of winds it sees. So we're also trying to gauge, not just how we've done things in the past, but how things might evolve in the future. We have a general estimate of how long we think customers will be out, again, based on our history and the data we have. And then we look at, on every segment, not just the number of customers impacted, but the different types of customers impacted. And this is an area where we are continuing to evolve and refine, but our first cut at it was to bucket the types of customers in 3 categories: critical customers, that includes urgent and essential customers, hospitals, fire stations. Then we've got medical baseline customers, which I think is pretty self-explanatory. And then all other customers would fit in that third bucket, the non-critical customers. We recognize there's a lot of layers to this and a lot of things for us to consider, which again is something that we're actively working on evolving. But as of the time of the filing, this was the customer valuation framework. And so in a very simplistic way to explain this, a critical customer would get 3 times the impact of a non-critical customer, and so on and so forth. That allows us to kind of take into account the bigger impacts associated with those bigger types of customers that serve multiple communities and serve urgent needs for those communities.
Sarah,
Mhm.
can I ask you about that? So at this point, you don't, for example, distinguish, for example, customers who may be on well water that's driven by electricity, or customers that may be in other unique circumstances. But you said you, at this point in time, you don't distinguish that in determining the PSPS consequence. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're actively working on that, Chris, to see what kind of data we have and how granular it is to be able to refine this. But as of the time of filing the ramp, this was the valuation framework we came up with as a preliminary start.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to point out, because Chris, I know this is near and dear to your heart, but a particular person joined my team or one of the reasons was specifically to help out with that exact question. Long-time expert in customer information, understands customer classifications and all that, specifically so we could help answer that question. It's not just going to be her, but it's going to be with the other IOUs and outside expertise. But that is a very important subject to us at SDG&E, to be able to take different customers and figure out what the impacts would be for them from PSPS.
And if I may also, Sarah, just to follow up on Chris's question, and Mason, you may have just answered that, but just to confirm, so also looking at whether the customer is a residential customer or a commercial customer as well?
Yeah, we do have that breakdown, but we haven't figured out a good way to kind of factor it into a weighting calculation and a scaling, but that's part of the process we're undergoing right now.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Sarah.
Sarah, I have a question when you're finished with this slide, but I don't know if you are finished yet.
Yeah, I was just going to walk through the table just to kind of show you an illustrative type of output we look at for the over 600 segments. We're able to look at the estimated wildfire risk score, the estimated PSPS risk score, the combined score, and then we're able to evaluate alternatives such as underground and cover conductor, look at the potential risk reduction from each one, the estimated cost based on the mileage of that segment, and come up with a total RSE that we can then use to inform our targeting approach. Tom, your question?
Yeah, thank you. Now, are you considering this to be part of the ramp submission, or is this something else?
This is what informed the numbers in the ramp submission.
Okay, so it's important to the ramp then.
Correct.
Okay. So let me try to understand this table a little bit more. First of all, I don't think this is in the ramp report. So whatever information you have to share with us in writing that further elaborates on this would be helpful.
Yeah, I believe the team is working on what the work papers are going to look like, so I'll let them chime in here. But
okay, this is going to be part of the work papers then.
Yeah, Tom, that fits into the general conversation we had earlier today.
Okay, good. So just let's pick segment 1, the wildfire risk. These are the wildfire risk and PSPS risk. Those are pre-mitigation risk scores, right?
Correct. Illustrative baseline risk scores, pre-mitigation.
Okay, yeah. All right, and then the risk reduction for undergrounding has been determined to be 18. There obviously would be a lot of inputs and work paper type things that would need to be behind that, right?
I mean, if you're asking what goes into this, there's obviously a lot. We're simplifying it for purposes of explaining it here today, but like I said, there's a lot more that goes into it.
Right, I understand. Okay, all right. This is all illustrative, and okay, thank you. I'll look forward to those work papers.
Okay, I have a question, Sarah.
Yep.
Looking at this slide here, you're adding the wildfire risk and the PSPS risk together to get the total risk. PSPS risk is measured in terms of customer outage, is it correct?
The customer outage informs how we quantify the safety, reliability,
customer outage, but So customer outage is essentially synonymous, somewhat synonymous with reliability, whereas the wildfire risk already captures reliability, that the 23% weight reliability. So wouldn't you be double counting when you add them together?
So Steve, just to clarify, they're unique. The wildfire risk here is if a wildfire started on this line, and the PSPS risk is shutting the customers off on that line. So they're sort of different outages. If a wildfire started on the line, it would burn, west typically, and take out several poles, potentially 5 miles away. Yeah.
Okay, I got it. Sorry, that's a good point.
And I know you didn't ask necessarily, but the PSPS consequence isn't just the reliability piece. We've assumed something around safety and financial as well, because turning people's power off isn't strictly reliability. There are other consequences, and that's part of what our team really wants to get smart at. And like what risks do they face from not having the power? And we're working with the other IOUs and outside people to try to understand that better. Especially especially when you put in consideration that this is bad fire weather, right? Is an outage during a blue sky day like today the same as one where the wind's blowing 40 miles an hour and potentially, the gas station won't have electricity? So we're trying to think about all that stuff to figure out, like, what does it mean to a customer to turn the power off in that situation by the type of customer? So there's a lot of work to be done, but hopefully we can get to that point soon.
And one other question on this is Eric Borden from Turn. Does the risk reduction that you show, does that apply to both the wildfire risk and PSPS risk, or how's that work?
Yeah, we're able to do it either for the fire risk by itself or the PSPS risk by itself, for both. So we have the flexibility. So like I said, we're just trying to simplify this explanation, but we would do it for the total.
And so you've calculated, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, Eric, I didn't mean to cut you off. I think I know where you're going. We know at each segment level, like how many PSPS activations there have been, and we have thoughts around if we harden the line, like to cover conductor, maybe the threshold of turning off the power would be like a higher miles per hour. And therefore we now know the history of how many times the line hit that miles per hour. So we can say, like, the likelihood of a PSPS on a segment is reduced by X% because of the cover conductor. What we do for underground is we assume that there won't be any PSPS if it's undergrounded, except for the situation where you have this topological effect where the upstream did still need to get PSPS, so the downstream has to bear that burden. So that's why you'll see a reduction in PSPS as well, because it's just not as often when you harden. I hope that makes sense.
Right. Yes, and that is what I was going to ask. So thank you.
Okay. Next slide. So with that understanding, kind of the foundational understanding of the WINGS model, the type of output we look at to inform our targeting approach for grid hardening, the next question is then how did we come up with the numbers that we're looking at in the ramp? And really the way we looked at it is identifying a long-term objective. What do we want to get at with grid hardening? And the objective was to maximize wildfire risk reduction while selecting cost-effective mitigations. And that meant that we had to evaluate and compare the baseline risk across more than 600 segments in the HFTD, also comparing the RSE alternatives across those segments, and identifying the top segments to prioritize grid hardening solutions on. That really meant that we really had to balance risk reduction and risk spend efficiency. Some of you might think, well, risk reduction is already embedded in risk spend efficiency, but as we were working through this and really doing a lot of analytics around it, what we come to realize is if we just purely look at risk spend efficiency without thinking about how much risk reduction we're trying to achieve, we kind of hit a wall. We hit a ceiling of how much we can actually reduce. An example is, our top 20 segments, for example, they make up about 50% of our wildfire risk. If we were to underground those segments, we would achieve approximately 50% risk reduction overall. If we were to cover conductor those segments, we would achieve approximately 30% risk reduction. So that really leaves 20% of unrealized benefits that we think are important for those high risk areas. We're not doing this across the board for everything. We're being careful in balancing both the need to increase the amount of risk reduction we can get by hitting those high risk segments in the system, while also considering their risk spend efficiency. So in the scenario I described, both the cover conductor and the underground have pretty high RSEs for those segments, relatively speaking, if you compare the RSEs across the board. And so it became a decision of really thinking through what is the long-term strategy and how much risk do we really want to get out of it. What came out of that is that we identified 150 segments approximately out of the total 600 segments where we should prioritize our grid hardening mitigations, not just over the next 3 years, but maybe over the next 10 years. And the remaining segments are really to be monitored, reevaluated as we learn more about the risk as things evolve. It's really hard to think about what happens after 2030 or 2031. But generally speaking, we're looking at, this is kind of how we came up with this scope of grid hardening effort, and then kind of divvied up the numbers to get to the 3-year targets that you're looking at in the ramp. So the total, the 150 segments add up to the 615 total miles of cover conductor and underground that you see in 2022 through 2024, with an additional 800 miles to follow in subsequent years. The reason we put it in the context of the long-term strategy is because it's really critical to identify that target risk reduction. Like I said, if we today decide that those top 20 segments we're not going to underground, it really limits our ability to get to a higher risk reduction target in the long run.
This is Charles Feinstein again. I have a question about that. You say on the slide that your objective is to maximize wildfire risk reduction. Do I take it then that the WINGS model is actually an optimization model, and you are maximizing wildfire risk reduction subject to a budget constraint?
We haven't gotten to that point yet, but those are the types of things that we're starting to consider. It's like, what is the objective we want to achieve? But it's not quite as sophisticated as an optimization model, but these are the things that we're starting to think about. Mason, anything else to add?
No, I'll add to Dr. Feinstein. I think, like, if somebody said we want to reduce wildfire risk in the end by 70%, we could tell WINGS 70%, and it could find the most cost-effective way to get that 70%. It's not going to tell you 70% is the right wildfire risk to get. You have to tell it from one perspective. If you only go by RSEs and you only choose the best mitigation using RSEs alone, what's the number, Sarah? You'll get something like 65%. Yeah, somewhere in there. And you know, society or leadership or whatever might think, well, that still leaves 40% of the risk on the table. So you have to be really thoughtful about which you choose, because although we might need to, for example, do some cover conductor now and do underground later on the same system, we'd rather try to avoid that. We don't want to have to go back and, you know, harden something twice. So it's important to know what you want to do up front and let the model pick that set of portfolio options for you.
My question is,
yeah.
I'm sorry, please go on.
No, I was just going to say that this is a relatively, you know, complicated thing. I'm sure you get it pretty quickly. It's something that internally and externally we haven't shared too much of. So I just want to make sure that we don't go too deep on that. But it's just the nature of how RCs and the amount of risk reduction you get per. If this was a liquid or type of environment where you could choose one or the other haphazardly, it'd be different. But we just don't want to like cover conductor and then 3 years later do an underground program at the same place. That just wouldn't be a good use of funds.
It's when you use the word choosing, that's the thing that intrigues me. What confuses me is in this graphic you show a balanced scale of risk reduction and risk spend efficiency that suggests a trade-off. You just used the word choosing, and I'm curious about that, because if WINGS is not an optimization model and you're not using the heuristic of risk spend efficiency to choose, then how are you choosing?
Oh yeah, okay, sorry. So for example, And Sarah, and please clarify if I don't say this properly. She's much more eloquent than I am. If you tell the Wings model that you want 70% risk reduction, Wings will then go in and tell you the most effective mitigations to use for the cheapest amount of money to get that 70%. And it uses the RSEs to do that.
Yeah, so Chuck, we could, like, I think I get your point. Like, we could look at just risk reduction and say, hey, we should underground all 600 segments, but that's obviously not how we're looking at it. So we're looking at the 600 segments in totality, but we're also looking at the relative RSE across those 600 segments if we were to underground them. And you can really clearly see a line or a trend or whatever you want to call it, but there are some really high risk segments that have a huge risk reduction benefit and have a pretty good RSE relative to the remainder of the segment. So we're definitely not ignoring the risk spend efficiency. I just want to make that clear, which is what I was trying to depict with this graphic.
I understand what you're saying. Thanks for the clarification. I didn't think you were ignoring it. I was just wondering how you were using it. So I think I understand what you're driving. Thank you.
So I want to introduce a different concept now, which is technological advance. So it's also possible, and you have plans and you have a chart that shows intentions and thoughts about how much to do in 2022 to 2024 as shown by the dark shaded area, and then a less dark shaded area, you have 834 miles that you're thinking of doing based on what you know now, but there are technologies in the wings, so to speak, that could change this calculus. Is that right? I mean, with PG&E we talked about ref goal. I don't know how that might how that's affecting your potential thinking at SDG&E, but isn't true that there are other technologies in the offing that could very much change this calculus?
Yeah, that's why I said it's really hard to really say that these numbers are going to stay the same, especially for the outer years. These are things we're going to have to continue to evaluate. Our baseline risks will be adjusted as we learn more about those different technologies and implementations in the model.
Yeah, and Tom, and even more than that, we plan on running the Wings model on, I won't say regular, but at least biannually, just to get a feel for what it's putting out. And the data science bunch is going to keep updating risk models based upon the wind information and the outage information. We're not going to say, knowing what we know in 2021, create a 15-year program. Sarah might be able to forecast what it looks like right now, but we're going to continually reevaluate based upon technologies and based upon new data coming in, and unfortunately, maybe based upon climate change. There's lots of things that we'll be updating the model to reflect. And I think the WMP process might be a way to show that progress.
Yeah, and like I said, the only reason we're showing the long term is because of this concept of risk reduction objectives in the long run that affect what we do in the short term. But Mason is absolutely right. These numbers are going to probably be updated more frequently and look at so many other things as we improve the analysis that we're doing.
So what about ref goal specifically? That's something that PG&E is piloting in near Napa. Are you folks piloting that? Do you see that as having potential application in your system?
I'm going to ask Jonathan to chime in here.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. Yeah, Tom, we have looked at that data. We piloted a small portion of our territory in 2020. We're continuing to look at it. There are a lot of changes that we would have to make to our system to make that work, and we have other options like early fault detection, as well as our falling conductor protection technologies that we're also leveraging. So it's something that we haven't closed the chapter on or closed the book on, but it is more challenging for our system.
Briefly, what is the nature of the challenges that?
Nature of challenges that we have to change from our equipment that is in the substation that has the 3-wire system to a 4-wire system, and there are other issues with that, right? The wholesale changing of equipment would lead to more land, right? So we couldn't really build a new substation right there where the existing one is. We'd need more land next to it. So just the proximity of where our high fire threat district substations are and some of the changes we have to make in the permitting associated with it is challenging. Now, again, what I said was we're not ruling it out. We're just seeing that we need to do a lot more work with it.
And Tom, I don't want to speak for Jonathan, but I don't think it's that clear that the benefits that we would get because we have other things in place would be maybe what you're thinking. So we'd be happy to follow up on that if you'd like.
Okay, thank you.
Jonathan.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I just had a quick one going back to what Chuck was asking about. I think on the last slide you outlined you had X miles of covered conductor and X miles of undergrounding. I'm just curious, like, was that based on RSE or was that, or how did the model or whatever decide on the mix between those two?
Yeah, just to kind of reiterate, it was based on both the RSE and the risk reduction objective or potential in the long run. So it was a combination of looking at how much risk we can reduce and also comparing the risk spend efficiency in a relative fashion to make sure we're selecting projects that had a relatively higher risk spend efficiency than others. Does that help, Eric?
This is Melinda.
Well,
So can I follow up on that?
yeah, please.
This is Melinda from Protect Our Communities. Does that take into consideration things that have already been done? In other words, if there's been hardening, how does the model account for things that have been done in the past? And this is a question I think that also goes back to the problems with the way the companies are assessing the baseline. But if you could at least explain it in terms of what WINGS does with the past.
Sure.
Money,
yeah, if we go
billions
back
of dollars that have been spent.
Sure. Yeah, we can go back maybe a couple of slides just to highlight where we take that into account. But on every segment, as I mentioned earlier, we have knowledge about how much of the segment had been hardened in the past, and that is used to offset the baseline risk. So we start kind of with an inherent estimate of how many ignitions we think might occur at a segment. And then we tack on the percent hardening of the segment to reduce that risk and take that into account. I will say that in the next few slides, you will hear more about the efficacy studies that we've done that are actually informing this. So our team was able to look at, now that we've done, to your point, we've done quite a bit of hardening over multiple years. We're able to look at the data, and with statistical significance, we came up with an estimate of how much those prior hardening programs are able to reduce the risk, and that effectiveness goes back into the model. So it is built into the calculation, and the model is just recognizing that there's still bare conductor risk in the backcountry in high risk areas. So it's natural that there would still be residual risk. We've done a good job of mitigating it, but there's still risk out there for us to mitigate. I hope that helps, Melinda.
Yeah, it's just frustrating because it seems so wasteful to not have thought of this before and to plan ahead from the beginning. And now we're just, the way that this ramp report reads is it just kind of starts right now, but that's not the reality of what, at least from the ratepayer perspective, of what has been happening.
Yeah, we certainly are not suggesting that things in the past didn't count. They are included very much in the risk assessment of what is going on right now. And then when WINGS recommends the solution, whether it be covered conductor or whatever else, when it gets to the engineers and the designers, they take into account things that have already been hardened, and they give feedback about we may not need to do anything here because it's already been hardened. We're certainly not saying, thanks for the money and we're going to do something different now. That's very much included in our risk analysis, is what has been done up to this point.
And actually, the WINGS model shows that we've been targeting the right areas. So those risk reductions did not go to waste. It's not like we're starting over. But obviously, the risk continues to evolve. And as I showed in the context slide, there's, again, a lot of overhead miles in the HFTD, 64% of our system in the HFTD. So the risk remains.
So is there, so we're going to be, is there any way that we can see the results that you're talking about? I mean, is that going to show up in the work papers? Is there going to, I mean, how do we check what you're saying?
So Melinda, I think what you're asking is if we could provide which circuits we're thinking about hardening, and we could also provide whether they've been, how much they've been hardened up to this point. Is that what you're kind of getting at?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see how, because as you know, the 2019 GRC, all the information went in before there was ever even a wildfire mitigation plan that existed. So what I want to be able to do is see what we've been spending our money on and whether it was working over time, starting from the 2019 WMP. And to make sure that we're not just spending money again and again and again on the same areas for not much extra benefit.
So this is Jamie York. Melinda, I think we understand what you're saying. I think that there might be some confusion or overlap in the WMP process and this process. We've put our ramp together to inform what we plan to request funding for in our next GRC. It sounds like you're looking more to do a reasonableness review over prior WMPs. Is that right?
Well, you're statutorily required, if you want to have ratepayers pay for it, you're statutorily required to seek permission in either a GRC or by separate application. You haven't done it by separate application, so if you're going to ask for it, it should be in the GRC. And so we're not seeing it except for going forward stuff, and that's my concern.
Yeah, we don't disagree. It's just that's not what ramp is, not the reasonableness review. So I think that we will be prepared.
Well, the GRC, the ramp feeds into the reasonableness review. I mean, the ramp, feeds into the GRC, which is the reasonableness.
But Melinda, I guess if you're looking back, the 2019 and what happened prior to that is not going to be in this GRC. I think that's what Jamie's alluding to.
Yeah, so what are we going to do about that? What's the plan?
So Melinda, as you mentioned, statutorily, we have two options to seek reasonableness review through the GRC or a separate application, and we're still considering those options. Again, I don't think that that's in scope of the ramp and what we're covering today, but we are actively preparing that, and discussions are being had.
And I'll just say, I'm hoping the analysis in the next few slides, if we can get to it, Jonathan can show some of the efficacy study where we've gone back to validate the risk reductions we've gotten from those programs. So maybe that'll add to the peace of mind. But
thank you.
Yeah. Before we move on to that slide, because I'm interested in that as well, but I had one question for Jonathan and a question for Sarah. Jonathan, on the REFCO, I might have it backwards, but my understanding was that for SDG&E may have more configurations of a 4-wire system, and that's not a system that lends itself to REFCO. And perhaps in Northern California PG&E system, they have a lot more 3-wire system, which is the kind of system that really benefits from REFCO. But did I get it backwards, or can you check me on that?
No, Chris, you're right. Yeah, we have a multi-grounded system, right? And if I said it backwards, I'm sorry. We have a multi-grounded system, whereas in up Northern California, there's a 3-wire ungrounded system. So that lends itself, the 3-wire ungrounded system, right, lends itself more to the REFCO application. We have, with our grounded system, right, multi-grounded system, we have more other technologies, other protection systems that we can leverage other than REFCO to have the same impact. So it didn't make sense, again, to the point that Melinda was making about going back and rebuilding our system, right, just to accommodate a technology that's now all of a sudden showed itself, right, when we already have a way to mitigate and have similar results compared to REFCO.
Sure, thank you.
So that's the point I was trying to make, yeah.
Thanks. And then Sarah, and I think you and Mason gave scenarios of, and I don't know if they were all around the 20 top segments, or if they were also discussions about the 150 segments or 600 segments. But I think you described a scenario where you were talking about, well, if we did this type of mitigation, then we would lose the benefit of that. And I didn't know if that scenario was described in the application or if in the work papers, or if not, is that something that we need to, I mean, can we just ask for it? Because to me, that's very illustrative. I'd like to be able to understand it, to understand those decision choices. And if that were available, I think that would help to understand
Sure.
what that scenario is. I mean, a good example I think is really helpful if that's available.
Yeah, Chris, we, in recognition of, again, the magnitude of this program, we included this in our alternatives analysis section to demonstrate exactly that point. And what we've done is we basically, I can't remember the exact numbers now, but we said if we take the same amount of miles that we're trying to target with this and do all underground or do all covered, you can see the different risk reductions you would get. And those are the type of things that we were evaluating with it. So hopefully the alternatives analysis can shed some light on the examples I was talking about.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to jump in and mention that we originally scheduled a break for 2:45, and it feels like we're about to launch into another section of this talk. So I propose we take our 15-minute break now. Is that okay?
Do I only have one slide? I think I might be done, so I can, that might be a cleaner cutoff. Oh, I guess maybe two more if that's okay. And then
Yes, I think you have two more, Sarah.
I'm almost done. Yeah. So if the team is okay with it, I'll just run through these there. You got the bulk of it, so we can come back if there's more questions. But basically what this is illustrating is how we then aggregated the segment level numbers to come up with the RSCs. We don't need to get into the level of detail here. We can come back to it. But the idea is that we looked at the segments we are trying to mitigate in the near term, and we added up how many of those we're trying to apply cover conductor on, how many of those we're trying to apply our undergrounding on, what is the estimated risk reduction if you aggregate those up, and what's the estimated cost. I think you get the gist of it, and that's how we came up with the RSCs that you see in the RAMP report. And then final slide, please. So just some key takeaways from what you heard us talk about. The selection of near-term mitigations affects the long-term potential of risk reduction, which is why we're illustrating kind of this longer-term strategic thinking and how we're building our grid hardening portfolio. The other thing I didn't mention is that scoping can change the mitigations. Typically, the way we're doing this is we look at wings, we have preliminary proposals based on the things that I described. We hand those off to our engineers that then go into in-depth scoping analysis to look at the circuits, look at permitting, look at what kinds of issues might come up, whether it's even feasible to underground certain areas. And those that type of in the field kind of analysis can tweak things a little bit. And so it's not always a one-for-one what Wings proposes to what ends up being implemented, but we're checking it along the way and making sure that we're not deviating too much from the broader objective. And then achieving the PSPS reductions can vary depending on future weather conditions. Just a caveat there that if we see worse fire seasons, the PSPS reductions we anticipate could change. Opportunities for improvement, I think we all recognize there's always opportunities for improvement. Mason alluded to some of those. The PSPS analysis is obviously at an early stage, and we'll continue to consider different types of customers, get more granular based on whatever data we have and what kind of analytics we can draw on it. The other thing that I didn't mention that is kind of an added benefit of these programs, something we haven't figured out quite a good way to integrate it into the analysis is the life cycle cost and benefits of these programs. So when you underground a certain area, obviously you're eliminating the need to do vegetation management. You're reducing the cost of PSPS operations, cost of maintenance. Those are some things we're looking at and trying to wrap our heads around to be able to capture the full benefit of these big programs. And then the other thing is tailoring costs to specific segments. Some regions in our service territory might be more expensive to underground. Some regions might be less expensive to underground. And so The cost per mile can vary. And again, we're trying to figure out what is a better way to do this, but we have hundreds of segments, so it's really hard to figure out a good way to tailor it. And then effectiveness assumptions around cover conductor. Obviously, it's a new mitigation that we're implementing. We recognize there isn't a whole lot of data around it that we can apply to our system, but much like you'll see from the efficacy study that Sean and Jonathan are going to go over in the next few slides, that's the type of analysis we intend to do once we get more of the cover conductor implementation out in the field and be able to test it to really come up with a more robust effectiveness assumption. But we are using to date, what we've done from efficacy studies as a reference point and building on that with some subjective input. So it's not purely subjective, it's kind of building on some of the institutional knowledge and some of the analytics that we've done so far. And then continuous improvements to the model can continue to impact how we're looking at things. Again, Mason alluded to it. We're going to continue to update the model. We're building machine learning models to help us better predict probability of ignition across the segment. So those will be informing wings and continuing our improvement of the wings model. With that, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you much, Sarah. Really appreciate it. Mason, Jonathan. Fred, to your point, I have 3:37. We had asked, I know Mason's been extremely done quite a bit of talking. He would have really appreciate the 15-minute break that we had requested. Again, we're running probably a full half hour behind. That's just the way it is at this point. And so if 3, 4, 52, is that 15 minutes? 3:52 resume?
See you then.
All right, thanks so much.
It would then expand.
Hey folks, this is Joe. I think 3:52 is the time we mentioned to come back. I do have a question for Fred and Mason. The schedule has us going to 4:30, and we had the last half hour, 4 to 4:30 as wrap up next steps. I think that's how we called it. So we're full half hour, 3, 4, or 5. Yeah, we're at least a half hour, 45 minutes behind, because I think this section was slated to go an hour, and it's 4 o'clock now. So just thoughts. Do we want to just have a hard stop at 4:20 for this present at some time, 4:20, to then go over next steps and then just go from there?
Personally, I wouldn't mind if we carried on past 4:30, but if there are, we want to be sensitive to other people that may have hard stops at 4:30. So, yeah, we could run it till 4:20 and leave 10 minutes for the final remarks, next steps, etc. We could try that. Is everybody in the room, and do we have any objection to carrying past 4:30?
No objection.
No objection from Turn.
Mason, I know some of our presenters had some time constraints. Are we able to continue beyond 4:30, or is that sort of a hard stop for us?
I would not expect anybody from Wildfire to stay too much longer than 4:30. I don't think that would be appropriate from the promises we made.
Sure.
Yeah. So, but I think the rest of us can do the last section beyond 4:30. I just don't want beyond to mean, unlimited beyond. I think we should agree to a cap at some point.
Definitely 5 p.m. at the outside, and we would try to wrap it up before then.
Okay, thank you, Fred. That's exactly what I was thinking. But I guess let me send a message to our team. Hang on a second.
Well, Joe, I know that Sean has a hard stop. So maybe we could move forward with the wildfire aspects of it, not to put Sean on the spot, but and then while Mason's pinging the team, does that work?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would work for me. If there's some folks on the wildfire that have other commitments at 4:30, if they can speak first, and maybe if that means move some of the slides around, that's certainly okay.
Well, let me go ahead and introduce Sean Gehagen. He's shown up on the screen. He's part of our wildfire team, also reporting to Jonathan. So yeah, Sean, I don't know if you want to say a friendly hello and go ahead and start.
Sure. Yeah, my name's Sean Gehagen. I'm the Wildfire Mitigation Programs Manager here at SDG&E. And as Sarah and Mason alluded to in the previous presentation, I'm going to talk a little bit about our efficacy studies and what we do to look backwards to make sure that we're putting the best information into our models for all of our projects looking forwards. You can go ahead and advance the slide there. Great, so I had 2 examples of our efficacy studies queued up for us today. The first one is our distribution overhead hardening efficacy study. And this one started with what was called our FIRM program, our fire risk mitigation program, where the team there was looking to replace small conductor, which was known to have higher failure rates, with using newer high strength conductor, going from wood poles to steel poles, and increasing the design standard to withstand the known local conditions for that area. And so looking back at the program, which is now simply referred to as our traditional or bare conductor overhead distribution hardening program, we had over 400 miles of hardened distribution that we were able to use as reference points for comparing our unhardened line to our hardened lines to see how effective this has been at reducing faults and ignitions. So just a general overview of what we're trying to do. We went back and looked at 20 years of reliability data and of course our hardening information, and looked at over 200 different distribution hardening projects. And what we wanted to see was what is the fault rate or the risk event rate and subsequent ignitions for unhardened systems versus hardened systems. And to do that, we had made a couple of assumptions and some data cleanup parameters. So we only included overhead information because this was an overhead hardening program and we wanted to only capture that data. We filtered the project information to include only when both the conductor was changed out and the pole was changed from wood to steel, meaning it was a full hardening project and not some one or the other type of replacement. And then we compared the unhardened and hardened data to look at the types of fault history we got there to come up with an effectiveness of the mitigation. So I'll start with the reductions by cause. You'll see here the hardened distribution lines right across the board had lower fault rates than the unhardened line. So this is great. This is just what we were hoping for. The biggest decreases were weather-related items. Again, this is kind of what the program set out to do, so this makes sense. They were replacing the conductor and the poles in order to design to known local conditions, meaning the higher wind speeds. So that checks out. That goes to what we were expecting. And the other big change was third-party contact. That includes vehicle contacts and those types of faults that we've seen there. The only one that went negative, meaning it came out with a worse fault rate, was the unknown. But we're going to chalk that one up just to low sample size, meaning we only had one unknown fault on our hardened system, which led to the 0.19 rate and what appears to be a large jump there. Again, there's just a different view of it. You know, we went through and looked at the faults, and just like we talked about before, you see the weather-related faults going from 28% of all faults in the unhardened system to only 15% on the hardened system. The other one I mentioned, the third-party contact, including vehicle contacts, went from 17% of all fault types down to 12% on the hardened system. So just a different view of the reductions we were seeing there. And then really the results. So what we did is to normalize the fault rate, meaning the rate we're trying to get to is number of faults per 100 circuit miles times years. So it's a fault rate per year miles, if you will. And before hardening, if you look at it across all the different fault types, our fault rate was 9.24 faults per 100 miles per year. And after hardening, we had a fault rate of 4.92 faults per 100 miles per year. So a reduction in our fault rate of 47%, give or take 46.8%. And so these types of studies can be used now to kick back into the modeling systems that Mason and Sarah had talked about before. So when we know that this system has been hardened in a certain area, they will reduce the ignition rate and the fault rate in the models by this type of percent, so that, you know, again, we're making sure we're placing the correct mitigations in the correct places, and we're not double hardening anything or doing anything in that realm, so that we're taking credit for the, you know, the near 50% reduction in fault rate and thus ignitions that we should have already achieved on those hardened lines. So the next one is I wanted to pick something that was a little bit different, wasn't exactly hardening. And this one falls into our grid operations and protocols section of our wildfire mitigation plan and also our ramp filing, where we're looking at the reclosers on our system. And we have a practice in place here at SDG&E where we have sensitive relay settings, or what we call our profile 3 settings, that make our reclosers, or the devices that are detecting and isolating faults on the overhead system, they're making them much more sensitive to faults. And they are operating faster than they would normally. And they're also what we call overreaching, meaning there might be fuses downstream of these reclosers, but fuses are a slow operating fault isolation device. And so these reclosers with the profile 3 settings will reach beyond the fuses and will trip before the fuses even have a chance to operate. Now, this isn't something we can do all of the time. So when we apply the profile 3 settings or the sensitive settings, we're doing this when fire risk is present, meaning we're placing this when there's an extreme FPI or where there's a red flag warning, and we're placing those in the areas of concern. And again, we're doing this because these settings are not optimal for reliability. They're used mainly for public safety and wildfire risk reduction.
Hey, Sean.
Yes.
This is Steve Hain here from CPUC. Can those recloser settings be set remotely?
Yes, the recloser settings are set remotely by our electric distribution operators via SCADA. So they are setting them remotely.
Sean,
Yes.
just so I have it correct, by making these more sensitive, the utility is going to then have, I don't know if you'd call it degraded reliability metrics like the IEEE, SAIDI, CAFE, or whatever. Is that true or not, or would it not impact those metrics?
No, I think that would be true. If we did this all of the time, everywhere, we would certainly have worse reliability, SAIDI, safety type numbers. Again, and we'll get to some more of the reasons why in the results. But again, these are extra sensitive settings, so they're reaching beyond the downstream fusing. And so typically the fuses would operate when there was a fault downstream of them. And that would lead to less customers being out for that fault because it's isolating it at a more granular level. Whereas when we make these reclosers very sensitive, they can overreach beyond the fusing, and you have the potential to isolate or de-energize more people than maybe are necessary based on the location of the fault.
Got it. I guess what I was after, you mentioned if you used it all the time. I'm just wondering if it would be significant, because if the commission is looking at metrics to gauge utility performance based upon, say, the IEEE metrics, will that will that look bad in terms of those metrics to put this in, which is then to decrease wildfire risk, or is it insignificant? Do you know?
Yeah, I don't have the exact numbers, but I'm going to say it's pretty insignificant because, again, we're only using this when we are in extreme FPI or red flag warning type days. And within those days, only placing this on the circuits or the areas that we know are going to have the high wind and events and the extreme weather events. And so I believe last year, again, we had somewhere on the order of 10 or so extreme FPI days out of 365 days a year, and a subset of that maybe 50 or so circuits on each of those 10 days. So you're talking about a really small sample of the devices that have these settings placed on them. So while I can't specifically point you to numbers right now, I would say it's pretty insignificant.
Okay, thank you.
Great. So the results here, we're looking at the last 5 years of reliability ignition and the status of our profile 3 settings on the reclosers. And we're going back 5 years because, again, we weren't doing these things beyond the 5-year period. And again, the goal is to quantify the effectiveness of these settings at reducing ignitions. So what we did to clean it up, again, we only included overhead distribution data. We eliminated any data where we couldn't tell if profile 3 was on or off, meaning maybe there were some issues with the data, but that only eliminated 2% of our records. So we're still working with a decent data set. And then, of course, we compare the faults that occurred on the devices with profile 3 to our reliability and ignition data to see what our performance was in the past. So from this one, we went and looked, and while we had the profile 3 settings enabled, we had 62 total faults on the system. 22 of those faults were isolated by the fusing, meaning the recloser did not operate. 40 of them were isolated by the recloser with the sensitive settings enabled. And of those 62, there were no ignitions caused by those faults. Across the whole system during that same time period, we had a little over 6,000 total faults and 146 ignitions for an ignition percentage of 2.38%. So if we didn't have the profile 3 enabled devices, we would expect a similar ignition percentage. And so instead of seeing the 3 or so ignitions that would have been expected, we saw 0 with the settings. Now, we will note that there were some ignitions on secondary equipment beyond the primary system, beyond SDG&E's own system, that did occur during these times. And so this may not be an effective mitigation for secondary ignitions, but still promising that we had no primary system ignitions during this time.
Hey, Sean, sorry to butt in here, but I think it's worth noting that the situations that we're putting the recloser settings into sensitive profile 3 is during the really bad weather. And I know you pointed that out. So if you think of it, we potentially could have saved a few ignitions during the really bad weather. So it's not just like, it's a disproportionate risk, because those are the times that you really don't want to have those ignitions occurring. So thank you, Sean.
Yeah, no, Mason's 100% accurate. We have done studies, I'm sure Mason knows them very well, about how the ignition rate changes across the HFTD and across the FPI. So yes, we are saving those ignitions when they are at their highest rate. I think that was the last slide. And one last thing I wanted to mention on this. Sorry, there's one more. So you can go to the next one, please. So again, the positives out of this, 0 ignitions caused by primary faults downstream of reclosers when these sensitive settings were enabled. In addition, 65% of the faults were isolated by the device and not the fusing downstream of the device, which again is a slow acting device, which allows the energy of a fault to build up. So we're acting quicker and potentially mitigating those ignitions. And you can see what was kind of brought up before about the reliability piece. If you look at the faults that we see, there were 65 of them. 20 of them ended up being undetermined, and that was really what I wanted to use to drive home the point that this is not something we're going to do all the time, because those undetermined faults, meaning we're acting at such a sensitive level and so early in the incipient stages of a fault, that it even becomes hard to find where that fault may have been occurring downstream of the recloser. So again, to avoid nuisances to our customers and whatnot, we're really targeting this only to the worst areas at the worst times of the year. And the last thing I wanted to point out was, unlike the distribution hardening study, where we had well over 20 years of data we were analyzing and over 400 miles of hardened distribution system to compare with, where we do consider that one to be statistically significant. The results of this study are not yet statistically significant, just because of the sample size. But we're still going to review it and follow up on it, because we do have promising results here, and we are seeing what we would expect to see from these sensitive settings.
Hey, Sean, could you, I have a question on slide 87. Could you go back to that slide, please? 87, yes. Why did, in your sensitivity analysis, efficacy study, why did you lump together power pole replacement with reconductoring?
So the goal of the
my question, okay, here's why I'm asking. So when you lump them together, you wouldn't be able to isolate the individual effectiveness of each mitigation.
No, I couldn't look at the difference between just replacing the pole versus just replacing the conductor. However, what we consider to be fully hardened and designed to the known local conditions will typically involve both the replacement of the steel conductor and the replacement of the pole. Whereas what we wanted to avoid was the times when it wasn't strategically hardened, meaning one of the districts was doing their regular inspections of equipment and found a wood pole that needed to be replaced, and they replaced that wood pole with a steel pole, and they didn't change the conductor and they didn't change the design. They kind of went like for like. So we're really trying to target where we strategically hardened here and not just take where things may have been hardened by the poles or the conductor bit by bit because of previous failures. We're really looking for where we designed and did this intentionally to understand what the effectiveness is when we deliberately go out and harden the lines.
This is Tom from Turn. I have a question.
Sure.
So on the recloser settings, is that a less expensive technology than covered conductor?
Well, yes, because there's no construction per se for reclosing. For reclosing, what you're really doing is where we would rely on our system protection group to develop these sensitive settings that would be appropriate for these devices. And then, as I believe I answered before, I don't remember who asked the question, but they're pushed out remotely via SCADA from our distribution operations team. So this is a relatively inexpensive mitigation that we can employ, again, in targeted areas, because we don't want to have a lot of negative reliability aspects to help mitigate ignitions when there's faults on the system during the worst time.
And maybe I missed it in your presentation, but did you identify a lot of sort of undesired faults that were or impacts on reliability that did happen when you deployed this, even when you're limiting the use of it?
Yes, if you can go to the last slide with the bar chart and the pie chart on it. Yeah, here. So you see we found 65 faults that were downstream of reclosers with profile 3 enabled, and 20 of those 65 were undetermined faults, meaning we could not locate where the fault was happening, what if any damage there was. And so there's a potential that they were set so sensitive that we're capturing things before they really become a problem. Maybe you're capturing temporary items that if we had just waited might not have become a problem. So it's certainly 33% of your faults being undetermined is certainly not normal, right? It's much lower than that during our regular operations.
What does undetermined mean here in this context?
Undetermined here means there was a fault right downstream of a certain point on the circuit. And so we send out our electrical workers, our QEWs, our linemen or such, troubleshooters, to go inspect every span downstream of that device after it's tripped to make sure that it's safe to turn back on or to find the location of the damage for repair. And our QEWs went and inspected every span of wire downstream of where that recloser was and did not find any damage or source of a fault.
Okay, so you're saying that it's late. I'm a little slow now. That the other 3 bars in that 4-bar graph, you're not concerned about those in terms of deploying this recloser approach.
No, because those bars mean we did find an actual fault in the system that we could identify, meaning, you know, for the top row equipment failure, we found a damaged transformer, we found a damaged connector. For a foreign object in the line, we found a balloon or an animal in the line. For weather related, we were able to identify maybe where the wires slapped together or where you know, something blew into the lines. But for the undetermined, that's what we would hope to avoid in the regular system, is that we're only operating and de-energizing the circuits when there's a true fault, when there's, you know, something has gone wrong, and hopefully isolating it to the smallest amount of customers as possible. And that's not occurring when we find an undetermined fault.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Sean. I had a couple of questions. One is on this and the previous one on the overhead stuff, but on the recloser, I think you mentioned that you wouldn't apply this except to some very specific circuits because of the reliability impacts. Is that true? So there's a limited number of circuits where you would apply this?
Correct. We only apply this when the conditions for a wildfire are at their worst, meaning an extreme FPI or a red flag type warning. And again, only to the areas where our meteorology department is saying the winds are to be, you know, higher than expected, and we have the potential to see the advanced wildfire.
So I understand, excuse me, I understand that it's kind of like when to apply it. Does it also, are you also saying there's a small number of circuits where you would apply it, or you would apply it everywhere because it has a greater benefit for the cost?
No, we again only apply it in the affected areas. So our meteorology department is looking at the wind speed across our various weather stations and forecasting where we will have the highest wind speeds and such. And so they typically look at it in a percent type view, right? So when the wind speed is expected to be, say, 95% of the highest wind speed that area has ever seen, is when we start looking at doing these types of things. We don't want to do it across the whole territory if they're not going to be seeing those extreme winds or the extreme weather.
Got it. And when you talk about this being a lower cost, I think for the benefit, did you actually compute RSCs for this compared to the overhead hardening that on the previous segment?
Yeah, I believe all these mitigations have RSCs that were filed in the ramp. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me.
Okay, and then on that note, in the previous one, if you don't mind going back to that slide that Tom had just pointed us to. No, I think that Steve had pointed us to. Let's see, slide 87. Yeah. So earlier there was a statistic of several hundred miles of hardening. The majority, I think, was in covered conductor, I believe. I'd have to go back. I had it up here for a second, but it was only 5 miles where it talked about replacing a conductor, I think, compared to a lot more on the others. And I'm just curious, how does the RSC for this compare to the others then? Is this the highest risk spend efficiency for replacing a small conductor with a larger gauge wire? Does this have the greatest bang for the buck?
Again, I think it depends on the area. Depending on where you're looking, now that we are also taking into account the PSPS impact of it, Sarah and Mason are now running the WINGS model on that that segment and not the entire circuit. And so depending on the segment, how often they've seen PSPS, how extreme the fire danger is in those areas, the RC can be any one of those three types of traditional hardening methods, right? The distribution overhead hardening, covered conductor, or undergrounding. The RC is really going to depend on the area. So I don't know the exact numbers for like the blended overall RSE, but I do believe moving forward that they're calculating it at that more granular level. So it would be hard to say which RSE is going to be best because you have to know exactly what segment you were comparing or performing that modeling on.
Okay, and is this small gauge conductor, what size is that you're replacing in this example?
So it's typically the old number 4 and number 6 copper wire.
Okay.
And we're replacing it with larger number 2 or like 636 aluminum conductor.
Okay, so just a question I have, and I don't know if this is for you or for others, but and maybe it's in detail in the application, but I guess one thing I'm just wondering about is back on slide 79. I mean, it shows 620 total miles of grid hardening, of which 260 is covered conductor, 355 is underground, and only 5 miles of bare conductor hardening. So what I would probably want to understand better, and maybe it's detailed somewhere, is just how it ended up with that kind of mix, you know, with bare conductor only getting 5 and the underground getting 355 and the covered conductor getting 260. But maybe I can learn more about if that's detailed out somewhere.
Yeah, we'd have to go back to what Sarah kind of covered in her presentation about the RSEs specifically for the areas that we're targeting. And again, the big driver there was that previously there was no impact for PSPS, or we weren't able to calculate the PSPS impact. And so the distribution overhead hardening, the traditional hardening, doesn't have as great of a PSPS impact reduction as the covered conductor and the undergrounding, obviously. And that's I believe what really drove that. But I'll leave it open to Sarah and Mason if I misspoke or you have any other details to throw in there.
Yeah, Chris, maybe I can add some color to see if this answers your question, is that we are moving away from the bare conductor to the covered conductor and undergrounding, as Sean is stating, and as Sarah showed earlier, because we feel we can address the PSPS impacts better, right? So with having the covered conductor, we're able to address, flying debris that may get into the conductors. If it was bare wire, right, that would impact the lines, as well as, the balloon contacts, animal contacts, and those sorts of things. So we're shifting from the bare wire that we've done up to this point more to the covered conductor and the undergrounding.
Okay, thank you.
I wanted to follow up on one of Chris's questions. I didn't quite understand the answer on is this recloser with more sensitive settings, is this something that's available on all circuits now, or has it just been made available on certain circuits at this point?
So I believe, I'd have to double check, that our system protection group has the ability to create these settings for all devices. And I think they worked on pretty much all devices within the HFTD. Now, when they get applied, again, really has more to do with the weather forecast in the specific region of that device. So we could apply it in more places, but again, we only want to apply it where there's the extreme fire danger to avoid, again, a lot of the nuisance trips or reliability issues that could result from applying the more sensitive settings.
Okay, so
yeah, just to give you additional information, right? Our switches come with the ability to have these settings, these more sensitive settings. So we actually have it across our service territory, not just an HFTD, the capability and the type of switches, but we use the Profile 3 in weather conditions, right, in high wind events. in HFTD due to the reliability issues that we talked about. And in the regular times, right, regular days and outside the HFTD, we use it mostly when our crews are working next to the power lines to make sure that we can turn off the power or the system can turn off power more quickly for the safety of our workers and to be able to reduce any kind of impacts.
Okay, so you're now I understand better. You have this available, but you use it on a limited basis for the reasons you've described. But that limited basis does have risk reduction benefit, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that means that if you think of deploying mitigations in sort of a sequenced way, and I'm getting to a larger point here that doesn't apply just here, but this is an example of the point that something we're trying to understand whether you can look at this or not. If you get risk reduction benefit from knowing that you can use this mitigation on a limited basis, and that will prevent some ignitions, which is the goal. When you use it, you're feeling pretty good about its ability to prevent ignitions, although you want to keep studying, etc. And that means that wouldn't that then diminish the effectiveness of more expensive, if you're thinking again the sequenced approach, use this one first and then applying a secondary mitigation, say, let's call that covered conductor, that would have, if you take into account the beneficial impact of this, then the impact of covered conductor, the risk reduction benefit of covered conductor would be less. Isn't that right?
Tom, that's exactly what we've been doing for wildfire risk assessments the whole time. The sensitive settings is not new. We've been doing that for a while. So the information that we've shared to you is, again, it's sort of baked into the cake. So the efficacy studies that Sean's team did in addition to sensitive settings already has the sensitive settings in place for the efficacy study for the overhead hardening. So we totally appreciate your point of view that things are not in isolation, that things are in a serial sequence, if you want to think of it that way. And we try to take those into account whenever it's applicable.
Okay. Thank you.
I'd like to jump in
Melinda
with
Dickinson.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Melinda.
Melinda Dickinson from Protect Our Communities. So is there like a length of time that you will wait or that somehow the WINGS model will incorporate a waiting period so that a segment that has been hardened has brand new steel poles will not then be undergrounded within a certain number of years? And if so, what is that number of years?
Hey, Melinda, this is Sarah. Thank you for that question. That's something we're looking at right now, and I can tell you we're not really looking at touching those areas in the near future, but we're taking a closer look just to evaluate the cost versus the benefit. Because in some cases, if we don't do a small scope of that early on, the PSPS benefit may not be realized, but we're very conscious about that. I can't say we have a time frame or a year, but we're really trying to push those kinds of rehardening, if you will, efforts to much later in our time frame.
Hi, this is Fred from CPUC. Sorry, was somebody else trying to jump in?
No, I'm just trying to wrap my head around that. So for the cover and conductor, is this, you're not thinking about whether the cover and conductor segments are going to be undergrounded in the near future? That seems like really wasteful.
Oh, no. The whole point of developing this portfolio based on a long-term strategy is that to put us in a position where we don't have to go back and underground an area where we implemented cover conductor. So we feel comfortable with the proposed portfolio that it's going to limit the need for that in the future, if that's what you're asking.
So do you have certain areas that are, you are high up on your list for undergrounding? And are those off limits for other types of hardening?
Correct. Yes.
And is that information, how can we find out that information? I mean, where is that? Is that going to be in the work paper somewhere? And if not, can it be added?
Mason and the team, I'm not clear on exactly what that would look like in the work papers.
So I thought we talked about this before, but let me make sure it's the same topic. Let's say that the wildfire mitigation team that Sarah's on has a few circuits that they have in mind for funding, and POC wants to know on those circuits what fraction of that has already been hardened. Is that the question?
Sorry, I was on mute. It's coming at it kind of from the opposite viewpoint. In other words, it's looking ahead. In other words, if there's a segment that the company knows is going to be undergrounded sometime soon, will that segment be off limits for other types of hardening?
Oh yeah. We have assigned mitigations to the segments, and so, like I said, the scoping efforts might tweak those a little bit, but for the most part, if a segment is assigned underground as a mitigation, we're not going to look at covering it at a later point. That's what I was trying to explain through the analysis that we've done, is that we looked at both options upfront to be able to decide which one.
Okay, and I guess I'm just trying to understand the number of years that are being considered in terms of how far out you're looking, and I guess because I mean it matters, especially when you're talking about steel poles. They can last quite a long time. Well, all of it. I mean I'm wondering for all of it what the lifetime of the mitigation is that you're looking at per segment.
The project life that we're estimating for our hardening projects is roughly 40 years. The time frame we've put in the ramp, as you've seen, is 2022 through 2024. There's no overlap in mitigations there. So there's distinct miles that we're going to underground that are very different from miles that we're going to apply cover conductor on.
So I guess, is there a list of segments that we can see which mitigation they've been assigned? Because that would probably make things a lot more clear.
Yeah, Sarah, I think what Melinda's asking is if we had a circuit by circuit roadmap of what we are thinking to do, what Wings suggests to do, whether it be cover conductor or undergrounding, and then maybe a confirmation that we wouldn't do another type of system hardening before we got to that one, and then that's the one we would be using. I think that's something we can.
Oh yeah. I think we can produce that, but like I said, things might change with scoping, but we can give you what we're looking at today as we know it and as we see it.
Thank you.
And I would add that applies to the system hardening piece. There's other things like protection and specific assets that we would continue to maintain and keep up to date. Like, for example, if we were going to underground everything in 10 years, a circuit in 10 years, but there was a specific piece of equipment on that circuit, we might still go do a replacement on it, like if it was a fuse or something, a smaller asset. So we're not saying that we wouldn't touch the circuit at all for 10 years, but a major yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Joe, I don't know if Fred was getting at it, but it's 4:36 now, and I think we can move along if everybody's up for that.
I think so. Yeah, I agree. I think the next slide, or the last slide, is next steps, closing remarks and next steps. Fred, did you want to lead off the discussion?
Actually, I had a few specific questions about the wildfire, but I'll be happy to just send them along as an email question to you at this point, rather than drag out the meeting. So I think next steps right now are so far defined in the the schedule that has been proposed and is kind of pending possible revision, right, in this proceeding. My understanding, and maybe I misread something, is that there will be opportunity for parties to submit formal comments about this ramp. Maybe I misread something, but I think there is a part of the process that allows for that. If there is a sense that there is not a good opportunity for parties to register their concerns, we might also have an opportunity for informal comments. I can suggest that to the judge, for example. We'll be meeting in like a week or two. So I thought I would throw that out there. And as I said, it's been mentioned here during the conference that the Mussey Great Alliance is requesting an extension of the total time and proposing new later due dates for various phases in the project. And so that's kind of up in the air right now. And I appreciate they're making some points that the time allowed in this particular ramp is less than was available in the PG&E ramp, and that many parties feel like they will need more time for sensitivity analysis to be requested and performed and digested. Something that surprised me today, and if it was previously mentioned, I apologize I didn't catch it, but there is definitely a plan on the Sempra behalf to publish a very extensive, more detailed set of work papers with a lot more quantitative data. And I think we all are very much looking forward to that, and would like to ask if you have at least a tentative date in mind and how you were intending to distribute that.
Thanks, Fred. As I mentioned, we're in the stage of following through on the procedural steps on how the means to provide data that we consider confidential and sensitive. And so that's where we are right now. As I said, we're calling them supplemental work papers. They do have definitely a lot more data. And some of that data has been identified, as I said, as confidential and sensitive. So we're working through the steps to just find out what is required to make that available. If we can make it available on our public website, if we need to request parties sign NDAs, if the parties need to specifically request those parties that are specifically interested in that data, if they should request it, and then we'll make it available to them under the appropriate circumstances. Those are all activities that we are actively working on right now. And we are, as soon as we find the answers to those questions, we will let folks know.
Joe, this is Marty Kurtovich. I just want to let you know, commission staff cannot sign NDAs.
Yes, commission staff is the requirements of providing data to commission staff relative to non-staff are a bit different.
I would just say that we typically do receive confidential and sensitive information as members of the PUC. We are allowed to receive data that is not generally distributable to outside members. I think there's some kind of a blanket agreement with the PUC that allows us to see that data.
I think so. I'm familiar with some of those criteria. Yes.
So this is Tom. Can I comment on some of the ideas that Fred raised?
Please do.
Okay. First of all, it's good that there will be something coming that Sempra is calling supplemental work papers. I think that, to me, that sounds like a misnomer. That sounds like that's going to complete an incomplete report. So the report right now is woefully deficient in transparency of being able to source the inputs. So that hopefully will be in these work papers that have yet to be provided. So, and then furthermore, it sounds like a lot of the information that was gone over in the in the wildfire discussion is going to be provided in some sort of narrative form or something in these work papers. That sounds like that should have been provided in the report. I mean, I'm not, it's good it's going to be provided at some point, and maybe it's even helpful. It may even address some of our significant concerns about the level of tranche granularity, but it should have been in the report. And so that the fact that it's not in the report at this point means that we're going to be submitting a protest on Monday on something we haven't seen a full report on, and so that's causing chagrin, and I think it needs to be acknowledged in the schedule that we don't have a complete report. And I don't know that I don't understand the scope at this point, not having seen these work papers. The scope of it sounds like we're going to get the ability to have much more granular RSEs for some aspects of the wildfire risk. I don't know whether you're talking when we talked about the only gas risk that has been discussed today. The answer was no, we're not going to have any more granular information in these work papers for that risk. So I don't know whether is going to be more granularity in the work papers, in these supplemental work papers for other risks or not. But because granularity is such a significant concern, I feel like we're working on a moving target here. So that's one concern. I'll pause there. There are other things I wanted to address that Fred raised, but I'll pause there to see if there's any comment from Sempra to help illuminate what we're going to be getting in these supplemental work papers.
And did we get an answer on when?
Melinda and Tom, we have not, and we don't feel comfortable giving a specific date on when. We're proceeding as efficiently and as actively as we can. And with regards to the data, I don't want to repeat what we've already said. Nobody needs to hear that. But it is additional data that we use in calculating the RC values. And as Mason said a couple times, different work papers have different levels of depth. That level of depth may differ from work papers for one risk to another risk. So it's difficult to fully characterize everything that would be in the supplemental work papers.
Yeah, so the current work papers, you have the ability to calculate or to see the inputs from the natural units to the RSE, and to look at sensitivity to having a different MAVF. The supplemental is more information behind how we got those inputs. And the content of those work papers is going to include more of the assumptions that fed into the natural units that are used for the work papers.
And from what I've seen in the work papers now, all I'm seeing is the equivalent of, I mean, sometimes pre-mitigation core and lore and post-mitigation core and lore, but not how you derived those numbers, where the sources for those values came from. That's just to give us the pre-mitigation and post-mitigation core and lore numbers is not providing us the supporting data that we need in order to understand the reasonableness of the values you've given us. And I thought MGRA put that well in their protest. So we're hoping that problem that serious deficiency, which is going to be remedied in what you're going to provide, but even though you're not giving us a date to provide it. Fred, you also raised the idea of comments. Now, Fred, I don't know how, I know you were occasionally involved in the PG&E ramp, and I know I don't know if obviously much more involved, but we had a process where we, right off the bat, we were trying to get as many workshops out of the way as possible so that we could have as full an understanding and address as many issues up front as possible. So I think we should be talking about additional workshops and not waiting for a pre-hearing conference, which has there been a pre-hearing conference scheduled that I'm just not aware of that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw that come out in announcement. Anybody else see that announcement?
Yeah, Fred, I did July 13th at 11 a.m.
Okay, so July 13th is a month or so from now. And then we'll have a pre-hearing conference, and then it'll take some matter of usually weeks to see a scoping ruling with a schedule. So if we waited for a ruling coming out of the pre-hearing conference, a lot of time will have passed when we could be doing workshops to try to understand better what's being presented and to have more of a conversation to inform the comments that Fred, they don't come until after you guys have done a report under Sempra's schedule. So, I mean, we're not talking, we want to be able to help you understand our positions on this before you do your report, which is how it was done in the PG&E proceeding, and we hope you'll be open to that. They were called informal comments, and we'd like to do that, but we'd like to have the benefit of a deeper understanding of what Sempra has done and not done, and have the benefit of sensitivity analysis as well. Again, it's well explained and well presented in the MGRA protest. So those are all the things that we'd like to get moving along with, and not have to wait for a scoping ruling that may not come until sometime in August. So
well,
that's the stuff that we should be talking about now.
Those are all excellent points. I really appreciate that input. And, you know, this is the first time I've been in charge of a ramp evaluation, so I'm maybe a little less experienced than some of you folks out there on how things can go. I definitely agree that if we wait for the scoping ruling to be decided on, a lot of time will have gone by. I'm not sure at this point if we schedule additional workshops. I think we would be expecting Sempra to support a more in-depth discussion, and I don't know if they're prepared to do that until they also can release the supplemental work papers as they. So at this point, I'm just not sure when the right time to schedule those workshops would be, and if it would be premature to schedule some until Sempra is better prepared to participate. What do you think about that?
So here's some thoughts, Fred. Thank you for your comments. I think we would benefit from hearing more in-depth conversation about some of the gas risks, the dig in, the high pressure, more on medium pressure. And we haven't talked at all about electric distribution related risk. I think that would be a good topic for maybe that same workshop. So, and I don't think that it sounds, I'm not sure the work papers are going to be that illuminating on those, that we need to wait for those work papers in order to start moving ahead with planning a workshop that addresses those key risks.
Tom, can you clarify what you mean by learn more about the gas? Do you mean like walk through the ramp, like line by line, or what do you mean?
Well, you may have noticed that today, to the extent you got into things, we were asking questions about them. So yeah, not line by line, but when we talked about the medium pressure gas risk, if we can talk more about your mitigation plan for the gas risks, and you would hear questions and comments from us about those risks, so that we can understand what you're saying here more, and you can answer our questions, and we can offer comments, and that can inform informal comments that we'd like to be able to provide later that could, we hope, be useful to SPD in the report it's charged with preparing. That was the process that was used for PG&E, and it was it worked pretty well that way.
Okay, I understand. You're basically proposing that we schedule additional workshops to cover those ramp risks that weren't treated in the mostly weren't treated in today's workshop, but that each risk should be given kind of equal opportunity for this kind of presentation, examination, questions, etc. So did I hear you? I think I've heard you right on that.
Yeah, and particularly, I mean, yeah, particularly the ones that I identified. I'm not suggesting we need to go over each and every risk, but you know, there's an element of this where we're particularly focused on risks that have extremely high cost mitigations, since those are the mitigations that are going to probably get the most attention in the GRC, and where we want to make sure we have the best possible ramp information to inform the GRC. So if we're trying to figure out where to draw lines, you know, risks that where the mitigations are relatively low dollar mitigations, maybe that's not the best use of our time. But I identified, you know, certain risks that where I think that the mitigations are, there's some very costly mitigations that are being proposed.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Didn't want to, somebody else came in there.
Yeah, sorry, Fred, that was me, Mason. You know, our ramp reports combined are 1,700 pages. I know there's a lot of reading in there. I kind of get the feeling that maybe, Tom, you think there's things that are not in the ramp report that we could share in the workshop, or just going over what's in the ramp report is one thing, but today was not really like that. There was a lot of why didn't you do this and why didn't you do that? So can you be a little more clear? Are you looking for another workshop to have more of the whys, or just to understand what's in the ramp? Because those are very different things, and it could go on for a long time.
Well, we did it for PG&E, and we didn't have this balking, this response from the utility. The utility understood that it makes sense to have workshops to discuss the ramp report analysis. And furthermore, the workshops were, a workshop is not meant to be a one-sided affair where you just spew information at us and we don't get to ask questions or make comments. And so, you know, at one point a comment was made by Joe that this is not meant to be an opportunity for debate. Well, sure, that's exactly what a workshop is supposed to be. That's one of the things you can do. You can also ask questions to understand better what is being presented. Maybe some of the issues can be resolved through discussion, but there's meant to be a give and take in a workshop setting. And yes, sometimes it's going to be, we don't think you did it right. And we hope that will inform SPD's thinking about their report. This is not just to be an opportunity for you to throw things at us and then we don't get to say anything about it until the very end of the process.
I'm pretty sure that's not what happened today, Tom. We gave you many opportunities to ask questions. So please don't make it sound like that's not what happened today. So that's not really fair for you to say that.
Because we didn't follow the admonition that it should not be a debate. Our view is that this is a workshop, and workshops should be conducted the way they're typically conducted at the PUC. And there should be a give and take. And so we just didn't listen when we were told this is not meant to be a debate. So that's and that's the way future workshops should go as well, because we've been through many workshops at the PUC and we understand how it works. And so anyway, we touched on at a very high level certain risks today. I also think it would be useful after we get your work papers to have another workshop discussion about based on whatever you present on the wildfire risk, since that's such a very important risk, that should be addressed as well. And then that we should also have a workshop again once you get the work, once you give us the supplemental work papers, to help us understand how to work through the work papers. That was a workshop that was done with PG&E as well. So, so these are ideas that I want to be very concrete, so that Fred understands and others understand, Semper understands what we have in mind. We have specific ideas in mind for workshops.
Can I jump in there? Just to mention, I think in the PG&E ramp experience, we used a little bit different terminology, if I remember right. We had technical working groups, and I think in my recollection, that wasn't really a formal workshop. It was more sort of led by the utility rather than, SPD. I think it was the utility kind of managed that, tried to figure out, okay, when can we all get together, and what are we going to talk about? What do people want to talk about? And then we kind of focused on the things that were of greatest interest to folks. And it seemed to me like that was very informative. We learned some of the detailed work papers that staff brought forward and explained to us and that kind of stuff, depending upon questions. So I would just say that we support MGRA's suggestion, because I think that was based upon the experience with PG&E, and it seemed like there was some benefit to that in terms of having the technical working group, which was really for the folks who were interested in that, not necessarily the whole service list. It was like, do you want to be interested in this? And then it was a smaller group of people. So if that's an option, I think that would work for us if that works for other folks.
And Chris, I just want to amend your recollection a little bit, because and again, it's an MGRA's protest. We actually had 4 workshops in PG&E that preceded the moving into the sensitivity analysis, which was done in the technical working group. So we did both. So one does not preclude the other. And I'm a little concerned that what you were suggesting may have been interpreted by some, and I don't think this was your intention. That
thank you for correcting me. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So this is Jamie with the Semper Utilities. I don't think that we're opposed to doing webinars or even potentially other workshops. I did want to comment that in the ruling that I think that Joe was referring to, it does offer, I think next week, it's PHC statements by June 29th. So I do think that's a potential opportunity to hear parties' comments initially, and we would welcome those comments then. I think it's our position that we don't need additional comments if there's already procedurally a comment step in here.
No, Jamie, I'm sorry that we're going to have we want to understand and go through the ramp submission before we provide what we're calling the informal comments to SPD. Doing something on June 29th is way too early, and we also wanted to get the benefit of the sensitivity analyses before we provide anything that we think is going to be particularly useful to SPD. So comments are useful if they're informed and based on an understanding of the information. We don't even know if by June 29th we're going to have the supplemental work papers you're talking about. So thank you for pointing that out, but I don't think that really is germane to what we're talking about in order to be able to provide a useful information to inform the record here.
I mean, in one sense, it's in the utility's best interest to be advocating what Turn and others are advocating for right now, because the way that the ramp report currently reads is that there's just a bunch of duplicative mitigations being conducted without much thought as to whether it's a waste of money. So it's only going to help the companies to provide more information. So I'm not sure why the companies are pushing back on this. It seems counterproductive from the company's own perspective.
I think it'd be helpful if there was background what you think is duplicative or a waste of money. I don't know how you got that out of this workshop, but we'll be happy to address that.
Well, what I'm saying is this workshop was helpful to me. Now, you guys have suggested that there might be additional information that is forthcoming that will help show why some of the concerns that have been raised today have been addressed. But from the document that was submitted on May 17th, that's not evident. So the rest of us don't have the information that's in your head until you expressed it today. And a lot of it that you expressed today was helpful, and I'm looking forward to seeing the additional information. So
Hi,
I
this
think
is
it
Laura.
only helps you guys.
I just want to clarify, there's a lot of discussion going on about, the potential for workshops based on the supplemental work papers. The work papers that we've already provided to everyone we tried to make as much of the information public as possible. And we always do that in our filings. We always attempt to make as much public as possible so that we're not having, these discussions about confidential information and how to protect the information, because it is kind of it is a complex process going through the information, going through confidential information and protecting it in accordance with the commission's rules. So I just want to be clear about that. We've already provided quite a bit of information in the work papers. The second piece is we're not going to be holding workshops regarding confidential information. That's, that seems obvious. But that said, I don't think that, I don't think any of this discussion is meant to suggest that we are opposed to the idea of workshops. We welcome the opportunity to discuss things. I just think I think that the company is just a little bit, unsure based on this discussion what these workshops would entail. And, we want to be sure that we are following along with the commission's process, which includes the opportunity to comment, as Jamie mentioned, opportunity to discuss PHC, and then also the opportunity to issue discovery requests. And that, of course, is available to folks as well. And of course, we're also available to meet with folks. So I just want to make that clear. We can set workshop dates, but, I think we need to have a clear idea of what those workshops would really entail and what they would be about.
Fred, this is Joe. Would it be possible to, one option might be to ask each of us, those that would like, desire additional workshops, to submit something by, I don't know, today's Thursday, Monday, Tuesday. I'm not quite sure what date. Submit their thoughts on what workshops they would like to have. And I think what's very important is what information they would like those workshops to present. If otherwise, we'd like to have if we're going to have workshops, we would like to make sure that we are providing the type of information that they are interested in hearing for clarity. That may be an approach for a next step.
I think I appreciate that suggestion. The folks gathered here today, all have some ideas about what detail they would like reviewed in a future possible series of workshops. And if we can get all that gathered together, I can work with you, Joe, to try to structure what makes sense in a series of workshops going forward. Does that sound okay to people? If you'll send both Joe and myself your recommendations of what you want to see in these workshops within a reasonable amount of time. I don't know, is next Tuesday seem reasonable to folks?
It's fine with me. That was Tom from Turn.
Thank you, Tom.
But here's the problem. We have not received any commitment from SEMPRA on when they're going to provide those work papers, and the work papers are going to influence what people think they need to see, what needs to be done in future workshops, by way of future workshops.
So that, if I understand that correctly, since the work papers are specific to the quantitative analysis performed, subsequent workshops, your interest in subsequent workshops is specific to the quantitative analyses that we performed?
Well, on what the wildfire risk, it sounds like there's going to be a lot more granularity that is either going to have granular RSEs, which is what we're looking for on wildfire, and all the risks. And so, I want to know what's there and what it's based on, and to want to know if we need to have another workshop to better understand what's being presented for the first time in those work papers. And more generally, I just want to comment on what Laura said about the substantial nature of the work papers that have been provided. I'm looking at SDG&E Risk 1 Wildfire _QWP PDFA.pdf. That is the quantitative work papers that have been provided to date that show how you derive the RSEs for the wildfire mitigations. It is one single page. That's it. And has one column in the far right that's the source for the supposedly telling us the source for some of the things that are in the 20 columns to the left. It is such a far cry from what we got from PG&E. It's pretty laughable. I mean, this is not a useful work paper. This just raises question after question after question. So to say that the company's provided helpful work papers thus far it's simply not accurate. I'd encourage folks to look at that and to understand what I'm talking about. Tuesday, I think we can tell you what workshops we think we want, but I just want to make the point that it will be dependent on PG&E completing its submission, and I'm sorry, the Semper utilities completing their submission, which they haven't done yet, and that we need to reserve the right to amend our request for workshops based on what we get by way of the supplemental work papers whenever we get them.
So Tom, those work papers that you referenced have the natural units in them that can be backed out or be reviewed however you like. It sounds like you're looking for more information as to how we got the natural units. Is that what you're saying is insufficient?
Yeah, I mean, how did you decide what the effectiveness of certain mitigations is? How did you get to that? Where did that come from?
And you're looking for work papers to address how we got each of the risk effectiveness, the logic behind all of it for each mitigation in the RAMP. That's not already in the RAMP chapters.
You make it sound like we're trying to ask you to do something impossible. We're trying to have an understanding of what you're basing your judgment of the effectiveness.
No, I'm trying to clarify what you want. I think what I heard you say was that you wanted an explanation of how we got to the natural units.
Yeah, we want to have an understanding for a proposed mitigation. We want to have an understanding, of the source of information from which you derive the pre-mitigation values, and then we want to have an understanding of how you determine the effectiveness of the mitigation, which is a key, and not just that, but anything else that affected the post-mitigation values. And so, yeah, that's what we want to understand, and we want to see it in as granular presentation as possible, consistent with the settlement provisions on tranches.
I think it would be helpful for me, and I'll just confer with the team, is like to get examples to parties to see it, or maybe you could point us to something that says this is what we're looking for, and then maybe we can go from there. Because I think, as you know, there's 100 different levels of doing risk analysis on any single mitigation, and having a better understanding of what you're looking for. I mean, the word laughable is still resonating in my mind. What you have there is you're able to do sensitivity assessments on the MAVF already. So I'm just trying to figure out what's not laughable in your opinion, and maybe if you could give some written examples or point us to something, that would be helpful, because there is no end to work papers. You could keep going. I can give you examples of what I'm talking about. So if you have a level that you're satisfied with, maybe you can share that with us.
I want to see your supplemental work papers, okay? because you're acknowledging that this is a very high level presentation. You tell us you have more coming. Let's see what that is, okay? And then let's
Okay.
talk. Let's have this conversation some more. I think you're
Okay.
acknowledging there's deficiencies, and let's see what you have. But I sure wish you would commit to a date by which we can see that. The due date was for all this was back in May, and here we are a month later, and we still don't have a complete presentation.
Well, regarding submitting suggestions for additional workshops, it seems like we might have there might be merit in conducting some workshops at the same level that we had today on additional risks that are particularly interesting, as Tom mentioned, ones that have very high or the higher cost mitigations. We could conduct workshops at that level without seeing the more detailed work papers, in my opinion. And then we obviously would like to see what the additional work paper data says and decide at that point what additional workshop review of that data would be. Does that seem fair?
Yes, that sounds fair to Turn.
So that's what I'd be hoping you all can write in. You can send them in to me. I think everyone has my email address. If not, it's just my name, fred.haynes@cpuc.ca.gov. Please copy Joseph on your list. And I don't know that we have to copy the whole service list, but
Fred, I would suggest that we do. I think it's better to be more inclusive so that I certainly want to see what everybody else has to say. And
well,
I
okay,
think
that's the way to do it then.
Service list is the best way to know what everybody is saying.
So the current service list that we're using was used to send out the notices about this workshop. If you all have that resource still available, then you would be able to just copy and paste that list in your communication.
Yeah, and I don't know that Turn has gotten on the service list yet, so we'll have to do that. And not so.
Well, the service lists we're using actually are old service lists from previous proceedings that relate to this one. Okay. I don't think there is a current service list on they just assigned a proceeding number to this project. So what I've been using are old ones.
Okay, so let's use those old ones as well as any names that are on the service list for the current proceeding. That sounds good.
Just to be clear, so would a reply all to some email work for I'm not exactly sure what the old service lists are. I do see that there's a proceeding number assigned to this now. And just to be clear, where should we send it to a specific proceeding numbers or just a reply all to something?
My suggestion is, use one of the existing emails that was sent out announcing this particular workshop. That's who was invited to participate in this workshop, and that's I think the best list.
Okay, thank you. And then I did have one. I was going to check with you, Fred, on this. First, I wanted to double check on what day we need to send it, and then also, so we're kind of ramping up on the ramp, and this is a very useful workshop to kind of give us the big picture and to help us understand a lot of the deeper details. This suggestion that we send for a workshop, does that lock us in? I mean, can this be sort of like, this is initial workshop that we think would be of value in terms of things that we're interested in, and then maybe that could evolve so that it's not going to close the door on some other item for a future workshop? Is that okay, or does this need to be the final, list of things for some future workshops?
I think you should just try to make it as complete as you can think of at this time. And if it feels like additional, after we've figured out how many workshops this is going to be based on all this input, I would hope that we would have covered everything, but if there seems to be good reason for something beyond what we schedule as a result of this effort, then we'll have to examine that at that time.
Thank you.
I had a brief question if I can hold people a little bit longer. My name's Ivy Ann. I'm here on behalf of the utility workers, locals that represent the SoCalGas employees. I just had a question about how SoCalGas provided opportunities for its workforce to participate in the development of the risk mitigation plans we've discussed today. It's referenced in certain parts of the report that the union or employees are involved with various safety programs, but it was less clear to me how they're involved in this proceeding.
Hi, Ivy, this is Joe. And I think at this point, it'd be best if you would submit that question as a data request. And then that way, again, we'd be able to make sure we've got the right folks that are looking at it and providing a response.
Sure thing. Thanks.
So yeah, we discussed a date of next Tuesday for sending in your topic lists for future workshops. And my thought is that I would work to consolidate the topics and then go back to Joe and see what we could start working out as far as possible schedules that SIMPRA can support. If you have dates blocked out already as you send in your requested workshop topics, if you already know in advance unavailable dates, that would be helpful information, because then we're going to have a big challenge just to figure out dates to schedule these additional workshops.
Thank you, Fred. Sounds good.
And Fred, I'm also willing to be involved in any workshop planning. So.
Okay, thank you, Tom.
Mm-hmm.
Are we good?
I hope so. We went quite a bit past our cutoff time, but it was very worthwhile. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, all. Definitely appreciate the feedback and the discussion. Stay safe.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.